that you tweeted yesterday that you kept up. You seem to imply that AIPAC might be involved with the latest allegations of sexual assault by Graham Plattner.
Well,
criticism of AIPAC is the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Well, criticism of AIPAC is perfectly legitimate political discourse. Do you not understand that this plays into anti-Semitic tropes about Jews controlling things, about Jews and money and power and politics? What do you even mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is it's unfortunate that rich donors that put Israel first are playing in American politics.
Well,
just like my friend
is American
Thomas
donors, to be clear. It's Americans who care about U.S.
No. They care about Israel first. Israel's committing genocide.
You do know that under federal law, only American citizens can contribute to AIPAC.
Let me tell you, the future of this country is Americans are sick and tired of funding Israel's genocidal wars that are killing children.
Millions of Americans,
in Gaza,
including me, support Israel, for the record. That may be your
I don't
position.
support the government of Israel. I support people. And I support Americans, and I support our tax dollars being used for our purposes.
Do you see how this
However, AIPAC took out one of my good friends, Thomas Massey. Okay, and Thomas Massey worked for his district.
Thomas Massey lost because Donald Trump endorsed against Thomas Massey.
Thomas
to be clear,
Massey
you're going to blame AIPAC now because it feels like blaming the Jews. It feels like you're blaming the Jews.
No, I'm blaming donors that put Israel first over America. And this is
American donors who support Israel.
We're out of.
It's the Homeless Left 200th episode with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula, Jay Scott, and featuring JAKEGTV, Levi Leatherberry, Kelly Lane. A real fake news update. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Let's do this, guys. I'm going to put this other background up because we worked on that. That's our special little border we're going to use today. Hopefully, it's not as crazy as our 100th one, but I think we did something a little more over the top. But for now, let's enjoy this moment, guys. This is the Homeless Left. This is the non-tribal approach to news network, the non-tribal approach to news show, and we are celebrating our 200th episode today. Wow, that came quick. We have been whipping these out for you guys and haven't really been, taking much time to sit and reflect because there's so much going on, so much we have to stay up on. And it feels like that treadmill we've been running consistently on with no breaks. You get a sip of water here and there, but the point is, it seems like that the level of intensity keeps going up and up and up. Even though you feel like you're conditioned, you're getting your exercise. You see the improvement. You see the improvement in your mental capacity, your ability to use those critical thinking skills, that ability to ask the questions that they don't want us to ask, and to do it now, not later, right now. As soon as the story breaks, we say, what is the thing they're not telling us? So isn't it interesting? We're on this treadmill, getting more athletic with our minds, right? More athletic with how we engage with the world. Yet it's getting harder to do this. Why is that? Are they raising the intensity level on our machines? That might be happening. So we just have to come back and train even harder. And that's what we're here to do. We don't use the word training that much. I'm using it as an analogy. As you guys know, the physical commitment you have to make, for exercise, health and fitness, we have to do that with our minds as well. And it's ongoing. You don't just read one book and you get it all. You don't just watch one documentary and now you know everything. It's a constant work to improve, because the world that we live in is going to continue to throw stuff at us, just the way it throws stuff at our bodies. It throws the same things at our minds, and we have to be able to stay as much ahead of it as we can and help each other, because you don't do this on your own. It takes a team, and we know it actually is nice to be working out with friends and colleagues as well. You're not want to do any of this on your own, and that's why we feel comfortable calling this a community. It is not a tribe. It is a non-tribal space, because you can't use your critical thinking skills if you're in a tribe. So what's the difference? Matt, what's the difference? You say this is a community. How is that any different than a tribe or a family? Well, a family can be a community. A family is healthy when you're allowed to show up, be who you are, ask questions, not have to keep your mouth shut, get in line, and somehow be the good guys, and the other team or whatever team you're playing against is the bad guys. No, we're all doing this together for humanity. And the goal isn't to win the next sports match. The goal is peace, justice, happiness, and just the overall principles of what it means to be human and to be pro-humanity. And that's all you gotta, that's the only box you gotta check to get into this space. We don't care about your ideology. We don't care where you came from. We happen to come from what we thought was the good guy team, the left. We have certain values. We don't expect us all to agree on everything. That's also healthy. It's healthy to have honest discourse, honest debate. You're not going to get that on news networks. You're going to get fake debates, fake people going at each other, because they're getting paid by the same entity to protect that entity and pretend they're having an honest discussion. And then they tell you you're not allowed to have discussions with your neighbors. Unfriend people if they voted for the wrong person. That's what they told. They told you to uninvite people to Thanksgiving and Christmas if they didn't do the thing that you did, or you got uninvited because you didn't do the thing that they did, because you made a choice for your own self and your own body. Interesting. So it does seem like in this time, not only are things going faster, but we're having a clear understanding of how we need to be and what mindset we have to be in to deal with it. But the other thing about it is that when you stop and look at it, it's all kind of nutty, isn't it? That opening with Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's kind of nutty that she's going on a show that's supposed to be quote unquote liberal, and she's talking anti-war. And they're like, no, we want to murder people. Come on, get with it. So it's pretty nutty, but this is good. No more lefts, no more rights, no more ups, no more downs. We're going to be homeless from all of those directions, and we're going to come here together in this space. No more tribes, guys. This is the homeless left, but you can be homeless from wherever you want. We don't care. Let's just do this together, guys. So this is, again, 200th episode. Thank you guys for being part of this. I hope we're up on all our platforms right now. I'm just going to hope they're good, and we're going to get it, because we got so much to get to today, guys. So much. Let me tell you, we have some good guests coming in. We got some returning guests. Really excited to have JAKEGTV joining us, talking about more censorship and the things that we talk about all the time. He's dealing with it. We're going to break that down. We have Levi Leatherberry, We the People. What a better time than now? Is there a better time than now to talk third party? We're going to talk third party with Levi Leatherberry. He's the national chair of the We the People party. So we're excited about that discussion. Not to mention Kelly Lane will also be joining us. We're talking about election integrity when it comes to what our greatest ally. Our greatest ally isn't honest when it comes to elections, not just with our military. They also like to integrate and capture our elections. Yes. So we're going to talk to Kelly Lane. Also big with the third party movement with No Peasants. So that's awesome to see all these people coming together in this space, detached from the duopoly. We're going to have Nurse Leslie joining us for talking back with you guys. It's an important day to do that today on our 200th episode. So get those super chats, rumble rants, however you want to communicate with us. It helps us no matter what you choose to do, however you do it. We will engage with you. That's what this show is about as well. Engaging with you, because why? Because we're not just pulling the curtain back on the corruption and the psychopathic behavior of the ruling class, the billionaire class, the Epstein class, you know, the ones that like to rape and kill and murder and torture and eat babies. You know that one? Yeah, that one. So this is what we're here to do, is the job that they can't do for us in the mainstream media, and that's why we're here. So let's get on with the show here. We're gonna have Craig Pasta also with us, and Jay Scott, our trusted co-host. Both will be popping in today, because yeah, lots to get to, lots to celebrate. Did I leave anything else? I think we got most of the lineup here, and you guys, a lot of stuff to get through. So we got the FIFA, Argentina rigging. We got Trump's back to we're right back into war president mode. And we got the Tyler Robinson case. We're going to look at that literally falling apart in real time. Some flock protests. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we're going to get to, and we're going to get to you guys, because we're not just doing the exposing of the corruption. We're also empowering each other to do something about it. And that's where the activism comes in. Again, it's a whole thing. This is how we bridge the gap between the journalism and the activism, all in one place, punching up. Let's punch up together, guys. Let's get to the show. Yes, thank you guys for the well wishes. Happy 200. Thank you so much, guys. It's awesome. It's awesome. Thank you, guys. We're seeing you guys showing up here on YouTube, and let's see. I think we're getting some good stuff on. We're seeing you guys up on Rumble as well. Also, we're trying out Twitch, and we got the Facebook. I think we got Facebook running. I don't know. I don't care. We're on Twitter as well, guys. You can find us on the Homeless Left on both the Homeless Left Twitter account and Matt Weinglass Twitter account. Let me just throw those up real quick. Yes, this is the two accounts on Twitter. If you happen to be scrolling there, go ahead and follow us there. We're gonna, especially on the Matt Weinglass, when we do get we get the information right away, and we share it out as we are developing the next shows that are coming up. We're here every Tuesday and Thursday all afternoon. So good to have you guys. Good to have you guys. All right, there's our YouTube channel. Let's see. Fingers crossed, they ain't gonna take us down. They've been giving a lot of strikes to some people, terminating some other people. So we'll have to see. Hopefully they won't cut our feed today. And then you can find us here on Rumble, the Homeless Left on Rumble. We've been here all 200 episodes, and they're all available. All 200 episodes on our live section on the homepage of the Rumble channel, the Homeless Left. First story, let's break into the real fake news. You guys know we usually do this on Tuesdays, but because it's a jam-packed show, we thought we'd give it to you today. So here we go. Real fake news time. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're looking at the World Cup, and a lot of people are talking about their suspicions that something seems a little off. And we're not talking about the normal people complaining when their team loses and it's really intense and there's a lot of emotion. No, we're actually talking about legit accusations of actual rigging going on. Egypt was just eliminated by Argentina, missing their opportunity to go to the final 8, which starts right now, I believe today. So did they go home with their heads high? Well, it's hard to do that when they're very suspicious that the entire thing was rigged in favor of Argentina. Here's a report about how Egypt is responding to this quote-unquote loss.
Welcome back. Right, some breaking news to bring you now. And the Egyptian FA, they're not happy. They says it cannot remain silent, they say, after being eliminated from the World Cup against Argentina. Egypt losing 3-2. Despite leading 2-0 in the second half, Egypt weren't happy with a number of the decisions that didn't go their way, and the country's football association has now released a statement which said the following: the Egyptian Football Association cannot remain silent regarding the refereeing decisions witnessed during the match against Argentina, as well as the failure to appropriate use of video assistant referee system. Several key incidents raised, they say, raised serious
Okay, little blip there on StreamYard. Let me go ahead and get us loaded up again here, guys. That was a little strange. We'll fix that right away, and then we'll edit it in post. I'm gonna grab that clip one more time, and we'll get this loaded.
Welcome.
We'll get this to where it was. I think somewhere in here. And again, we'll edit this in post when we upload this one. So here we go, guys. Picking up where we just were.
Russian Football Association cannot remain silent regarding the refereeing decisions witnessed during the match against Argentina, as well as the failure to appropriate use of video assistant referee system. Several key incidents raised, they say, raised serious concerns and left profound questions about the consistency and fairness of decisions that directly influenced the course of the game. They go on to say this: a number of football experts and specialist analysts, both locally and internationally, have highlighted controversial and influential refereeing incidents during the match. Well, Sky Sports News has now contacted FIFA for comment following that statement, and we'll keep you right up to date.
So a lot of people are probably not going to look any further into this, other than that we've seen this in other sports. We've seen things like this go down. And you guys know, if you've been watching our show, you know, we've been covering this the whole way, and we've seen all the nefarious behavior going on when it comes to how we've treated teams that have been pro-Palestinian. We know, and we'll show you guys, if you didn't know, Egypt is certainly fits the bill for pro-Palestine. But it doesn't stop there. We're going to look a little further at this. Now, if you're just a casual sports fan, you happen to see the ESPN report on this, and this is why we call this the real fake news, you're going to see something like this, and you probably won't think twice about this again.
On Lisandro Martinez. I think we can all agree on that. And so in that sense, look, if it was a foul, call the foul, and we move on with our lives. As it pertains to what the face of play is and all of that, that's when I get all sorts of confused with the refereeing, and they get into loopholes to try to sort of kind of justify their decisions. Was it a foul on Lisandro Martinez? I think we cannot agree it was. And so therefore, for me, I don't think there's an issue here, and I don't think that Egypt have a case at all in that or the other place. And honestly, I am tired of the conspiracy theory that the referees are against Egypt or against the lesser team.
Oh, the conspiracy theorists, right? That's how it goes, right? You're done. You've looked into it, right? You did your due diligence. You looked into it, and it's all good. Crossed all those T's, dotted all those I's. Everything checks out. The only thing left is crazy tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorists. That's the problem, right?
Teams, and that they want Lionel Messi, and that they want Argentina to be on continuing this tournament. Close out the match. Close out the match. You're up 2-0. Close out the match. That's on Egypt. That's not on Argentina.
Well, unfortunately, this is not for these guys trying to spin this in the sports world, that this is just same old complaining. It gets worse. We heard a report from RT that Argentina is now facing an FBI investigation amidst the controversial World Cup advance. And I want to tell you guys, if you just so you understand, you don't have to, I'm not going to go through the entire game with you, but the idea is that you have Egypt, who was not supposed to win the game. They got up 2-0, and they scored a third goal. Before they scored the third goal, they took away the second goal. They just took it away. And if you guys don't know something about the way this sport works, it's very much a subjective game that has to do with what the refs decide. So the refs are everything in this. They can do whatever they want. They can go with just how they're feeling in the moment. They can wait, and they can change their mind later. And then now we have this AI situation where they're saying, oh, we're relying on AI to tell us. That's also rigged, because as it was alluded to earlier, what's going on is that the replays that they're supposed to look at, they're supposed to tell you exactly if it's a yellow card, whatever it is, the computer technology is not being honest either. And they're picking and choosing which one they want to use and which one they don't. And if you haven't guessed by now, Argentina is the team that they have selected to win this thing. I'm telling you guys that's what's happening. And this is why this investigation is happening. And it's about, there's a funneling of money. They're looking at laundering of money through U.S. accounts. Argentina and Israel. It's pretty massive. And so that investigation is ongoing. But I want to look a little closer at what actually happened with the players themselves, because aside from all the statistics and the money trail and all the numbers and whether a team advances or not and whether a goal counts or not, this still is a human story. And this is the part that you're just not going to see covered. And let's start with this, because this is the reaction of one of the players. And he looks more than sad. There's something a little more going on. Watch his facial expression during this.
No fair, no fair, referee no fair, ظالم ظلم باين وواضح، بيضيع مجهود بلد كاملة من أول الماتش، هو جاي علينا، مش هينفع نخرج كده كسبانين 2-0 أرجنتين، بطولة موجهة.
Saying it's been fixed. It's been fixed. Clearly been fixed for Argentina. That look in his eye, is it sadness because of losing, or is there something a little more? Like are we, the loss that he seems that he's experiencing seems a little bit more, even if this game means your entire world to you. It might go deeper than that. It might actually have something to do with this. So Israeli forces had killed a Palestinian goalkeeper. This was a week ago. This was reported that the goalkeeper the Palestine team, who was not allowed into the tournament, was targeted and killed earlier by the IDF. That was on purpose, right? It always is. The PFA said that Al-Ashkar was killed by fire opened by occupation forces. It said he was one of hundreds of Palestinian sporting figures killed. That's right. Not only does Israel target journalists and medical workers, they also target sports, athletes, refs, whatever type of public figure they can find, they target them. And so this is by design to do this during the World Cup. So this affects people watching. And this is why in the games that we're seeing, the fans showing up representing these countries like Iran, who, if you guys don't know, they were also sent home in a very nefarious way that was not legit by any means. But these other teams like Egypt, as we're seeing, are affected by the fact that they are absolutely 100% supporting the Palestine movement. So when they're here in the West, they're technically in enemy territory when they're standing up against that very empire that they're trying to play against. So we're deeply mourn the tragic death of 32-year-old Palestinian goalkeeper Salam al-Ashkar. He was killed by the Israeli army. We're deeply saddened by the continuation of such events. We call for justice and peace. That was the Chilean football club. This was a week ago. And so these other fans of these other teams, Algeria to Bosnia, there's a whole slew of them are making sure that the Palestinian cause gets attention. Now, the West isn't going to show you any of this if you're watching it on Western outlets. Okay, so let's go a little further here. So you got the Egypt coach before the game doing this, which was pretty badass to see this before.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
So he's holding this flag up on behalf of the murdered goalie, and that's the coach. That's not an assistant. It's not a friend or associate. That's the actual coach. The actual coach of the Egypt team, right? But there's more to this. Let's hear what this also happened. This actually happened during the game that happened. Another attack by the IDF. Bassem Youssef will break this one down. Check this one out.
Game or the officiating or the penalties or Messi or Argentina or anything. You guys remember all of these kids watching the Egyptian games in Gaza. These were watch parties that were organized by a member of the Egyptian committee in Gaza, the aid committee in Gaza. His name was Fawaz al-Wahidi. And this guy was killed by Israel in a raid 3 minutes after the beginning of the game between Egypt and Argentina. Just like that. There's no Hamas, there is nothing, but this is what Israel does every day. Just keep.
So 3 minutes before the game, really? They did this methodically at the exact time they knew that Egypt was going to be playing this match. And they knew the word would get to them. That this organizer who was organizing watch parties in Gaza, he was Egyptian and he was doing activism by helping out the starving children to give them some sort of freaking outlet from their pain and suffering inflicted by the empire that the Egyptian team is fighting against. So they did it at the exact same time that the game was starting.
People, and we just lost count and we forgot, oh, was it Hamas? Were there some sort of a base or rockets behind him, so they had to kill him, collateral damage? Oh my God, what can we do? It just become very repetitive. Yeah, just another horrible thing that Israel does. Enjoy.
So is this just about punishing the Palestine movement, or is there something even more darker going on when it comes to Argentina? It might be even darker. I tweeted this out immediately when that game ended. Argentina defeats Egypt 3-2 after surging back from a 3-0 deficit. Not a typo. You read that correctly. Egypt scored 3 goals, yet they ended with 2. The refs caved to pressure from the U.S.-Israel overlords. FIFA is rigged. Nothing is real. And as I'm alluding to there, in the pictures there, you got the best player, Messi, gets to run around and do whatever he wants with no penalties. The same guy that was brought on his little Israel Wailing Wall boo-hoo tour with his little white hat on top of him. That's the same guy. And on the bottom, you can see the Argentinian alliance between Melli and Netanyahu, which we've covered on the show. And if you guys missed out on that story, Catherine Austin Fist is going to remind you that these two psychopaths have colluded and allocated 100,000 hectares of forest land, 4 times the size of Gaza. They've done this in Argentina in an attempt to relocate IDF soldiers, and it seems to be working. And this is right about when the random forest fires started. IDF soldiers started showing up. They were caught setting fires. And then to add fuel to the fire, what happened next? Melli had legislation changed to allow, which never had been allowed before in Argentina, to allow a foreign country to purchase land. And that's what's happening. And that's the alliance there. And, oh yeah, and this is the guy that was killed right before the game started. So the point is, you can't let Egypt advance by any means. You're going to rig the entire game on behalf of Israel and Argentina. That is how it goes. That is how it goes. To add fuel to the fire, do you think are the fans understanding this is happening? Well, we know that a lot of people in Argentina showed up for the protests against the land grabbing. We covered that. But are the fans showing up to the World Cup? How are they responding to knowing that their team is this corrupt and their president is this corrupt? And the thing that they're not all upset at all. They seem to be enjoying this. RT reports that to anyone supporting Argentina, this is who you're supporting. Egyptian fans outraged as Argentinian supporters wave Israeli flag in provocation. Comes after Argentinians throw beer cans and garbage at Egyptian fans following Messi's draw. So this is still in the middle of the game, and this happened. Just got to grab it. Here we go. We'll edit it in post, as they say.
الفرقة اللي انتوا شجعتوها. هي دي الفرقة اللي انتوا شجعتوها. هم دول الأرجنتينيين. والله العظيم ما يستاهلوا. والله العظيم ما يستاهلوا.
Unbelievable. I'll tell you guys. Look, I hate having to report this after the fact. I told you guys before that you were going to have to knock these teams out. We knew what they were going to do to Iran. We now know what they did to Egypt. Egypt's fighting for it, but the sports world is protecting it. The Western media is protecting it. They want to write it off as some little tiny temper tantrum, as they say. When you lose, you don't lose with humility. That's not what this is. This is a complete sabotage of a sport that we know is the favorite sport of the global population. And it's been hijacked. 100% hijacked. And if you still don't believe that, I'm going to tell you what's happening next. Let me tell you what's happening next. This is what's happening. France is the only team left that can beat Argentina. They're the only ones left that have a chance because Argentina is a great team and they get all of the refs protect them. Well, apparently the referees for France versus Morocco have all been selected and they're all Argentinian. Well, that's weird. Why would there be all 5 refs have been selected for this game? They do not want France to win the game. They're going to do everything they can to make that happen. Starting with these refs. It's the first time in this World Cup that all match referees are from the same country. Well, we'll keep an eye on this, guys, and we'll see what goes down. I think that game's actually today. It might be starting very soon. You guys can keep your little notifications on. You can see how it goes down. But yeah, I'm going to bet that France doesn't get through this thing. That's what I'm going with. If I were a betting man, that's what I'm going with. But yeah, we'll close this segment off. One more reminder about the collusion behind the scenes between Argentina and Israel, because we literally have this the Argentina vice president begging Netanyahu to make Argentina World Cup champions again. Watch Netanyahu's head. He's saying this publicly. This was back in July. Or this is still, I'm sorry, this is a week ago. Here we go.
July, please bring the 4th cup to Argentina in the Mundial.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for always saying the quiet part out loud. We hope this investigation goes the distance, but we're not holding our breath on that because it is the FBI looking into it. So we'll see how it goes. But don't get your news from the Western media. In the meantime, certainly don't get your news about the World Cup from news outlets. They're calling these conspiracy theorists. We're here to give you actual reporting, and that's why we have to bring you a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, guys, we are moving on. I got to say, during that last segment, we got a Rumble raid from our friends over at Do Dissidents. Guys, if you're from Do Dissidents, welcome to the Homeless Left. We love having you here, doing the hard stuff, doing the stuff it takes a team to do. So we always appreciate Keaton and Russ and all the great work they do over there. And this is how we do it here at Homeless Left. It's about opening up the doors for anybody that feels like they are absolutely 100% done with the two-party duopoly and the theater of pitting us against each other, our neighbors, our family. We're done with it. We're ready to converse, to engage, to open up our minds, and to approach every day with those critical thinking skills. So thank you for being here. Please check the subscribe button if you haven't yet, and if you're first time, welcome. Always important to do that. They can undo the subscribe. The likes are cool, comments are awesome, but I think the subscribe is the most important. So it's the Homeless Left on Rumble, THL Presents on YouTube. Just so you guys know, glad to have you here. Let's get on with this. This is our 200th episode, guys. We've been here 200 shows. We did the math. We do 5-hour shows, guys. You know we do 5-hour shows? 5-hour shows do the math. I think we might be hitting close to 1,000 hours. 1,000 hours. That's right. Okay. Well, I don't know. It's probably under that, but it's a nice fun number. Let's get an applause. Let's get an applause. All right. Now for our next topic, we're going to bring in our co-host. You know him and you love him. Please welcome back to the Homeless Left, our 200th episode, Craig Pasta JARDULA.
Hey, what's going on, Matt?
Hey, how's it going?
I don't know. I was thinking about making a bet on Morocco just there, but I'm holding off. I still don't believe that they're going to kick their European partners in the teeth so hardly, but who knows at this point. But, you know, they'll probably get rid of France after this match because it would be 2 matches. If France meets Argentina, it would be in the finals, the final game. So they still have 2 games to get rid of them. Spain might be able to beat them too as well. But, I mean, the good money, the good odds favors the team Norway because they have a stud. So, you know, I don't know. I like to think that some teams could fight through the cheating. You never can tell. It's tough when they stack the tech for one team. And that was really just disgusting what they did to Egypt. I feel awful for them. I mean, that was just pitiful the way they took away. That was the goal of the tournament. And they took it away. I mean, that last pass to get that ball to where it needed to be stricken for that goal was amazing. Not to mention the way he took it all the way up the pitch. What an awesome goal. It sucks that they took that away. Terrible.
And, you know, I don't like being the Debbie Downer in it, but I saw that happen, and I was like, I was thinking they're going to take it away. Because you can't allow this team to surge, and they continue to surge. They would have been up 3-0 if they hadn't taken away that second one, but they kept surging, and then all of a sudden, you gotta let Messi loose, right? And then he can do whatever he wants, and he gets special privileges, and there you go. That's the game. So.
Yep.
Man, it's discouraging because you want to get more into something that takes the global attention to this particular sport that seems to bring people together. But the more you look into it, you go, man, it's so bad. It's so bad. Hard to be excited about. But yeah, good luck to Spain too. I love to see. I think Spain's going to be the next example they make is going to be Spain. So we'll see that one go down as well. So unfortunately, and I'm not making sports predictions. I'm making political predictions because that's what this is. It's politics. It's not actually sports. But anyways, okay. Hey, first of all, I just want to say thanks for being part of what we've been doing here and help guiding this this vision that I had here, and we've been doing something. I don't know what we're doing. We're doing something here. And we've somehow managed to get to 200 episodes. So something's working, I guess. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm, very grateful for that. Your support and, contribution, not to mention, your friendship throughout. So appreciate it, man.
Hey, man, thank you so much. It's my pleasure. Remember doing the old school shows back in California together, your place or my place out in the boondocks. And yeah, man, it's congratulations on your 200th episode, man. You've been cranking it out. And you're right, 5-hour shows get you around 1,000 hours. That's pretty nice, buddy. Great job.
We might be just a little short, but it's nice. It's a nice round number to talk to. Yeah,
it's up there. It's up there.
So. Anyway, so here we go. Let's get into this story because man, this keeps getting weirder and weirder. And we're talking about this Trump team, but not just the Trump team. It seems to be a coordinated effort of the entire Western media that they're reminding us what our biggest problem is in this country. And it certainly seems like communism is the thing we need to be most afraid of. Pasta is communism. So here's Trump, yet he's bringing it up again, and he's talking about how great of a communist he would be, but how bad it actually is. Let's break this clip down. And it's always about the thing they say that the giveaway they didn't mean to say. Well, let's see. I want to hear your thoughts on this one. Here we go.
Go ahead. No. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao.
Who you with?
NTD
Why don't you say your
Television.
name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now
Yeah.
you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's...
Wow. We're talking about, does anyone want a free house? I know people in this country that would say any house would do. They don't have any house. They're homeless. And you want to talk about crime and murder rates? I can't understand where the descriptive language here is probably getting people to second guess what their opinions of communism was before he started speaking. Might get them a little more interested. Wait, what are you describing? That's we already have it pretty bad. What is the thing that you're, what is the humor here? Talking that he would sell, it's an easy sell. Your thoughts, Boston?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm the one who brought this to your attention when I said, Matt, I'd love to talk about communism, socialism, because I throw on the, you know, the mainstream media for my mom in the mornings. I don't even think that she's digging in anymore. We leave it on less and less each time every day and get to the movie channels for her. But, you know, this whole attack about communism and socialism, I mean, it's like, you know, they're running out of things to keep people divided. And I really think that, you know, I think we've said this before. This is the dumbest administration of all times. The people that follow him, every time he opens up his mouth, I mean, I just wish he would shut the fuck up already, this guy. But I mean, this is not the first time in history they played let's blame everything on a communist. And I think they're getting desperate. I think they're starting to understand, you know, and that's why I use the term collectivism, right? We can do things together collectively to, you know, better society for the greater good, right? I know when people say, oh, when you're here for the greater good, that's a trap for whatever the, you know, the communists and socialists want to take everything away. It doesn't make a difference what system, you know, you're in. If there is corruption at the top, whether it be capitalism, communism, socialism, right, those in charge can make sure they punish those underneath them very harshly. I think that they're just getting very desperate, and they want people to just continue to go along with the status quo. And that's this crony capitalism they have, where the majority own hardly anything, and the minority, a small group of people, own the majority. And that capitalist class is what they're fighting to protect right now. They're getting very desperate at this point. That's at least what I can see, you know.
And by day, this goes beyond Trump just opening his mouth and yapping like this. I think this is and I think he's the perfect person to be the mouthpiece, because it does sound so ridiculous. But look at we have so many talking heads getting behind this message, right? I mean, obviously you're gonna have a lot more in the Fox News demographic, even though we know they're the same ones that own the CNN and the MSNBC, but they have a particular, it's time for the commies, the Red Scare time. It's Red Scare time. Yeah. So part of that messaging isn't just communism bad. Mandami is gonna destroy New York. Everyone be afraid for your lives. And we're seeing it, by the way, we're seeing it here in Hollywood too. Oh my God. I got colleagues calling me, leaving me voicemail. I am in shock. I had this comedian friend give me a call. I swear, Pasa, I thought he was doing a bit. Sometimes he does little funny bits on voicemails because he's getting ready for a set. He's going to do a set. And this guy, I thought he was doing a set on my voice recording. And I was like, he's saying, no, they're coming for me. They're coming for me. They're coming for the Jews. He's saying this. He's like, it's going to happen. There is a genocide happening in the next 5 to 10 years. And he's looking at New York, and he's looking at this. These are Hollywood people. What do you and again, there's that. I'm not saying he represents this whole group here, but it seems to be working. And so another part of this isn't just the fear of this radical lefty movement, which doesn't actually exist. Let's be very clear about that. It doesn't actually exist. You got little incremental change, maybe from Mamdani. That's it. You got nothing from Bernie, nothing from AOC. Nothing's happening. These people are centrists at best. More, protecting the not just protecting the two-party duopoly. They're protecting the corporatists. It's corporate. Yeah. It's corporate maneuvering, pretending to be for the people. So we know all this. They don't. They think this is the end of our country because of guys like Mamdani. And so with that, the other part of this pasta is the punching down mechanism. And we grew up with this, right? This was the conservative, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, stop complaining. So we're getting a lot of that now. This is the type of complaining being called out. And we say complaining like you're not allowed to have a critique of your government or a foreign government, right? You can't do that or you're going to be the problem. And so Caroline Leavitt is making sure people know that this young generation, they're the problem, not the system that we're in. They're the problem. Yeah. Like this.
Here right now.
Some of these kids, and I call them kids because they're in their 20s, and they've never had real jobs, and they're complaining things are expensive. Yes, things are expensive when you don't have a real job.
That's right.
Do you think that's getting traction, complaining?
Unfortunately, I do, because this generation, my generation, I hate to say it, Gen Z and those younger than me have been raised with just silver spoons in their mouth, just getting everything handed to them. That's not the values this country was built on. It was built on meritocracy and hard work, pulling up your sleeves, pulling yourself up from your bootstraps, and achieving the American dream. And we need to protect it with all we got.
Is it laziness?
A little bit.
Is it because the professors said the country's corrupt, it's evil, and we just need to shake them down and hand money out?
It's laziness and it's the liberal indoctrination. You bring up a great point about our education system. However, I will say, a silver lining, so many parents that I talk to across the country are homeschooling, are turning to private education, are turning towards Christian schools across the country because they don't want their children being taught these communist and liberal ideas slammed down their throat. It's why President Trump in the White House has advocated so strongly for school choice across the country. We want kids to be taught to love our country. They should. It is the greatest country in the history of the world.
All right, I say, if they misbehave, just make all these young kids join the army, right? Shape them up.
Send them to Cuba. Send them to Iran. They'll want to come back real quick.
That's a good point. They can say hi to the gay Ayatollah. Thank you so
all
much,
the same fucking stereotype. Matt, I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I mean, who are they talking to? A bunch of conservative older people who, once again, want to protect their own as well. I mean, that is one of the reasons we're in this situation, and unfortunately, is because the older generation didn't look out for the newer generation, right? They got what they got, and I'm not saying everybody. There are people out there. Once again, I shouldn't do exactly what Fox News is doing and generalizing, because generalizations are bad. But I mean, as a group, largely, too many people were asleep at the wheel. They were consumed and entertained, and they were taken care of. They were able to have a job, working in a factory, buy a house, go away for vacation 2 weeks out of the year, send all their kids to the college, and then die comfortably in a hotel. Whereas if our generation can't buy houses anymore, we're doing everything we can just to make ends meet. I mean, they destroyed this space that we're in right now. We're scraping and scrapping as best we can. You've had your channel taken down. I finally got my monetization taken back. I mean, it's just, they're making sure that anywhere we go, it's going to be very hard. Meanwhile, and this is why I talk, we talk about these things with Israel and their needs and their greater Israel project. But the older generation, the majority of the older generation that has money in the stock market over here, they're silent to what's going on because they're profiting off the war. They're profiting off killing people and stuff. So, I mean, I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But them, who they're talking to, the generalizations, and it is really rich from that woman coming the fact that Caroline Leavitt was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She married a man who had a lot of money or was dad's age, so she went from having a silver spoon in her mouth to a silver spoon with diamond studs on the handle. I mean, who the hell is she to say anything about what's going on? The truth of the matter is there is a sense of entitlement. The kids have been programmed nowadays not to think for themselves and are kind of hitting a dead end. But, the next generation, isn't the old American way supposed to be about you leave the next generation in a better position than you were in. Well, why are we going backwards? Why are our generation not being able to buy houses? Why isn't there jobs and a working economy for them? Those are the things that they should be analyzing and talking about, but they're not. Instead, they're going to put it on the young people. Once again, this is more divisive rhetoric here from Fox News. They do a good job at it, you know. And listen, if you want to send me to Iran, buy my ticket right now, please. I'll go in a heartbeat. You know, that old shtick, I still believe it is not working. And the way they try to generalize stuff, it's funny because you said you got something said from a comedian friend. I had a comedian friend send me something on socialism again, and they paint it with such a broad brush. You know, it's like, well, if you're against socialism, are you for getting rid of Social Security? Should we shut down all the fire departments, the police departments that you love so much? I mean, what part of collectivism should we shut down? And this general brush that this generation is painting on any form of collectivism is sad, because they're really voting and pushing against their own needs. If taxes are to be collected, why shouldn't they be used for the majority of people out there instead of the small amount and the few? I mean, we do have socialism, right? I think you've said it before. We've had a socialism for the rich. We saw that during COVID. So, I mean, I think they really need to reword what's going on. And I hope they get called out more and more for their shit. And by the way, last comment, Jesse Waters is a piece of shit.
Of course.
Yeah. Sorry. I had to say that. What an asshole. What an asshole.
I mean, you wonder if they know what they're doing. I mean, Caroline Levitt as well. I mean, she was bashing on her own generation. She's only, you know, this woman's only 28 years old. She's literally in the Gen Z group that she's talking about, saying that they grew up with silver spoons in their mouth. Well, she did.
Yeah,
but
she did.
like, what is she talking about? And like this idea that it's the problem with their laziness. You're right. It's all the same talking points that we grew up with. The laziness, that means you're trying to get out of hard work. Real Americans want to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. But how long can this last? This idea that it's not really our job to sell them a better system, although we can do that. We can try to do that. Isn't the first step here just to show them that the system we're in now is a complete joke, a failure, and it's not sustainable? Isn't that the thing? I mean, because that's the part that they're missing completely. And I wonder if their audience, if it crosses their mind, what about the AI stuff? We're talking about real jobs. They're not getting real jobs. What do you know that the kids protesting at their own college ceremonies, not just pro-Palestine protesting, they're protesting the AI capture of their industries that they've gone in student debt for, and they can't even come out the other end with an actual job that exists. So that's not sustainable. And then telling people to leave the country and go to Iran, go to Cuba, go to a place. And I like that you're saying, hell yeah, send me there, man.
Yeah.
But I'll say this before you send me, understand that it was your idea to send us to a place that you are targeting and bombing and murdering people either by actual weapons or with sanctioning the shit out of them and killing them with hunger. You're doing that to these places. Why would you bring those countries up as a place to go? It makes no sense. But yes, I'm with you. I'll take the free plane ticket, but understand what they're sending you to, the place that we have targeted as the enemy, the terrorists, the people that don't know how to give the people a good life. And what Trump said, and I'll just go back to the Trump clip. What he said in that was so revealing, because what he's talking about is communism is an easy sell. I would be the greatest one selling it because I'd give you these things, but these things aren't going to be real for you, but I'll sell them to you. Why does he think he can sell it so easily? If this system was working, the one we're in right now, people wouldn't be in need of these things. They're desperate right now because the system we're in is not working. So for him to say it'd be easy to sell, it's easy to sell to a desperate people anything other than the thing that they're in. Yeah, it is. So he's calling out how bad the thing is that we're in right now.
And it feels so staged to me. It does feel like kabuki theater, right? You know, we see what's going on with Mandami and the rage that was raised, and because the administration's following in what the mainstream media is talking about, they're definitely in lockstep with each other, the same talking points. And now we see all these members of DSA and PSL. And if you know anything about those groups, you know they are captured. You understand that they are captured entities. So when you hear like, oh, well, now it's starting to win, and they're building this whole rhetoric around it and whatnot, it's put your seatbelts on, because you know, I mean, we have all these other characters too, like Graham Plattner and all these other guys who are disguising themselves as grassroots leftists coming in to save the day. But when you dig deeper into what they think and what they stand for, and you look at the money, you can see that our system is completely captured. And nobody worth the while that I've seen out there. There's a couple people maybe that are running, but they're going to be running into a brick wall because the odds are stacked against them. And this is sad. And this goes back to the old school Sun Tzu, right? Divide and conquer. And they're hitting that drum as hard as they can. If they can continue to keep the people divided, keep them arguing over capitalism versus communism, socialism, you know, keep them arguing over Muslim Christianity, keep them arguing over, you know, poor, rich, anything, what it is, you know what I'm saying? And when I say poor, rich, I mean people who have a few bucks who can survive, and then the poor, where their middle class has gone away. I'm not talking about the wealthy, but they even have that going on nowadays, where people think they have to go along with the conservative right-wing movement just to protect what little they got. Yeah. And it is a very scary situation we're headed into.
Well, this tweet I'm going to share here from Renzo seems to cap this whole thing off. And this got a lot of traction in the last few days. I think over 2 million people have seen this one.
Yeah.
The middle class was a 50-year fluke designed to prevent a communist revolution during the Cold War. Now that the threat is gone, the elites are systematically dismantling it. You aren't falling behind.
Yeah.
You're being pushed back into the peasantry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say something, or do you have something to say about
Go
that?
ahead.
Thank you, Matt. And great to be here on the 200 show, by the way. I love the background and everything that's going on. You know, he's absolutely right. You know, but the one thing he did miss was they had to give us that money at that time. The people, we the people, the workers. You know, I think there was a famous letter from FDR written to his brother, or from his brother. I don't know which one it is, but I did see it a long time ago. And they said, listen, we're going to have to give up some of our wealth, meaning our elitist group, because they're going to be showing up with pitchforks. They're ready to eat us. The Communist Party was very strong. They came in. They made a plan to make sure they destroyed communists. They destroyed the Communist Party at that time. After they got what they wanted, they handed out some freebies to people who would help them dismantle the communist system and the Communist Party, which was very strong at the time. Did so and kept this war going on to this day. And now we're at where we're at by design. And you said something, that the system is terrible, that they're staying away from it, not talking about it, because the system's working for them. For them, it's working perfect. And for them to mean that it's working perfect for them, it's working terrible for us.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that we'll keep this discussion going, but I think that's I hope we can try and learn tools that we can engage with people when we get these phone calls, right? We get phone calls from friends and people that are freaking out, whether they're freaking out about a Holocaust is coming for they're coming for the Jews, or it's the commie takeover. There has to be, I don't know. I'm just thinking to think of conversation, like ways to say, hey, take a deep breath. Let me ask you a question. Well, get them. I don't know. Or is it not even worth it? Do you just say, hey, okay, I'm not going to, these people are just going to go crazy and I'm just going to stay over here? Or do we attempt? That's my question. Should we attempt to try and talk some reason in some of these people? If they're reaching out to us, I'm not going knocking on their door, but if they reach out to us.
I got that text from a comedian friend of mine too, as well. And, I'm at a point where, I don't want to respond back, because even when I do respond back, and I would say, oh, so we should get rid of Social Security, fire departments, anything collective wise that we pay with our taxes. When you say socialism and you paint it with this broad brush, but the problem is when you throw it back in their face, they dig their feet in deeper. You know what I'm saying? They dig their heels in deeper. So I haven't, a confession here, I haven't found a way to really get across. I still like having the conversations, but I think the conversations that I do have, when people do come along to one side or see a certain point of view, they were already on the fence. Right now, people aren't looking for news. They're not looking for the truth. They're looking for their confirmation bias, because they're stuck in this tribal cultish mentality. So I wish I knew a way that we can get across to people, but I don't know. One thing I do know is that you don't need the majority of people to have a revolution. You have 5% of the people in the streets in Washington, D.C. You have enough to make some real changes. But the problem is we can't even get to first base when it comes to that. So it sucks. But
yeah. All right. Well, Craig Pasta, want to tell everyone what you got coming up, where they can find you?
Yeah, I was gonna actually. Do you mind if I put in the chat real quick my
sure
my page?
Yeah.
You know what I'll do? I have if you haven't checked it out, you got to go to Pasta to Go. That is my YouTube channel. I also have a Rumble channel, and every morning from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern, I do a show called Drive Time, and it's the emulation of what I did on WBAI. Except this time it's 2 hours, so we have a little bit more time, and people call on in and they discuss what's going on. So you can watch it on YouTube, you can watch it on Rumble. Unfortunately, I don't put it on Twitter because my Twitter still got hacked and I never got it back. By the way, whoever stole my Twitter deleted the whole thing. So we'll see. Hopefully, we're gonna try again to go through the legal department, see if they can resurrect it, give it back to me, and then eventually we'll be streaming it and filming it out over there. But just go to youtube.com/pasta2go, and that's the number 2go. It's the same way spelt over on Rumble, and on Rumble I'll actually do the same thing as well. You can check out that show every Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern every day of the week. I have a different guest host. Today we had your friend Levi on from We the People. But on Thursdays, it's Kyle Anzalone. On Wednesdays, it's Karen Kwiatkowski. Tuesdays, it's Nico House. Monday is the only day I don't have a set co-host, but I do have like rotating co-hosts for Mondays. And on Fridays, we have a guy by the name of Andrew Zigman, who was part of the Assange coalition. So, yeah, man, come check us out.
Very good.
It wouldn't let me post it in the chat over there. But anyways, whatever. Pasta2Go on Rumble and on YouTube, 8 to 10 a.m. in the Easterns.
Awesome. Thanks, Pasta. We'll see you next time. We'll see. Yeah. Here's to another 200, right? We'll do another,
right. Another 1,000 hours.
Let's play out. I like the clap. We found the clap here. Hold on. We'll give you a little applause here. There you go. All right. Take care. We'll see you next time.
Later. Go Morocco in a way.
Yeah.
But I mean, man, that I'm saying it's. Now I don't know if they're going to be eliminated because I want Morocco to win. I wanted Egypt to win. Those were the only two African teams left, and it was kind of cool that they were in there. It sucks.
No, it's okay to root for Morocco. I'm just saying, pay attention to the game and see if France was the better team that was supposed to win. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
To see that. Also, keep an eye on Spain because I think they're going to be made the next example of the team that
Yeah.
How dare you protest Israel? How dare you?
Crazy.
Anyway,
Crazy.
yeah.
You have a good one, my friend.
All right, you too.
Bye.
All right, guys. We got more show coming up for you right now. I think we're going to have Jay Scott come in with us in just a bit. We'll go ahead and do this. I'll just grab a couple super chats. You know what? This is very strange. We had the little knockoff. We got knocked off. You guys, if you guys were on earlier during Real Fake News, we got bumped off of StreamYard. Luckily, the streams didn't end, so that YouTube continued. But guess what? YouTube erased our super chats. I tried to grab some of them. So let's do this. I got one of them came through, and then I grabbed another one on a screenshot. So we're gonna grab those and see why did they disappear. It's very strange because we had a bunch of them before we went live. I hate trying to guess about this. This is crazy, right? Because no one's telling us. We're not getting an email. They're not saying, "Oh, we're sorry, your super chats accidentally disappeared." No one's gonna reach out, so we just have to figure this out on our own. So let's go. So this is the one I was able to screen grab. Let's get this up here. This is from a citizen. Couple of them here. So 3 tricks Epstein Empire wields to derail opposition. So here's the 3 tricks to derail opposition. The antiseptic, that's the first, right? Name calling. Conspiracy theorist, the second. Name calling. So those are the two name callings. The first one hits a little harder, right? Because that's a more, you're a horrible person. conspiracy theory is what? You're a dumb person. And then 3, of course, play the victim, as we know. That's one, and they can do them all 3 at the same time. While number 1 must be embraced, number 2 must be boomerang. Oh, I see this. So you're saying to be more offended by number 2 than number 1. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. Okay, I like it. And then I'm gonna go to your one down here. Who really runs the world? JAKEGTV. Don't say. Okay, so this is what you want. You want to ask JAKEGTV when he comes on, because JAKEGTV will be joining us on the Homeless Left in a little while. He'll be here today on this stream. So you want me to ask him who runs the world and to tell him not to say juice. Okay. We'll see if we have time for that question, citizen. Thank you for the super chats. We did get one more come through here from Chris. Thank you so much, Chris. Nice news tie, looking sharp. And we took the cue from the news shirt, because Pasta was told he had a news shirt on last week, so I went with the news tie. But we didn't coordinate, so obviously we didn't do the each of us have the news outfit or whatever. Sometimes we've coordinated before, but sometimes it's just not. We got too much going on. We don't have time to like, hey, what are you wearing? No, we don't do that. We just show up. You just got to show up sometimes, guys. You just got to show up. Okay. Let's see what we have coming up here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and because I got to figure out where Jay went, because he should be here right now. But in the meantime, let's take a 2-minute, and we're gonna be right back with some World War III watch. Actually, you know what? Let me set another one. Hold on. No, this is fine. We're going to do a 2-minute. We'll be right back. Keep the super chats coming. Rumble rants. Appreciate the due dissidents. Rumble raid. That's awesome, guys. Welcome to the Homeless Left. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. We're going to have a World War III watch. We're talking about Iran, and we're talking about the Ukraine war as well. Both wars. It seems like a world war. It seems like it's been a world war the whole time. Okay, see you guys in a couple. Okay, here we go. We are back, guys. This is our 200th episode here on the Homeless Left. If you're joining us late, not a problem. You can always go back and rewatch our episodes. They stay up on both of our channels. We're talking about Rumble. Every single 200 episodes are up there on the live section. We stand behind all of our work. The only time our work goes away is when what? When it's removed by someone else. That's the only time our work goes away. So YouTube, we have a problem on YouTube because they like to remove stuff. They actually removed our entire channel at one point. We had to start the whole channel all over again. And that's why if you want to find us on YouTube, you're not going to find the Homeless Left. The Homeless Left you can find on Rumble. On YouTube, you're not going to find it because they told us our conversations were too dangerous for the community, that they were hurtful, they were harmful, right? Because words are violence, as we've been told. So we just started a new one. It's called THL Presents. So you guys can find us there. We keep our stuff up there as long as they let us. So we haven't had any problems yet. But we'll see. We're probably on the radar. That's for damn sure. We're also on X right now, and we're on Twitch. And I'm not sure if we are on Facebook, but if you're happen to see us on Facebook, drop us a comment. We'll see you in the chat. Hopefully, we've already lost some of our super chats have disappeared that were there earlier. That was very weird, very, very weird. But they did disappear on us. So we're trying to understand what happened there. In the meantime, let's get on to the next story now. We're going to be talking World War III watch. Looks like Jay Scott's going to be in. I'm going to just hold out just a second before Jay Scott gets here so we can do this. Yeah, we'll do this. I'm going to promote this right now because I was very happy to see an event that I'm part of. I'm going to be guest speaking at an X Spaces, and this looked pretty badass when they sent it to me. This is pretty cool. Little AI here. So this is already stirring up some people on Twitter in the Twitterverse. But yeah, we're talking about the United States of Israel, guys. You gotta come check this out. It's going to be at the end of the month on the 29th. So on X, so whatever, you guys can come in at 6 p.m. Pacific. It's a great, this is a great team, great group. These guys, they do these spaces like 3 times a week. And so I was happy to be invited, and it'll be a good one. We got a lot to talk about. As you guys know, we got plenty to talk about. So we're going to definitely at the end of the month, we're going to have a lot more to talk about as well. So mark your calendars now. Go to @MattWeinglass if you want to, find this event and just put a little, send me a reminder, or you know how it gives you that little reminder option. So just do that. And yeah, I just got to make sure. Why is he not coming in? Let's see. That's where I'm going to start right now. He'll have to join us. We'll have to join us later. Okay. Let's go ahead and do some World War III watch. Here we go. Actually, let me change the banner first. Let me get it right back to where we were. Yes, we are celebrating our 200th episode. Here we go, guys. It's time for some war. Oh, he got here just in time. I see. I was just going to start the intro, but let's go ahead and bring in our co-host right now. You know him, you love him. It's Jay Scott, everybody.
What's going on, Matt? My bad, man. Had a crazy day at work. I was up late trying to work on the document, get everything ready for the show. So ran a little bit behind, but I'm here now. So appreciate you holding it down. What's going on, man? Happy 200th, by the way.
Oh, yeah, man. It's feeling good, man. Feeling good. We're packing a lot in today, and like you, the sleep is always the last consideration. First consideration is that we do the work and we figure out, what the hell's going on, because, we know people rely on that, and, we feel that responsibility. And I know you have the family parenting responsibility as well. That's another thing. So I think people can relate to that, on different levels of when you have no choice, you have to show up. Right. So that's why we're here. And sleep, unfortunately, sometimes sleep doesn't fit into that equation. But hey, we make it the best of it, right?
I'm running on about 5 hours right now, and plus it's actually been a busy day at work. Had a few things pop up, so juggling a little bit right now. But you know, I'm here. As you can see, I got the festive colors on right now, you know, matching the theme and all that. So, you know, ready to celebrate this 200th episode for sure. So
awesome. Love it, man. Okay. Well, we're going to dive right in on the World War III front, because it seems like that, yeah, it's time to kind of try and connect it all together. The Iran war, Ukraine war. Let's see what we can do here. We're gonna go ahead and play this intro in, and yeah, guys, get ready. This is good. We're gonna go down a little bit of a rabbit hole on this and see where we are. Okay, here we go. It's the World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. And so many more people are saying that these days. We're hearing it from all over, actually. We're hearing people say, it sounds like the table has been set on all these different fronts and all these different regions of the planet, that it's all sounding like that when we look back on this moment, we're going to try and pinpoint when did the world go to shit in this World War III time that we're living in. And they might lock it in at 2014. Who knows? But whatever that case may be, we're watching it. We're here right now. I'm here with Jay Scott. We're going to go into what's happening right now as far as Trump's his maneuver when he's telling us all that talk about ceasefire. Never mind that anymore. That's basically done. So anybody who thought we were still in a ceasefire, well, no, we're not even going to pretend anymore. I got to share this one. Okay, here we are.
Is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kutcher. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Wow. I'm just, honestly, Jay, like, the audacity to make every accusation that he should know these are the accusations being made at him, because accusations are confessions. Everything he said in that cuckoo can't be trusted. You make a deal and you break it. That's all projection. Every bit of it.
100%.
But why now? Why is he saying no deal now? Is he going to go back and say, oh, we talked again, it's all good? How many times? Or is this it? Are we done? We're raining bombs now and we're done, right? Is that,
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? You know, this is kind of what, like I've been saying the whole time, he knows how unpopular this forever war is going to be. So by going through these steps, he does make it seem like he's been trying to make peace, right? Because if you haven't been paying that much attention and reading in between the lines and you're just listening to Donald Trump, you may think that we gave Iran a great deal and then Iran wouldn't abide by it because they're so crazy. So now Trump had no choice but to restart the war. If you listen to his narrative. So this could just simply be about painting the narrative that he's the good guy. He's really the peacemaker, but he just keeps getting pushed into war, like by these crazy Iranians. So I think that's the narrative, he wants out there. Now, in terms of, is this it? Are we full on blast back in war? I still am hesitant to say that the war is going to fully restart at this point in time. And the main reason I say that is because we don't have the ability to rain missiles down like the way we did previously. It's either ground invasion or we need to wait to replenish some of our munition supply before we start the war again full scale. So, you know, I don't know if they've manufactured enough consent to do a full-blown ground invasion. And if they do a full-blown ground invasion, you better expect there to be, number one, gigantic protest here in America, and number two, insane crackdown like on these protests using all the technology that they've been building, you know, behind the scenes. So I don't know if we're quite there yet, but you know, I've been wrong before. If I had to guess, I would lean towards they want to build back the munitions further before we send, you know, ground troops in over there. But that's my guess.
So we have now removed officially the sanctions waiver on the oil. So this is us saying, yeah, screw your MOU. We're not gonna, yeah. So it's done. Reuters report claims that the U.S. took the action in response to Iran's targeting of 5 tankers. And this is targeting. It's like they're controlling the strait. They're doing the thing they said they're going to do. But the spin on this is just, it's insane that we're going to say, oh, now we're going to not do the thing that we promised. And like you mentioned, Jay, the deal that we gave them is so, it's so good for them because of all the things we're supposed to do. And we can't get any of them to happen. So I think you might be onto something with this. Sell this to your base. Sell to them that Iran is just crazy because we gave them so many things and they won't. Why won't they accept our $300 billion, Jay? Why won't they do that?
They can't be negotiated with, Matt. You can't trust them. They're just crazy radical Islamists. So we have no choice but to blow up their whole country.
I mean, they must be insane to not accept our. We're trying to hand them $300 billion and they refuse to take it. I mean, the nerve of those assholes. But again, we also have this at the bottom. This is important. That drops at the bottom here. Oil prices again are beginning to rise, and the likelihood of Iran-U.S. deal succeeding has significantly decreased. Well, of course, I mean, I wouldn't even, if we had to put a percentage on it at this point, I mean, it was at like 5%. Now it's at like 0.005%. I don't know. Like, what are we talking about here? Like,
yeah, I think it's just like we're going to see the tit for tat exchange over a little bit rather than like a full blown like escalation, like what we had, you know, when February 27th or whatever it was, you know, popped off. But like, you know, the thing is, they're so upset because, you know, Iran is enforcing, you know, their hold on the strait, which is something we agreed to, like, you know, with the MOU. Now we agreed that they would control it, but you know, supposedly the fee implementation was supposed to happen, you know, after everything's been worked out. But the MOU did say that, you know, Iran would maintain at least control over the strait. So they set the rules and they said, hey, as you guys are passing by, you got to let us know and you got to clear it with us and then we'll do it. And what did they do? They tried to sneak behind Iran's back and hide and stick close to the Omani coastline. They got caught. Iran enforced their rules, and now we're bombing them again. So, you know, that's where we're at.
And it's been confirmed. The Epstein regime has confirmed it. They've struck southern Iran. U.S. Central Command forces have begun launching a series of powerful strikes against Iran to impose heavy costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping crewed by innocent civilians in an international waterway. The U.S. strike.
Sorry. And on the timing aspect of it, right? You know, I think it's interesting that the SpaceX stock has now been incorporated into the NASDAQ. So that now means anyone who invests in an index that tracks the NASDAQ, which a ton of people's environment portfolios are in, is now invested in SpaceX. And that's one of the things I said we should watch out for, right? You know, as these IPOs start to offload their shares from the early investors onto our retirement portfolios, you know, that'll be the time. That could be one of the things that makes things escalate a little bit. So we still have the Anthropic and the ChatGPT IPOs that are coming up too, and those investors need to get out. And the reason this is linked to the war is because as the war ramps up and the oil price goes up, which you just pointed out, the stock market is going to go down. And they don't want the stock market to tank too much before these early investors, aka the billionaires, can offload their shares onto the rest of us. So
yeah. Well, look, this is what's happening on the ground. We had, and you guys, if you weren't aware, they were conducting the funeral for their leader that we murdered, Ali Khamenei, who we murdered. They planned the funeral. It was over the 4th of July weekend. Millions showed up for this.
With his granddaughter. We killed him, his granddaughter, and a bunch of his family.
Yes. So they were having the family funeral for everybody we assassinated, and millions showed up for this, including Max Blumenthal, saying it's practically impossible to understand what a scene like this is, what it is. Like we couldn't create anything like this here for any fallen leader. I forget red, blue, Trump, whoever. Nobody would show up the way they did. So that's what he's reporting from. And then of course, I'm going to scroll up to Glenn Greenwald saying, yes, Max is in Iran covering this turnout for the funeral of their leader and the daughter and the granddaughters. So and somehow, and this is what Glenn is talking about here, is somehow Max has managed to survive, right? Despite being an American Jew. Well, why would he have a problem with that? Well, it has to do with what they're saying at their Zionist conventions about Iranians wanting to kill you as soon as you were in their arm's reach. You're going to be murdered because you're a Jew. And so obviously Max being there is going to put this boogeyman to shame here. Here's Max himself reporting from Tehran.
Destroyed synagogue that was bombed in the middle of Tehran by Israel. I was actually thinking about something that the demented Zionist carnival barker Mark Levin said, which is that if any Jew goes to Iran, they'll be instantly raped and killed.
If this regime in Iran could, it would murder every single one of you sitting in this room. Every single one. Every woman in this room, they would rape you. Every single one. If you had grandchildren here, they would murder them. They would slaughter them. Every single one of you here.
Well, I've been all around Tehran this week. I actually went to the funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and nothing happened to me. People would ask me, are you an American? Many people know I'm Jewish here. The authorities know I'm Jewish here, and nothing has happened to me. It's completely chill. Everybody knows that if anything happens to me or the Jewish community in Iran, it's going to be at the hands of Israel and the United States.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing you have to be afraid of. That's it.
And just to build on his point, right? Iran has the largest Jewish population in the Middle East outside of Israel, right? And do you know when the terrorist attacks in the Middle East started happening on the Jewish populations in that region? Can you guess when that started up? It was at the creation of Israel. Do you know why? Because the discrimination that Jews face happened mostly in Europe. Yes, it did happen at different times in the Middle East, but religions have tensions with each other. So Judaism is no exception to that. But as Israel got started up, there was all these terrorist attacks that started happening against Jewish, communities in the Middle East. And then we found out through Freedom of Information requests that it was actually just a bunch of false flags. Like it was literally the Mossad in Israel going around scaring the shit out of Jews all over the Middle East to make them think that the only place they'll be safe is in Israel, because they wanted people to come to their their colonialist settler colony.
Wow, that's incredible, and that's you have to create that, right? You have to, and this is one of the theories I have about New York. Not to change the subject, but it's about manufacturing fear, right? You manufacture consent, you're manufacturing fear, and the way you do that is you allow Mandani into the New York space, and that's the biggest population, the Jewish community we have here. LA's the second, but New York's the first, the biggest population. So you give them a reason to get the hell out, They're coming for you. They're coming for the Jews. They're coming for the Jews.
Mamdani isn't scared of Jews. A lot of Jews support Mamdani.
No. But I'm saying there's some that are no. But I'm saying there might be enough to be scared the hell out and move to Israel. You know, so you this is how you create a need to get out, because you've created a narrative that you are afraid for your life because they're coming for you. And so that might be one of the factors at play, because you've got to. How are you going to create more population of Jews in Israel as you're expanding all this territory? They have to come up with like another 1 million, 2 million. Where are they going to get the 2 million from? So I'm just saying you have to create. We know what they've done in the past, right? You create these false flag events. All of a sudden, you know, people need to run for their lives. They pack their bags, free trip to Israel, and it's a one-way trip, and you don't come back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they have people like who've gone to pro-Palestinian protests and started throwing up like Hail Hitler signs and all that, and then they find out that it's actually Jewish people or Zionist people, I should say, going there to do it. So, you know, like these false flags and, you know, this victim mentality, it's so old, man. Like, and, you know, it's literally goes along with the founding of Israel. Like Israel has only been in existence through a series of false flags to scare Jewish people and Christian people away from the Muslim community. So, and even when you look at, you know, the actual extremist groups out there, you know, like ISIS and Al Qaeda, they all have deep ties to Mossad. So this picture that they try to paint of the Iranian government is actually the picture that's being created by the Mossad agents, like all over the Middle East. So, you know, it's truly shame. And even this clip we're about to get into with this guy, al-Sharad, the new president of Syria, like we know who he works for. we saw him sit there and listen to Donald Trump, you know, pat him on the back and say, good boy, you let Israel come in and take the Golan Heights. And he just stood there. Like he just sat there and let Trump brag about the annexation of his country by Israel. And this is the former leader of ISIS, who's now the president of Syria.
So there's another, before we get to the Syria part, I think it's important we look at this, the thing we've been covering, the NDAA, which is the that's going through at the end, like literally at the end of this month. It's going through. Actually, it might be in the middle of the month. This is coming up. The NDAA, which is there's a clause that's going to merge the U.S. and Israel military, which is giving the Pentagon control of that money over to Israel. It's like $1.5 trillion, which might be the reason why Netanyahu doesn't seem like he's saying that they don't need our money anymore. And I thought that's highly suspicious. So this is I'm just going to play this because we didn't really hear this from him until recently, and I think the timing is very suspicious here. So let me grab this one. Hold on. Well, it's interesting because it's okay. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to get the volume on this. Let me see. You hear it? No. Man. What? You're on mute now. You're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. The caption pretty much captures, you know, like what they were talking about there. And long story short, you know, Netanyahu is now making his rounds on, you know, on mainstream news outlets talking about, you know, how dangerous. I'm sorry. Wait, that was the Turkey one, or that was no? Sorry, was that the Turkey one or that?
You know what? I think I grabbed the wrong one. Well, we're gonna say this. Look, there is a timing element to the fact that all of a sudden Netanyahu is not caring about getting our money, and I thought it was interesting because when Dennis Kucinich breaks this down, let me try to put this one up because this one is important. This is where Dennis Kucinich goes on with Tucker And what happens is he's exposing the scam, which is I think we talked about this idea that he's reject so Israel's pretending to reject this money, the $4 billion, because it knows that when this merger goes through, they're going to have the access to the 1.5 trillion. So it's just semantics. In fact, it's a cash grab here. It's not we don't need your help anymore. It's pretty bad. So when Israel has the ability to go in and out of our bank account without us even having to give the green light, we're in a whole nother conversation now, Jay. We're not having this debate anymore about who's driving the bus. If Netanyahu doesn't have to come to our country and get the red carpet service and the 50,000 applause, standing ovations, if he doesn't actually have to do that, and he can just tap right into the $1 trillion on his own, it's not looking good. Let me see if we can hear this clip.
Well, wait a minute. This is interesting. There are people who are now talking about, well, we're gonna cut. We won't give Israel any military funding. They don't need any military funding. They're in the inside now. They can direct the expenditures of over $1 trillion. What do they need a tip of $4 billion for when they can have influence over 1.5 trillion? Watch that. You'll encounter people who will tell you, oh, we're going to eliminate the military spending to Israel. Really? And you're going to bring them into the decision-making position in the Department of Defense for the most sophisticated spending that exists for the future national security and future defense of the United States of America. Whoa. Well, wait a minute. This is interesting.
Yeah. So that's why. So this is the thing. This is why they're doing everything they can to stop Thomas Massie, Ro Khanna, to get rid of this very specific amendment into this bill that Netanyahu claims that it was his, that he did it, that he's the one that added it in. When this NDA happened, so they've been shot down already. I think Massey's giving it another shot. I think there might be a decision being made on this next week. I believe it's on the 13th. So we'll keep our eyes open on that. But man, this is a fight to the end. And like Massey wasn't kidding, man. He said, my final months here, I'm gonna go out kicking and screaming. And I'm so glad he's doing that, because nobody does that on the left. They don't do the thing. AOC told us that she was gonna be that one-termer that took on the establishment. No, we need more of that. So when you become a one-termer, this is exactly when you want to fight back, because there's nobody else doing it. And it sounds like this is going to be a massive issue if this legislation goes through. That's my take on it, though. I know other people aren't as concerned because, they're doing it anyway. They're going to do what they want anyway. But for it to be legal and not have to run it by us, I don't know, man. It just rubs me the wrong way, really.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it makes it harder to stop, right? Like when they're this much integrated. So, I agree with you, 100% on that. And, I do believe that at the end of the day, if he doesn't even need to consult us, he can just start moving our resources, without telling us. It's just another level of control that we have over there. So, follow what gets put into law and down on paper, because it does matter. So,
well, here's the Netanyahu making the case for the next wars, right? Now that he's going to have access to unlimited funds, which I guess he's had anyways. I get it. He's already had it. But now he doesn't have to even go through the charade of making the case. Here's who's next up on the chopping block.
The other thing I'd like to say, because we're on the verge of the president's going to Turkey, look, Turkey is a great country, but it's governed by a man who calls openly for the annihilation of Israel. He occupies half of Cyprus, a NATO country. He's threatening Greece, another NATO country, and he talks openly about conquering Jerusalem. His foreign minister.
I don't think Cyprus is a NATO country. That's just I could be wrong, but I think he's just saying that. That's not true, but okay.
His number two said that the Jewish state hasn't a place among humanity. Basically, it has to be wiped out. His interior minister, said he looks forward to be the governor of Jerusalem. Well, for a regime infected by the Muslim Brotherhood, an extreme movement that hates America and chants death to America from that side of the spectrum, I don't think they should be given F-35s or the engines for their fighter jets, because that'll upset the power balance in the Middle East, which is ultimately guaranteed by Israeli air superiority and also by, I think, by America's posture in the Middle East.
Wow. So you got the next target ready to go. It's Turkey. We're hearing about Egypt. I mean, it's pretty wild, man. This audacity this guy has to continue to basically fast track. It doesn't seem like 7 countries in 5 years anymore, man. It seems like it's 12 countries in 2 years. It seems like that's what we're doing right now. 12 countries in 2 years. Yeah, man, I don't know. There's not enough resistance to stop this. Do you see anything else other than Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna fighting against this this financial access that I guess Israel will always have? They'll never not have it. It'll always be merged with our Pentagon budget will always be merged with theirs if this goes through.
Yeah, so I think this is a really interesting case, right? And to be honest, like in the interest of time, we can skip that screenshot that I plugged in the document because he kind of touches on it in that video anyway. But if Israel was to attack Turkey and go to war with Turkey, as they're integrated, with our military, then that's the end of NATO. Like that truly is the end of NATO right there.
Yeah.
Like unless Turkey was to leave. So right now we're seeing a little bit of a balancing act because, as Netanyahu mentioned just now, Trump is right now, suggesting that he's going to remove the arms restrictions that we have on Turkey. And that was originally placed there because Turkey decided to buy some Russian air defense systems. So there's some concerns over intelligence sharing, and if Turkey has access to the latest NATO weaponry too, it essentially just makes it easier for Turkey to coordinate with the Russians about how to defeat our weapon systems. But if there's anything we've seen in Ukraine, I don't think Russia needs that much help, to be honest with you. It does seem like they pretty much got that under control. So I think they also want to prevent Turkey from building up its relationship, with Russia and China, because it has actually been sliding more towards the East in terms of their geopolitical relations. So, making that offer to sell them arms and to sell them these advanced F-35 jets, and to remove all the sanctions, it is starting to worry Israel because right now they have the most advanced, jets in the Middle East. So if they do go to war, they can do some damage with that. If Turkey was to have a confrontation with Israel and it has those jets, Israel does not have, the air superiority that it had before. So my prediction, honestly, is, I still find it hard to believe that the war with Turkey is actually going to materialize, but it just shows you, how crazy, Israel is. So what I think is going to happen is I do think we are going to get into a protracted conflict with Iran. And I think that's going to be enough to tank our economy. And I don't think Israel is going to go too much further than that. I hope that Israel is contained and they don't wind up expanding beyond that. But the flip side is if I'm wrong, then yes, Turkey for sure, is a major target, as well as Egypt. So
yeah. And here, if you guys didn't hear you mentioned Syria earlier. This is official. The Al-Qaeda leader has done such a fine job. Well, I'll let Trump get the good news. It's great news that we're finally able to work with our enemies, and take them off take Syria off the terror list. Look at that. This is a proud day. Proud day to be an American.
Trying to remove Syria from the state sponsor of terrorism list?
I think I will, yeah. I think I will. Why wouldn't I? He's done a great job. Maybe he would have brought that up in a little while. But that's a good question. Yeah. Any problems with that? I think we should. Yeah, I will.
Are you going to remove Syria from the state?
And that's the same guy who wouldn't even condemn the 9/11 attacks. Like I remember they asked him, like when he went onto the news. So, you were kind of involved in Al-Qaeda. Like, what do you think of the 9/11 attacks? And he essentially just gave the reasons why, like he thought it happened without saying, like it was a bad thing. So, and in that same press conference, Trump pats him on the back and he's saying, yeah, he's doing such a great job. He's letting Israel take control of its territory because now Golan Heights is part of Israel now, thanks to, al-Jawlani and all that. So, I mean, like, we're in bed with the actual terrorists, and we're claiming that what people in the West associate with Islamic extremism is Iran. Like, meanwhile, you have plenty of Jews living in Iran. You have American Jews visiting Iran, walking around safely. It's just, people who aren't rabid Zionists and aren't filled with hatred. So, the contradictions are never ending.
Oh, yeah. And it's like, it's pretty remarkable because he's the guy, and you mentioned about how he wouldn't condemn 9/11, but CNN embraced him. He's on he did the rounds on all the shows. And if you guys remember, looking under his name, it would say al-Jawlani, and underneath it said him, he, him. I was like, are you effing kidding me? CNN's going with the he, him as he dances around the, I don't necessarily, hey, 9/11, the silver lining is all this shit we got to do from it. So I'm not going to necessarily condemn it, as you say, but I do go by he, him. I just need you to know that. I'm a reformed terrorist. Reformed terrorist.
Exactly.
And look, I just want to tag on to this because this is all happening at the same time. All of this maneuvering and positioning. We also have the Spain factor. Let's hear what Trump is saying right now about, I guess he's punishing Spain. I mean, it's pretty clear that's what he's doing here. But a lot of these decisions, it does come across very spontaneous, as you guys seen up the other clips we've played. Every time he's asked a question, it's like, oh yeah, that sounds, yeah, I think I'll disown these guys. I don't like them. I don't like Spain. So this is what he's doing in regards to, and these are our NATO partner, right? But so what he's saying is it's got a lot of weight to it if people took it seriously. I don't know if Spain's gonna take it seriously, but let's hear it right from the horse's mouth. I got to get to the other clip. Here we go. This clip. Here we go.
Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it out. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with it. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, he'll come running back. They treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too, great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figure they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right? Sure. Take it immediately. Don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people because, they have everybody else going and paying and working in Spain. In particular, Spain. There are a couple of others, but in particular, Spain. They're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them.
He sounds like a pouty little boy. Like I'm going to play with my action figures without you. You'll see how you like it. You're going to want to, I'm going to play it, and you're going to come crawling back. Do you think, Jay, it has anything to do with the timing of this? I'm just saying.
Just a coincidence. And don't forget, they're also, pushing back on some of the Palantir contracts and all that.
Oh,
too.
yes.
So, those are two big no-nos right there. So what's the response to that? Well, let's embargo and stop trade with our European partner and NATO ally as we embrace the head of Al-Qaeda, al-Jawlani.
Yeah, hey, you got to make an example, but I think Spain is up for it. These guys. They were the ones who actually cut off trade to Israel on behalf of the flotilla, right? They did the things, they did the hard stuff. They didn't care. And they're I guess they're the only team left in the FIFA World Cup that I say that it's at least the loudest voice for Palestine. I'm shocked they made it this far, but they might be made an example of there. But I get the sense that Spain in general, they don't care. They're doing what's right. They're gonna put this. They're gonna say, we have to get rid of Israel. We got to do the right thing. We got to, get aid to people, and we got to say free Palestine, and say hell no to Palantir. So yeah, all of that I think is enough for Trump to get a little bit pouty and say you can't play with my action figures anymore.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up. This was we packed a lot in on World War III watch, guys, but man, it's like they're like, can you guys do 10 balls? No, how about 11? No, can you do 12? 12 balls. We'll juggle 12 wars. So we're gonna say that from now on. It's 12 wars in 2 years, as opposed to it was 7 wars in 5 years. I think we're up to 12, juggling 12 balls at the same time. That's what it seems like to me.
Gotta love America.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'd like to just get right on to our next guest here. Let me see. I got to queued up a couple things here. Yes. And Jay, would you mind would you want to do the AI story after?
Let's do that.
I know we got to do quick on it because we have some other stuff coming up later. But this obviously we want to get to our guest right now. So let me show. I think I got everything queued up here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And if you guys are just joining us, you got here at exactly the right time, because we're just about to switch gears here, and all this talk of war, propaganda, turning people on each other, just fear baiting, manufacturing consent, manufacturing fear, all that going on. It's about time we start talking about third party movement. That's what it's about. I think this is the perfect time to do this. So
solutions,
third party solutions. I love it. Well, let's go ahead and get our next guest in here. So he's the national chair for We the People Party. It's an umbrella party uniting all third parties, decentralized, minimalist, people powered, all of those things. It's all about local action having a national impact. Please welcome back to the show, Levi Leatherberry. Hey, Levi.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. It's good to have you, and Jay here as well, because we know you guys both. It's a real people's movement that you've been creating with We the People, and I've seen so much progress since you've last been on the show, and progress in the sense that you are connecting this message with many people, not just a particular demographic. You're getting these conversations to have happen that I don't believe in my lifetime we've seen them at this level of nonpartisan, of people versus power, of what can we do to make this work. If there's a third party movement that we've lived through that hasn't worked, what went wrong with that? What can we do better? And that seems like what's going on here. I'm gonna jump to some clips here. We have from some people speaking out right now, but first, just from where you're at right now, what is the thing you're most positive about in this moment for We the People?
For the longest time, people were divided on whether we needed a third party at all. But after 2024, there was this amazing movement of people, in Mahan, independents coming together to coalition to try to reform the Republicans. We realized that reform probably doesn't work in the two major parties. Before that, they had Biden, the disillusionment on the left with the Democratic Party. Now it's happening on the right. So now people are open to this middle option, this new option. You even have some of the biggest celebrities in the country talking about making a third party and the need for a third party. And so it's a beautiful time to be starting a third party, because you don't have that first battle where you're saying, do you need us at all? People know that they need a third party, or that they need something new, some new approach. Maybe they don't know about the word third party, but they know that there needs some fundamental change to the system. Yeah. And now that's what we're pitching. We're selling. We're saying, yeah, we need to go bottom up. Every party is run top down by the donors, by the money. it does not run by one vote from each member. Most people assume that, but they have no idea. And so that's really helped us, and it's increased our audience, basically.
Yeah. So, and then there's like these big moments that we've seen happen that I know there's a lot of people that never thought you'd see Tucker Carlson leaving the Republican Party, let alone saying, I ain't joining the Dems. I want something else, something that the people can gather around. And then we saw him basically say this. He's saying he intends, Tucker Carlson says he intends to help build a third party, describing the U.S. as a one-party state posing as a democracy. I mean, these are the discussions we've been having on this show for like the last 3 years. We know you talk about this. This is what We the People's all about. Is this something, do you see an opportunity here to connect with Tucker? I know there's others as well. We'll get to them, but this is, I mean, I would say, is this a big fish here, right? Right, Levi?
Yeah, well, it's not just him. It's also Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah. Massey is potentially, Massey's a little bit reluctant. His interviews, he'll talk about third party, and he talks about the barriers. He's very aware of these barriers. But I think this idea that you can reform the Republicans after what happened to Massey, like, he is the example of why you can't reform it from the inside, because the money just pushes you out. If you have 1% disagreement, they'll push you out. You have to have 100% in line. And so it's not just that, like, even people on the left are starting. I mean, Tucker, as far as I understand, is having conversations with people on the left as well to talk about this new party idea, right? He doesn't only want to pull from the Republicans, because then that will kind of bias people's calculation as voters. They'll be like, oh, it's all just pulling from one side. No, they want both sides. They want everybody in between, the middle, independents. And so, yeah, we are all reaching out, but it's all still very much up in the air, right? There isn't a clear independent presidential candidate. There, until after the midterms, you shouldn't expect there to be, right? They're not going to announce anything until after the midterms, any side. But what you're seeing is movement where there was never movement before. What you would get is gaslit about how Bernie needs to go for the Democrats, and right, they're gonna change it from the inside. And you would see the DNC caucus, 10 years ago in 2016, you would see them all like anti-establishment. We take the money out of the party. Where are they? It's been 10 years. How did that go? Tell me how that experiment went. I think it was an F. That was a failure. It did not work. The squad was gonna, hold up Nancy Pelosi. They buckled. They called her Mama Bear after a year. AOC is calling her Mama Bear. That is not a good resistance, right? And so Tucker, I think, is right. There's a one-party system. We're very much like the CCP, except for we have two logos. That's the main difference between us and China, is we have different logos. China just has the one, and if they wanted to do a two-party system just like ours, they'd probably have to not change very much. I'm like, hey guys, just take the logo and everybody thinks you're voting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We just put out, we have the same bombs go to murder the same people, but one party just sends the bombs. The other one has to put all the logos on the bombs.
Oh,
right?
I know. It's
BLM, the rainbow colored bombs and all that. So
yeah, rainbow colored bombs. Thank you for murdering me and my family with rainbow colors. I feel so much more unified and like diverse as I'm dying or starving to death. Yeah.
And just to add to what Levi was saying about the moment that Tucker Carlson has helped building up right now, he's called out how it's a one-party system posing as a two-party system. And I think one of the reasons that people need to look into the We the People party a little bit more is because we're not just proposing another third party that is going to do things the exact same way as the other major parties that exist right now. And, I agree with a lot of the things the Greens say, the Libertarians say, and a lot of the ideas they have, but they also suffer from some of those same structural elements that the Democrats and Republicans suffer from, and that's the centralization of power. So, what I hope Tucker will be open to having a conversation about is not just the ideologies that we need to have to come together on, but also the structure of the actual party that we're going to be doing it under. And that's why, I'm glad we're having this conversation, and I hope it will encompass more than just like what are the ideas that we agree on, but how do we build something that has a better structure that's less corruptible. And that's where I think We the People actually stands out.
Yeah.
So a moment that I think was significant, you mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene. When she went on Piers Morgan, and she got a lot more specific than Tucker had gotten at this point. And so we'll just play a little clip of this, but I know your response to this was significant. And I saw that, and I saw people responding to "We the People" as you retweeted this, and using the verbiage she's using in this interview. We'll just play a little bit of it, but this is where you're starting to get people aware that there's actually, as Jay mentioned, there's actually a technique. It's not just feelings. We're gonna feel better that we said no to both. No, there's an actual plan. So I think she's starting to tap in on it here.
I think there's a group of us that if we decide to align, we could launch a true America-focused party that doesn't fall into the traps of Democrats and Republicans, but could align some serious players from the right and the left and move forward. But Piers, I'm also very realistic because I was in the system. I've served in Congress. I've run campaigns. I know what it takes. It's difficult to launch a third party. So the reality is, this isn't something that gets off the ground in just a couple of campaign cycles. This is a movement that has to be developed and would take time to develop. I'm not sure where that is right now, but I am in talks with people, and there are serious conversations happening, looking at what are the mechanics of that and the reality of it. But up Piers, I'll also say this is, it's going to take the American people to get involved. And the American people are the ones that really push campaigns. And so if the American people truly want to give a strong challenge to the failed two-party system of America, then they're going to have to step up, because it's not going to be a couple of players like Tucker and I and a few others that can roll up our sleeves and get this done. It's going to take a serious effort from everyone.
Yeah, and it's certainly so. I appreciate her cautious optimism, because it's like, hey, we have to take this seriously. And this is the tweet you put out with "We the People," which I love that this is the language we've been using. We know you've been using, Levi, the whole way. And I love that you this was for July 4th. You said this July 4th, declare your independence from the broken two-party system. I love that, because you're cycling back to the thing that RFK told us he was doing. But he wasn't doing that. He was just saying it. Now it seems like we really can do it in a real way, because Trump got his chance, right? Trump had his chance to show he was going to do things. No, he proved to us that you actually have to declare your independence. You can't just go through the motions like RFK did. And so I like that you said that. You got this out on July 4th. And I think it's gotten a lot. There's been even more traction since. Let me just play one more clip, and I want you to respond to this. This is what we saw from Kim Iverson, who's actually talking about "We the People" and making this connection, drawing from both sides and engaging with what some would call your enemy. Oh, we got to engage with. Yes, you got to engage with people that might disagree with you. That's actually a thing.
And that's what's got to be for this new "We the People" party. It has got to be where we sit down with what would be our enemy, and we would say, look, we are as American can be. We want the best for this country. And what we want is to rid ourselves of all of this influence that is ensuring our government does not work for us, but instead for the big interests. And we don't want that anymore. And we're here to put a stop to it. And that has got to be the message. And I absolutely hope that Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, I hope Ro Khanna joins that effort. I hope that there are members of the squad that join that effort. Yeah. I hope that there are others that are just more libertarian-minded, left and right libertarians that join. I consider myself more of a leftist libertarian, I suppose. And I would definitely be supporting of this, absolutely, 100%. Right now, obviously, the two-party system that we currently have, the uniparty system, is not working. So we need something new. And I hope these guys are successful. I can't wait to see what they come up with.
So yeah. This is important that the conversation is happening at that level, or does it's about local, and that's obviously the most important thing. But what are you gonna how can we the people leverage this is now being talked about at this in this capacity in a serious way?
Yeah, no, we're reaching out to everybody. We're willing to work with anybody to fight together. And I think that's what's unique. when you talk to some of these other party leaders or candidates, they're mind blown by the fact that you even want to work together. They're like, aren't we supposed to like hate each other? I'm like, look, politicians aren't your priest, right? They're not supposed to be telling you about morality and what you're supposed to feel and think, right? These people are supposed to do public policy, 80-20 issues, things that we all agree on, and get those across the finish line. Let's focus on the money and getting the money out of politics. Then we can argue about everything else, because then it actually matters what we say. But right now, both the right, the left, the middle are getting canceled and what they have to say by a tiny elite in DC who are bulldozing us with donor funds. Like, and so it doesn't matter what side you're coming from. Nobody's hearing your voice, right? They're not representing you. They're representing the PACs. And so you need a party that is PAC resistant, so then the voice shifts to you. And that's what We the People is. It's decentralized. So every member has one vote, which means you don't just bribe 3 people at the top of the state and then you get the state. And like, that's usually how it works, 3 to 5 people. And then that you get tens of thousands of races that way. We you know, you can try to AIPAC or bribe or the war machine or big ag, big pharma. And guess what? You're going to get 3 votes out of 1,000. Good luck. Good luck winning that. You know, that's not how you win. You can't bribe your way to victory with a decentralized party. With a centralized party, it doesn't matter what they say, left or right, you can bribe the top. And as long as you can bribe the top, it's completely meaningless what their ideology is or their platform. And so all politicians say nice things. All politicians promise beautiful things, and they never do it. They leave us, you know, they rob us blind, and then every election passes and they get angry at the other side. And we're wising up to that. Americans are starting to look around themselves and realize they're getting poor, the community is suffering, their country is suffering, and it's because of these elite group of people. What Ro Connor and Massey call the Epstein class, which is a unifying term, right? It's not right or left, right? This is the party elite, the political establishment elite, and the financial elite in New York City. And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to the money. And that's why we're focused on anti-corruption. So not only are we hard to bribe, we also focus on getting the money out of other groups, you know, other institutions. So when we put people into the county level or the state level, you better believe they're going to be looking for that money. And that's how you make real change. Like, talk all you want left or right, it doesn't really matter. And I think once we start getting those victories, we're new. So we're still just trying to get candidates and set up ballot. But once we start running and getting people in where they can get their hands on the money and then spending on Americans, everyday Americans, that's when people start to have that hope that something could be different. You don't need to have a presidential candidate in 2028 that wins. You need to have one that fights, that gets the issues on the table. You need one that's unifying, but you also need ordinary Americans to get their hands on the levers of power at the local level and then start investing in themselves. And that's how we make change. It's not by waiting for some esoteric policy or some giant culture war win, which will never, you know, we're all poor. And then, you know, if you're a conservative, like the Supreme Court wins on, you know, if you're a pro-lifer, right? That was a big issue on the right. They got the Supreme Court to do that and to change, you know, a lot of these laws. And guess what? The average Republican is now poor. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so these big battles they focused on for decades. And then how many people in Texas are now like wealthier because of these policies, right? Guess what? All that oil they're pumping out of the ground, that ain't going to you. All these wars, they're making you poor. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. Every single thing hits the pocketbook. And I think that is unifying.
Yeah, the culture war issues are actually what they on purpose like want us to focus on. And, you know, really quick, just to add to the benefits of decentralization that you touched on, Levi, you know, when politicians have to report back to the party about their decisions and why they're going to vote certain ways, that adds another level of opaqueness to how the party operates, right? But if everyone has the same vote in the party, like in the We the People party, the politicians are literally reporting back to the decision makers who are everyone in the constituency. So people think just because they vote for a politician in the Democrat or Republican Party that they're going to get transparency. You don't get that. You don't get the full logic behind the reasoning, because they're meeting with the power brokers in the party who have the ability to withhold their campaign funds in the next election. So if the people with the ability to withhold those campaign funds are your entire constituency, you have to be fully transparent with them. Otherwise, if you're betraying your promises and you're not doing what you're supposed to do, the people have the power to remove you in this party in a way that doesn't exist, like, you know, in the establishment party. So, you know, it's a new way to separate it. And really quick, then I'll pass it back to you, Mac. You mentioned how a lot of people felt betrayed by RFK. I was a big supporter of him, and I didn't like a lot of the things he did, you know, once he got into power. But you know, what we're doing differently is we're establishing a structure that is going to continue on, even if you have one or two people who you can't trust infiltrated, like at the end of the day. And that's why this decentralization is so important. It eliminates that point of weakness, and it builds a people-powered movement that isn't, you know, vulnerable to one person betraying the party, because the power is decentralized and the movement is decentralized. So that's what we're trying to do, eliminate those single points of failures.
So the highlights it being the most effective parts of this equation, the transparency, the decentralization, the engaging with other groups, other third parties. Wow, what a concept. Actually build a real movement, not just it's all about our group and F the rest of you. No, these are ideas that make sense when we hear them out of you guys talk about them. I wonder this, and I'll ask you, Levi, what do you think this is just some Rubik's Cube that we the people solved that no one else could solve, that RFK was just trying, I just can't figure it out. You try. And then all the ones before, right? All the libertarians, all the Greens, right? How do we do this? I just can't figure it out. How did we the people figure it out? Were they trying, or is this just because these things seem so obvious once you say them and knowing that no one else has done them? Were they not doing them on purpose? Did they not actually want this? I know it's a broad question, but in a way, it makes me feel like the Green Party never wanted to get more than 1.4%, or I think it was less than that with Jill Stein this time. They got less than 1% with the third place candidate. Got less than 1%. What the F happened when both parties were for bombing the crap out of Palestine? We had what the third option was less than 1%. Was that by design?
Yeah, so a lot of these parties, so we're a different generation of parties. First of all, they've been around before we were born. All of these parties, like I don't think any of us on this panel right here were alive before the Green Party or before the Libertarians, right? It's like our grandfather's generation. And so there was a very different country that time, right? They were not focused on decentralization because they had like a booming middle class, right? They had a very different set of problems. They were not worried about the money because they didn't have Citizens United. They didn't have any of these newer challenges that have been to the parties. Their laws were radically different 70 years ago. They were much, much more restrained. Like the money you could spend was like a tenth of what you could now. And people are still bought and sold at every level, but it was much more like, hey, we got to give people enough of a net so that they don't get angry, right? They would give you enough of a, you know, you could get a house with like working in a library. You can like get a house. That's when these parties came around, right? So like what they were focused on was on policy. So they were never structured to fight corruption. They were never intended to fight corruption. And if you're trying to fight corruption, your first question is, well, how do we not get bought? Right? How do our leadership not get infiltrated? And that's how you have to have decentralization. So all of them are centralized. All these older parties are top-down centralized, exactly like the Democrats or Republicans. They have different platforms. And whenever you talk to a lot of these leaders who've been around a long time, who have good motivation, they put a lot of energy into it, but they never want to work with you on anything because they think the platform is their identity. If you don't agree with us on these tiny set of issues, you know, there's 20 points and the 18th, 19th point we disagree. Okay, bye. Don't ever talk to me again. That's how they work. That's how they operate, which means they're top down and they're very picky. So it's like and then they create factions to coup each other constantly. So they spend all their energy cooing each other and not organizing or getting out the vote. And so like that's due to centralization. And this is core to the party. So this next generation of parties, and this is not just in America, it's around the world. People are trying to answer this question in India. You know, they're trying to answer this question in Britain or in Italy. Like all the democracies of the world have corruption problems. They've all become ossified. You know, the opportunities of the middle class is fading. You know, in India, there wasn't always a big middle class, but they have corruption issues just the same. And so basically what we're seeing is this new wave of parties. We're the first of it in America, which is bottom up truly and decentralized. A lot of them will have rhetoric where they say bottom up. What they mean is you get to vote on a policy, but their leader can just say no and withdraw anything. So like there's always a no they can do at any level on the policies or candidates. So it's not real power if you can't say no to power. Like that's not, that's the illusion of power. They're like, oh, you can come to our party and you can dance around and talking about these issues, and then when push comes to shove, we can bulldoze every single thing you want or say. And also one person has to do is pay me the leader, and then I can bulldoze the entire country or every state. So that it's just very fragile. And I think it's part of it is we have different challenges as a new party than they had 70 years ago, 50 years ago. It's also, yes, a lot of them are, like the DSA, for example, a lot of the playbook for the squad, and Jimmy Dore had this thing about force the vote, right? Yes. Where it was supposed to pressure them. That was from the DSA handbook in policy style, right? But they would never, ever use it. Why? Because they're a pipeline for recruitment to the Democrat Party. That's where you go if you want your university or you're starting your career and you want to fast track to work for Nancy Pelosi or like another insider at DC. That's the quickest way to become an insider. And so that is not a group for people fighting. That's why they're like on Breonna Joy's thing recently, they hung up on her.
Yes,
on
yes,
her.
We saw that. Yes.
And I've talked to DSA, like we have ballot in several states where they are, and we don't, like in Portland or South, they will never run ever. They have no interest in ballot or like running outside the Democrat Party. I'm like, really? This is like your moment. You got your Zoran going, who's supposedly this big solution, and you have all this narrative going, all this momentum. No interest in running in the general election, and they all got already 100% kicked out in the primary out of every role. So I'm like, you have no interest in 100% of the roles, and nope, don't even want to talk to you. I'm like, okay, well, I know what's going on here, this big picture, and that's not just with us. That's with I've talked to all the other third parties. They all have the same story. Even groups that are progressive or independent, they will all not talk to them or work on their ballot to run. So even if you get it up and running and you fight all the lawfare and you get all the ballots, you still have all these people who are reformers who just want to be an insider tomorrow. Like they're only angry because they're not the one getting the paycheck. Like that's their source of anger. It's not that they want reform. It's that they're not the one passing out the bills. And so that's what you have to do. And you have to have that's why our model, and I'm sorry to go on too long about this, but my point is that if the leaders have all the power, then your party is not different. The members have to have the power.
Yeah.
That's the only real meaningful change in America. And that's what I think will long-term allow us to start winning, because then we won't be fighting each other nonstop. We'll be able to actually run candidates. And it's hard to find people to even run when you set up a party. Getting new people is very hard to run because they're so indoctrinated that you have to be at like a Fortune 500 company at the startup level. They're like, why are you not having millions of dollars and already running thousands of lectures like day one? I'm like, we're like a new part. Like how, like their expectations. I don't even want to run if you aren't already the largest party in the country. So that is the thing in voters that's been beaten into them, that money is electability, because that's what Democrats and Republicans use to pick their candidates. They're like, who has the most fundraising? That's the one who's electable. They have electability, which means the most bribed person in every race.
Yeah, and really quick, just to add to that, and that's why one of our strategies is, yes, we are going to have candidates in, some of those bigger elections, but in a lot of the more rural towns in America, you have elections that are decided by, 100, 200 votes. So, if we start racking up a few of those wins, in these rural areas, a lot of times they're going to have access to statewide budgets. So we can expose corruption statewide just by winning in a small little county election, like outside, one of the major cities. So there are ways to start racking up some of these smaller wins to, build into something with even more momentum. So, and, one thing Levi, has also highlighted, a lot that I didn't realize before I joined the party was that over 70% of the elections in the country are currently uncontested. That means that there is a secret, unspoken, or maybe spoken behind the scenes agreement between Democrats and Republicans that Democrats are not going to really challenge Republicans in the stronghold states. There's no other explanation for over 70% of the elections being uncontested. And so what we can do in the We the People Party is we can highlight a lot of these uncontested smaller elections that are only take a couple hundred votes to win, that will not require hundreds of thousands of dollars to win the election. We can get the people together and allow them to take control of their political, direction as much as possible at the local level by doing it through the We the People Party. So that's a major part of our strategy starting out.
I think there's something happening that feels important and special and unique for this time. I'm glad you made that reference to force the vote, and I just think that's such a great reference, because it was it's a time when we realized, they weren't being honest. They weren't using their position of power to get something done for their constituents. They did everything they could not to do anything, and they went out of their way. And I love that Breonna Joy Gray brought that up. Said, "What do you got to bring that up?" And he leaves that interview, and it's these are the moments we won't forget. You can't put the curtain back and pretend that everyone's doing their best and working hard. No, we can see the corruption. We can see the intentional stopping of a movement. So understanding that, people we can't go back to how it was. So I do think something really special is happening right now, from the ground up and from the local level up. Levi, if you want, last thing you want to leave us with, and more importantly, let people know how they can get involved right now, because this is happening now. This is the train that's leaving the station right now. You want to get on it right now, and this is not a pitch. This is the time we're living in. This is it. This is the moment of truth. People versus power. Let us know.
That's right. And there's nothing more powerful than an idea who's met its time, right? Something like that. And that's true throughout time. And decentralized parties are going to spread throughout the West. They're going to spread throughout America. We don't have to be the only one. We just want to lead the charge. We want to lead the charge of putting power in the hands of the people. We want a diverse ecosystem of options and choices on the ballot. It doesn't hurt us in any way, shape, or form to have a stronger Greens or stronger conservatives running. At the end of the day, as long as they serve the people, they do what they say, and if they get elected, they actually walk the talk. That's the only thing we want from our candidates, is not be bought and sold. Are you actually representing the people and not a PAC, not some shady insider? And that's all Americans want. We're very reasonable people. We're can you just build the bridge with the bridge money? Can you build the school with the school money? Is that too much to ask, that you don't do open fraud and take that money and, for war and put it into Wall Street to, help your pension fund for politicians? It's just so incredibly reasonable. We just want the country to function and to work. And, there is a lack of candidates in most of these third parties. That's something they don't tell you about. And a lot of the libertarian parties or green parties, there's no candidates, right? There's 5 in the whole state out of thousands of races. And that's because they've beaten down the hope that something could be different, that everything isn't rigged, and that votes don't matter. Well, guess what? At the local level, you can count to 100. Well, good. You can double check your election. You can read the ballot. At these local races, there's such tiny vote counts. You can easily, with 4 or 3 volunteers, check them, every single one. And you're legally allowed to do that. And you can make sure that you win. People are talking about governor's races when there's millions of votes. You don't have to only start with billions and millions of billions of dollars and millions of votes. That's ridiculous. Everything is not about making a Fortune 500 company, Fortune 100 company. It's about serving the people. Small is good. Just going to your farmer's market, you should go to your local party. Right? It should be like that. It should be supporting local politicians. It's not about, does he have the McDonald's sign in 500 franchises? Well, if he doesn't have 500 franchises, how can I go to this restaurant? That's crazy. That's a crazy way of thinking.
I love that analogy, Levi.
Yeah.
So next time someone puts up a fight about, well, wait a minute, how big is your franchise? What?
You're why?
No.
Why do you want a big franchise? You want big ag? Day one? You want you want a party. What you're telling me is you want a big ag party where everybody's bought and sold day one, and then you want to talk about the issues. You're okay, talk to me after you get the APAC money. Then we can talk. Talk to me after you get big pharma money. Then we can talk. That's what they're asking. They're literally asking to take the bribes and then come talk to me. And then they're wondering why a system built on corruption is not changing. It's like, hey, you know, you as a voter have tremendous power. With just you and your family, you could probably swing most neighborhood elections, most city elections in your tiny town, because they're not the whole city. They're usually sections of the city or town. With you and a couple neighbors in a small group, you could swing counties. With you with a decent sized group, 100 people, you can probably swing states and state races. Like it does not take huge numbers. It just takes you showing up with your community and your family and your friends. That's it. It does not require big money. It requires American people to start fighting in these 70% of unrun races. And then we can bankrupt both the parties and call their bluff and say, really? You want to pay for 10,000 races? You're used to paying for 1%, 10%. You know what I'm saying? They're not, we can call their bluff and see how much they want to pay. You know, it's easy to pay for 2 or 3 races a year. And then like the Massey race, you know, well, what if we had thousands of Massey races?
Right.
You know, these aren't that big of countries that are doing this money. Like we can do more than their whole GDP by just doing a few counties. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so like you can really
think about that. Think about that point. Over 70% of the elections in the country are uncontested. What if we take that 70% and we drop it to 50 or 40%? Think about how much more money the establishment is going to have to spend when they have to adjust their strategy for each different election. Because guess what? If the Greens run, you know exactly what the platform is going to be, and you know how to advertise against that. You can run the same ads against them in every single state. Same thing for the Libertarians. But if the We the People Party adjusts its strategy and its priorities and its issues based on what the people in that local area want, that means they need to have a different strategy in every single place. And because the party simply prioritizes the issues that the people on the ground want solved, their campaign is going to have to be, well, you shouldn't vote for these guys who want to solve the issues that you say are important. Because why? Because the constituents are the ones who decide the issues. So you have to go argue to those constituents. Yeah, they said they're going to solve the issues that are most important to you guys, but don't vote for them because, I don't know, that's a hard argument to make if you ask me.
Yeah.
Well, let people know they can get involved right here at WTPN. That's WTPnational.com, where they can find their local or closest to, I would say, that they can get involved from their particular state. And I know you have activity going on all across the country at that local level. So I urge people to go check it out if they haven't yet, because this is the conversation that we tell you. These are the conversations happening at every level right now. Everybody that's tired of this duopoly, they're having this discussion, and this is the space to do it in. Thank you so much, Levi, for joining us again on the Homeless Love. Always appreciate conversation with you. So
thank you. Yeah,
you got it. Okay, we'll see you next time. Okay.
And really quick, he didn't get a chance to share this good news, but again, I just got to repeat it for all the new viewers today. We just got statewide ballot access in Florida, very recently. So that's some great news. I want to make sure people know of. So especially if you're in Florida right now, go to that website, reach out, build that party, go wherever you are. But I just wanted to share that. And lastly, built into the party, we prioritize star voting. That eliminates the spoiler effect, and it's a new system that I think people need to look into because it's a lot cheaper than ranked choice voting. And it essentially means that you get 5 points that you can dedicate however you want in the elections within the party. If you want to put all 5 of your points towards one candidate, you can do that. If you really like one candidate, but the other guy has a better chance of winning, you can put 3 of your points towards the guy who you really like, and then maybe 2 points towards the runner-up. So
I like that.
Start voting in every, in every possible way within the party. And I think that's something we need to start thinking about more, because the spoiler effect is one of the reasons why third parties sometimes have trouble, right? Because, that's what they said. If you vote for Jill Stein, you're voting for Donald Trump. That's what the Democrats said, because you're taking a vote away from us. If it was ranked choice voting, you'd be able to put 3 points towards Jill Stein, 2 points towards, Joe Biden, but you could still put the majority of your points towards Jill Stein. And, yeah, so it's something we need to look into, and we've built that into the We the People Party. So another reason to get involved if you didn't have enough just based on what Levi said.
Great. Excellent, Jay. Okay, let's keep you here for just another. We're gonna knock this one out quick. This is important because, well, it's on our header, so we got to do it. It's the flock protesting. We're gonna do this. We're gonna call this one artificial insanity. I was told I needed to turn the volume down. I haven't done the volume. When I upload it, I do. So just guys, it's just for 10 seconds. I got to turn. I'll get it re-upped with the volume down. But I think it's a pretty badass opening. Here we go. It's time for artificial insanity. Here we go.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things,
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
It's artificial insanity. It's so insane. I'm going to move it this way. There we go. I don't know. I just kind of like it on the left there. I'm here with Chase Scott. We're going insane with all of the artificial tech that's being integrated into our daily lives. It's part of the surveillance state. We've told you guys that the whole way. They know that too. That's what the billionaire class, Epstein class, they know exactly what they're up to. But what do they tell us? What's the sell? What's the sell on this new safety equipment? Well, that's what they call it, safety equipment. The sell is that it's for our safety. So we're talking about the flock system. This has been integrated into our daily lives, into our cities all over the country over the last couple years. And it's just, there's just more and more of these things popping up. And the sell is exactly that. It's safety. It's for your own good. It's, we have to beat China. It's, we have to do it because lower income people and elderly, they need to be looked out for and cared for. You don't know if they have a heart attack, they will be able to document and see it and get them help. So it's all these stupid ideas about they're doing it for us because they've cared about us the whole time. It's not for any other reason. But the problem is we know it's for the surveillance state. We know it's for, especially when it's about the police state that's involved here. It's that you're now guilty until proven innocent because an AI is going to determine it before a cop even has an opportunity to. The cops are going to be too busy being predators. That's kind of their thing. They can now use information to go after people. We covered that on the show before. So the data gathering, again, it's not for our safety, but it's for compliance. Let's look at a couple of recent happenings real quick. We got this one horrible situation where a police showed up at the door of this woman with proof, and I say proof in quotes. This flock camera decided that she stole a package. Of course, she didn't do that. She had a timestamp video that she didn't do it. And the cop refuses to watch her proof because he had the proof. It was flock. Here it is.
Cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Chrisana Elzer learned the power of flock firsthand.
You were in town from 11:52 until 12:09 exactly. Like I said, nothing gets in or out of the town without us knowing.
When a Colorado police officer showed up at her door holding flock snapshots of her truck.
And here's when you left at 12:09. That's when you left town.
To get.
No, to stop at Ridge Trail.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. Well, there's no shushing. I don't need to be.
I need to know where this is.
The first thing he pulled out on the body cam is that flock picture, the clear photograph of your car.
But here's your vehicle in the neighborhood many, many times, apparently casing houses, because you just can't drive through for work or visit other businesses. You can only be casing houses.
It is her. It is 100%. It is locked in. There is zero doubt. I wouldn't have come here unless I was 100% sure. 100%. It is certain. It is on video. You're obviously welcome to go to court.
Chrisana was charged with stealing a package, but it wasn't her. The porch pirate was somebody else. Multiple times you tried to show him your video evidence. He didn't want to see it.
No, even when I called him back, he said, that's not my job.
You looked at a time of a crime. You saw my vehicle entering in the flock.
No, what I did was I did an investigation.
You called my wife a liar. You saying this is fact.
I have video evidence. I don't know what you want me to say.
The charges were dropped after.
So obviously the cop doesn't know how to do his job, but that's the whole point, right? You're not supposed to, you always get to be, have your time in court or whatever, but you don't get to make the decision So this is going to happen more and more, Jay. This is it's pretty bad. I just want you to just one more example of this. A Florida cop meeting a woman on an Apple TV set. Then he goes and he uses the information, the DMV data, flock camera, to basically stalk her. He chases her down and almost causes a head-on collision. So this is another example of the police taking advantage of this excess power and ability to do whatever they effing want with information that is no longer private to the citizens. They have access to everything.
A Florida police officer speeds 70 miles per hour down a two-lane highway, not to chase a suspect in a vehicle, but in pursuit of a woman he met on the set of the Apple Plus TV show Bad Monkey, which he had worked a security detail shift on a few weeks prior to pulling her over. How did he find her? By abusing a network of AI license plate reader cameras where he put her license plate on a hot list, meaning he would get a notification in real time anytime she drove past one of these cameras. Videos that we sped up here show the cop, Lamar Roman, passing a dump truck in a no passing zone in his chase for the woman's vehicle. He passes another vehicle, nearly causing a head-on collision with a white pickup truck. When he finally gets his cruiser directly behind hers, he flicks his sirens and lights on and pulls her over. According to court documents, after Lamar met the woman on the set who he catcalled and harassed into giving him her full name and Instagram details, the cop illegally looked up her vehicle information on David, a Florida Department of Motor Vehicles database for law enforcement, so he could find out where she was at all times. Roman told investigators that he saw the woman as a, quote, shiny thing, and knew that using surveillance tools to track her was illegal, according to police records. He told investigators, quote, I knew that when I put her into David, I'm like, fuck, and that's why I stopped right there and nothing else. But that wasn't the end of it. He investigated the woman, then used a powerful license plate tracking database to find her location and chase her down, as seen in these videos 404 Media obtained from Roman's police cruiser and court records.
I mean, we saw this coming. This is not a shock. It's hard to watch because you know that these are just a couple examples, and this is happening everywhere. Everywhere this is happening. We covered on the one where we covered, I believe, a couple weeks ago, a really bad one where a Florida man was accused of a theft. Wasn't even in the state, or he wasn't even in the state of Florida. They got him in a different state because I've never even been to the state. He loses everything. He loses his job. He loses his custody of his kids. He loses everything. And then he has to be in jail. And then he finally gets released. But it's like, so this stuff is going to keep happening until people have enough of this.
Yeah, and you know, the case you mentioned that we spoke about a few weeks ago, just to remind everyone what happened there, you know, the cameras and the AIs aren't that good at telling apart different black people, and it was just another black guy with dreads, and you know, the one they had on camera was a black guy with dreads. So thankfully, this woman did not have her whole life destroyed, and she got arrested based on this false evidence. But you know, when it's people of other races, sometimes they're not that lucky. So they arrested this guy, even though he was clocked in on his job there in person, not working remotely. Had they just done a little bit of extra police work, they would have known that that guy, you know, could not have been in the state at the time because he was physically somewhere else. So the abuses of power that we're going to see start at harassment, you know, just simply showing up to someone's house. It can go to stalking, and it can go to completely destroying someone's life by putting them in jail and causing them to lose their job. And, you know, we've seen other examples of, you know, murders that have happened in the middle of flock camera neighborhoods that don't get solved. So it's like, you know, what are the flock cameras actually doing other than being used for mass surveillance? Well, when we do go into war with Iran, full-blown war with Iran, not just this little tit-for-tat stuff, when they decide to put boots on the ground, we're going to start seeing protests happen all over the country. Unfortunately, that's when they're really going to put these flock cameras to use, because they're going to want to know who's organizing. And, you know, like, what are they doing? Where are the protests going to happen? That's the main reason these flock cameras are going up everywhere, because they want to be able to suppress the dissent. And it's not just the anti-war movement, as we're about to see right now. There's a mass pushback happening against the flock cameras themselves and the data centers themselves. And we're already seeing these flock cameras being weaponized against people who want to push back against it.
So breaking, flock safety surveillance cameras are increasingly being targeted across the U.S. Recent incidents have involved cameras being painted over, smashed or cut down. Ooh, hit with lasers to disrupt recording, deliberately vandalized by an individual's opposing automated surveillance. Uh-oh, that sounds really, really bad, Jay. The attacks come amid growing public debate over AI-powered license plate recognition, privacy, and government surveillance. Several cities have also paused or ended flock deployments following public backlash. You don't say. So protests can actually work. Interesting. As ALPR networks continue to expand, physical attacks against surveillance infrastructure are becoming both cyber and physical threats. Oh, here's the video. Check this out.
A report has emerged online claiming that flock security cameras are being targeted with laser pointers, raising concerns about damage to surveillance equipment in multiple locations. According to the circulating accounts, individuals have allegedly been using green laser pointers directed at the cameras, which may interfere with their sensors or temporarily disrupt functionality. In some reported cases, the devices were said to stop working properly and required maintenance or replacement. The incidents have reportedly led to increased repair costs for the company operating the systems. Technicians are sent out to assess and restore affected units. The exact extent of the damage has not been independently verified. Online reactions to the situation have been mixed, with some users expressing approval or encouragement of the behavior, citing concerns about surveillance and privacy, while others have warned that intentionally damaging public or private monitoring equipment may carry legal consequences. Authorities in the company have not issued detailed public statements confirming the scale of the issue, and it remains unclear how widespread the problem is or how many devices have been affected.
You know what I liked about that report is that the opposition isn't saying it's morally wrong. They're saying, watch out. They might come after you pretty strong, but be careful how you go about destroying it. I love it. So there's actually not a divide here on no one wants this. Nobody wants this. The only divide is how should you go about the protest against it? That's really it. Nobody's for this. So let's be clear. This is one thing we can all unite on. But there is going to be problems. There is going to be pushback. This man got 18 years in prison for destroying 3 flock cameras in Rio Rancho, New Mexico. This is not a fun one here.
Where license plate reader cameras were destroyed, then replaced with a flag. Police say the man behind the crime cost the city thousands in damages. News 13's Bianca Hoops has that video.
A series of vandalized cameras have Rio Rancho police questioning who did it.
So that's where our ALPRs were, the license plate reader. Someone stole the reader and replaced it with this flag. We had the same thing happen yesterday off of Metalwork. When did they do that? I have no idea.
In May, Rio Rancho police found at least 3 flock cameras, also known as license plate readers, destroyed. The solar panels attached to them were stolen, then a flag was hung on top of the camera poles.
Is there a reason why they're doing this? Do you guys have an idea? I think it's somebody who doesn't like license plate readers.
Within days of the investigation, police pull over a truck that matched the description of the car tied to the flock camera incidents. In the car, they find multiple flags that were similar to the ones in the vandalized cases. The driver, 44-year-old Jovan Martinez, was arrested for an unrelated warrant and has since then been released. Police say Martinez admitted to the vandalism when they asked about the flags, and he even took videos on his phone every time.
Oh, look at my work, gentlemen. So all these cameras popping around, the flock cameras, they are not ours. Look at that.
Then, within a week, Rio Rancho police got a warrant to look out for some of the missing equipment at Martinez's home, even bringing in a SWAT team because of his criminal history, including assault.
Because I'm missing 3 solar panels and 1 flock camera.
Like I said, I threw them in the trash and put them on the side.
Because we tracked 1 here in this area.
Police say Martinez caused more than $20,000 worth of damages.
And the reason this happened, John Martin, is because of the history that you have in the court.
Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Like, I'm so looking forward to this. You have no idea.
Okay, so obviously he didn't think through the consequences on showcasing that. You don't want to really showcase this when you do it. But yeah, I guess but that's not enough to deter people. Obviously, people are going to keep fighting back on this. Yeah, I mean, it's there's going to be examples made of, but if you, as noted in the previous post, if enough people resist, whatever local police or city, they have to maybe reconsider doing this. So this is good that people want to fight back on this. Yeah, it seems to have some effects.
Sure. I mean, going after like individual cameras, I would say, like I get why people are doing it, but it could be an inefficient way, at pushing back, right? The efficient way is to mobilize your community and to get your city council to have all the flock cameras removed. So that's, in my opinion, the best way, to push back against what's happening. But, long term, we also have to ask ourselves, like, hey, is there another way that we can solve this problem? Because in my opinion, they're going to continue trying to install these cameras like everywhere. And if there's another way we can control how this information is accessed, that's at least worth looking into, right? And that's why I always encourage people to look up the theory or the idea of decentralized identity, where you have control over how your digital footprint is accessed and who is actually, accessing your information. They have to explain themselves and they're accountable, each time they do it. And they do have a system like that in Estonia. So right now, because we don't have any ownership or control over how our information is accessed, I think we need to get rid of the flock cameras completely. But once we have that in place, then we can talk about, is there another way, to implement some of this, like in certain areas. I don't know. I'm against it overall in general, but we do need the decentralized identity in place, so we are notified and we know anytime someone is accessing our information, and they have to explain why. So,
well, I think these tech companies are getting a little nervous, and they thought they would put out a little PSA for us as far as why they're telling us to leave flock cameras alone. Okay, guys, they're super serious about this. So just pay attention. Why you should, mind your own business and leave their stuff alone.
Leave flock cameras alone. There's no need to label all the flock cameras in your area. And don't put plastic bags over them either, because all that does is cost the company time and money. Grow up. I know that you can use a $50 high-powered blue or green laser like this one to permanently blind flock cameras, but come on, guys. Why? Definitely do not use the camera map on deflock.org to find cameras, approach them from behind on foot with a spray paint extender, and spray them. And if you do that, at least make sure that you have your phone in your pocket so we can identify you using the Bluetooth and 5G. There is no reason to spend $20 on a hard hat and high visibility vest and then buy a $30 Sawzall with diamond tip blades to cut down the entire pole. That's because the cameras and solar panels are clamped with a simple 8mm socket, so you're just doing too much. The cameras have about 12 hours of backup battery, so they will be transmitting Bluetooth and 5G that we can use to track you. So under no circumstances should you put the camera inside of a Faraday bag while the battery runs itself out and then break them down for parts, because that would prevent us from finding you, and nobody wants that. If you do any of these things, it's important that you do not buy a pair of Vader facial recognition blocking glasses.
Nice.
Because then it would be impossible for us to identify you and charge you with a class 4 misdemeanor, which is typically just community service or a small fine. And for the love of God, do not attend your city council meetings and demand that they cancel your city's flock contract. We need these cameras. Peter Thiel is a benevolent overlord, and we should all be grateful that he loves us enough to keep us safe. Grow up.
I don't know if you caught that, but when he said Peter Thiel, the caption said the reptilian. I don't know if you caught that. But that was pretty good. So
that's great, man. I love it. I now know what not to do and how not to protect myself from not doing that thing that we're not.
Don't even think about it, guys. Don't even think about it.
Yeah.
So
I love it. I love it. Okay, I think we got to wrap that up. Unless you want to just quickly look at the SpaceX. Oh, we could save that. Or I think I gotta move on here. I think
you gotta move on. Okay, no
I think
problem,
so.
man.
Because we got another guy coming up here, and I got to get to another couple things. But just real quick, man. I just want to say, thanks for being part of what we've been doing here on the show, and just building this movement. And I appreciate all of that. Just kind of bringing your energy and that third party non tribal energy we need here, and just being just a great a partner here, teammate on this show. And I can't believe we got to 200, and we're gonna see where it goes from here. But yeah, man, just wanted to just give my shout out to you on that. So
no,
yeah.
for sure, man. I'm loving the growth. We've grown the subscribers, we've grown the views. We've broken 100,000, like on lives before and all that. So, the next time we hit another 100th episode, hopefully we will have broken 200,000. Like on a live by that time. So yeah, man, at the end of the day, I love what you're doing over here, Matt. Non-tribal approach. That's what we need to focus a lot on. So appreciate you having me on as always, man. So
awesome.
Keep
all right,
up the
Jay.
good work.
Take care. All right, we'll see you next time. All right, Jay Scott, everybody. All right, we're gonna fast track some stuff because I got some stuff I want to share with you guys before we bring in our next guest, because we're going to have JAKEGTV will be coming up with us shortly. But before that, and that's going to be a good one, we're going to be talking about censorship. And I see all the chats coming in, guys. I have to say, look, I appreciate I think Leslie will be in here with us, Nurse Leslie, to do some talking back, and we'll have a nice professional discussion with you guys, honest discussion as always. But just make sure, and I think I saw just a little bit of want to make sure that we keep cool and are respectful to each other in the chats in the meantime. But we're going to get on to the next segment right now. I saw this one from Citizen that came in. Just wanted to say thanks for the super chat. Don't watch Grogu. You took less to see Spielberg. Hasbro. Okay, look, that was work. We had to go see the Spielberg movie for work-related purposes. Okay, just so you know. We had to see it so you guys don't have to, and then we can report back to you what the predictive programming element was. And it was great to have seen it, because then we had a better discussion with Derek Bros about it when he came on. So it's work related. We're not gonna go, but just saying, there's more calming films than that one that aren't about capturing, manufacturing our consent and all that stuff. You guys know, but thank you for that, Citizen. Let's go ahead and get on, since we're on the topic of HOLLYWOKE, and we haven't done one of these in a while. Let's get right to it. It's time for some HOLLYWOKE. Here we go, guys. This week in HOLLYWOKE, a very difficult story it came to our attention, and I have to tell you guys, it was not something we were gonna necessarily report on in this realm, in the This Week in Hollywood realm. It seemed like it was meant for a different type of discussion. We had a Hollywood child star recently found dead, and we see this a lot, and we want to look at what happened. Was it a sudden death from something medical that doctors are baffled from? That's what it seemed like at first. And if you look at this story about it, you might get the same impression that we did when it first was reported. So here's the initial News report on this child actor. And if you don't recognize her, you will soon. She played the girl, famous character in the movie franchise The Ring. And unfortunately, she did pass away. And we'll see how reported on it.
Details about Dobby Chase's death have been revealed. The 35-year-old, who voiced Lilo in 2002's Lilo and Stitch, died on June 16th from acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, also known as AIDS, with substance abuse considered a, quote, significant condition contributing to her death, according to the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner records viewed by News. The documents state that Chase died in the hospital, with her manner of death listed as natural. At the time of her passing, the actress's boyfriend Roy Hernandez shared that Chase was battling meningitis and a blood infection, telling TMZ her organs ultimately shut down after developing sepsis. And a week before her death, Hernandez shared a glimpse into the 35-year-old's health battle. Writing on a GoFundMe page, Dobby was diagnosed with meningitis and several serious blood infections. Her condition has become critical, and the doctors have told me she may not have much time left. He continued, all she ever wanted was a place where we could live together, feel safe, and be happy. Now, more than ever, I want to give her that sense of hope and peace in her final days.
Okay, so just like you might be thinking, our original thought about this was that they're trying to write this off as somebody who lived a hard life, spent all her money, right? Ended up as an addict on the street and then got a sudden medical condition. And we thought, okay, well, that would be something that we'd look into and see. I wonder, you know, other factors in the medical arena that might have played a role in this. But then we were hit with something I didn't necessarily think was even a thing until we saw it. And I was like, okay, this starts to make it a little darker of a story. And here we go. So this child star that was found dead was right after exposing Ashton Kutcher as a child trafficking kingpin. So this former Hollywood child star with links to the highest levels of the industry has been found dead. The authorities are calling it non-suspicious. But this story is actually quite explosive. DeVay Chase was a bubbly child actress who lit up screens in the early 2000s. The talented girl with the $1 million smile who vanished into the darkest corners of the machine. And just days ago, she paid the ultimate price for trying to expose it all. She revealed that she was trafficked through a hidden network of elite abusers protected by money, influence, and power. And she named the names, including Sean Diddy Combs and Ashton Kutcher. And she described him as the man, as a Hollywood child trafficking kingpin. So, according to whispers from former crew members, insiders who've gone silent, they say her own final post, she was targeted early, handpicked by one of the industry's most notorious predators, as we know, P. Diddy, and linking it to obviously multiple child stars over the decade. The list is so long there, from Bieber to Usher. And of course, Diddy had other people working for him, and that would be Ashton Kutcher. We've seen interviews with Ashton where he looks very nervous and squirmy when the topic of P. Diddy comes up. So we've seen that. But apparently he played the wingman. So the charming face he made, the children think it was all fun and glamorous. Then we looked at this old clip from the VMAs in 2003. Here it is.
Villain is DeVay Chase, the ring.
I totally love what I do, and playing Samara was definitely one of the best characters, or should I say the creepiest. So this whole movie has been a great experience for me, and I just want to thank everybody. I just want to thank everybody involved with this movie, and especially director Gore Verbinski. And also I want to thank my mom, my grandma, and God, without whom I wouldn't be here. So,
by the way, Gore Verbinski, he did, he used to do a bunch of music videos, and then he started directing films. He did the whole Pirates of the Caribbean, Johnny Depp. I've been in a room with the guy, oddly enough. I'll tell you that story another time. Very weird experience with that guy. in a room with him for a Pirates of the Caribbean. I think it was the part 2. It was an audition, and it was very bizarre. So just so you know, they're not mentioning him here, but I'm telling you guys, they're all in on it. This guy's kind of a weirdo. I'm going to tell you from personal experience. But anyways, apparently he liked directing her in this film, The Ring, and she's winning the bet. This is like one of the iconic villains. So watch what happens next. If you guys never saw this, watch what happens next. This is really creepy, right? And this is on live TV.
And I just want to say,
You're doing so good. You're doing so good.
I just want to say, everyone will suffer.
Coming to the after party tonight.
Yeah. 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 You're doing so good. You're doing so good. Pretty creepy now, right? Pretty creepy to see now. New context. This is what we do. We go back and we look at stuff they didn't think about at the time, and you look at it again and you go, wow, that's pretty disgusting. All of that was. So, as for this innocent girl, Dave, she was paraded around like a fresh product by Diddy and Kutcher, right there on live television. The world clapped, and nobody did a thing. When she aged out, around 18, 19, she was no longer the fresh-faced commodity. They tried to flip her. They offered her a new role to be the madam, the recruiter, handler for the next generation of broken child stars. She refused, so they discarded her like a used, rotten carcass. That's their language in the leaked emails that alleged recordings insiders have described. They've already destroyed her credibility with the addiction they forced on her. Imagine that. So these kids that end up knocked off their fame, maybe there's addictions that are forced on them. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Millions in residuals sitting around untouched while she spiraled. Wait a minute. I just assumed she spent all her money like an idiot. Wait. Oh, they intentionally put her into a spiral. And then they hoarded her money. They got her addicted to whatever they got her addicted to. And she ended up on the street. And that was fine for them. That was fine that she just stayed away, and good riddance. So why the death now? What happened now? So this is the classic playbook. But what was the thing? Well, let's look at this last few days. So fast forward to her final chapter, living in an RV with her boyfriend, like they said on the E report, battling the demons that they gave her, but she still had her mind. She remembered last week. She still remembered. So just last week, she reactivated a long dormant Instagram. So she went onto Instagram and she posted a series of raw, unfiltered replies to powerful figures in the industry. She named names. She accused Diddy of years of sex trafficking and ritualistic control. And she said that his trial was a cover-up. Here's what she did. This is her going on Instagram. She says, this dancing monkey trafficked me for years. His trial was a circus, rot in hell. And then she went over on Ashton's, because Ashton's talking about returning to acting. And what does she say to him? You should not be allowed anywhere near kids. You pimp them out. You rape them. You drink their blood. You're a sick monster, Ashton. Well, that might have done it right there. And there you go. She called Ashton the central figure in the Hollywood trafficking network, selling young souls to VIP clients to climb the ladder and maintain his place in the industry. She said the machine runs deeper than anyone imagines. Bloodline families, secret societies, and an ancient religion that requires blood sacrifice. She tagged accounts and then silence. Days later, she was dead. And that's that. And they're not, he's not going to look into it anymore. Ashton's not going, he ain't going into any trial. P. Diddy already went through this theater. It's pretty much over. People moved on from this. And that's a shame, because we talk about HOLLYWOKE. We make fun of it because it's about getting in line. You're only allowed to be mad at the time that they tell you you're allowed to be mad, and then you have to keep your mouth shut when it's time to keep your mouth shut. Me too is only when it's politically beneficial. When it's not beneficial, shut your effing mouth. If you want justice for Tara Reid and her abuser Joe Biden, shut your effing mouth. Believe all women when it's convenient for us. Same in here. Believe all victims unless it's inconvenient for us. Shut your effing mouth. But we care about people. We're diverse and we're open. We're loud. No, we're not. So Hollywood's all bullshit. Hollywood's all bullshit. Here's just one more example we saw of another child. And these child stars, they didn't on their own decide to spend all their money, do a bunch of drugs, and the hell with life. That's not how it goes. They are affected by the torture that they are put through, they're inflicted with. It's child abuse, it's sexual abuse, and their parents aren't there to help. If you saw that clip where she was getting that award, there's a shot of her mom taking a picture from the audience. Yay. As her abusers are up there going, "You're doing great. You're doing great. Coming to the party, coming to the white party." Mom's in the audience going, hell yeah. Selling her daughter out. There you are. One more example before we end this one. This is a guy, I don't know if you guys remember this kid. His name's Rick Schroeder. He used to be called Ricky Schroeder. He's a former child star of the show Silver Spoons. If you ever watched this thing, pretty good show. Pretty good show. Then he lost his career for a little bit, came back, did a couple stints on some, I don't know, some cop show, I think. But he never really regained his fame that he had as a child actor. And then what happened? Well, he just released a video about what he was tortured at, how he was tortured as a child. I'm going to play you a little clip of it. And you can see the wear and tear on his face. And we have to start paying attention. Again, these are not washed up actors that don't know how to go back to normal life because they got spoiled by the good life. The good life was not good. The good life was torture and pain and abuse. That's what that was. And you can see it in his eyes when he sent this video out just a day ago.
Child actor Rick Schroeder recently released a video of a childhood experience he had in Hollywood where he believes he met members of this cult.
Let me explain. When I was young, I couldn't drive yet. I was hanging out with the older guys. And on Point Doom, and somebody popped in a cassette tape into a VHS player. And there was a room with a body, I believe it was a male, laying on a table. And people came around the room. It was dimly lit, but they had hoods and robes on. And they had some sort of ritual where they took out a knife and they cut him down the side. It was his right side. And they took out parts of him, and the blood started flowing. And they were chanting. And there was women there, and they took off their clothes, and then they took the blood and they smeared it on their bodies and started to be sexual with each other. It was quite disturbing to see. And so they gave me the cassette, and I took the cassette to somebody I trusted, and we watched it. And they said, never watch that again and give it back to whoever gave it to you. So I did that. but I was always confused about why they didn't ask where it came from. And so I believe that I met.
They didn't ask because they were in on it too. That's why, because you were totally alone. You were a child who had nobody they could trust. Everybody was in on it. You take a tape from one person, show it to the next person, they filter you right back in. That's why. And that must have been just absolutely just horrific to go through that as a child.
Some of the cult members when I was younger. If in fact we have no accountability or justice, it could be because these people that are supposed to bring us justice and protect and defend the Constitution are corrupted by this cult. I have no fear of them. You know, I only fear Jesus. And so perhaps whoever's investigating these folks needs to go a layer below the top and come up from the mid-level, who are not cult members or been blackmailed by the cult possibly. Because that's the only explanation I have for why we haven't had accountability and justice.
That's the only explanation you have, because a lot of people thought that Trump was going to go in, and I'm assuming, I don't know his voting record, but I'm assuming I've seen him discuss before. There was something about this moment that Trump's supposed to come in and he was going to expose the deep state and do all this stuff. And this is a look of somebody not only defeated by that his vote didn't work, or the thing we were told was going to happen isn't going to happen, because they're all in on it. They're all in on it. Not only is that a look of the defeat and the despair of that, but the look of somebody he's actually a victim of it. And so this is horrible. This is a guy who's, what does he have left? And a lot of us can relate to the fact that there isn't anybody actually working at the top to do anything. He's saying that people are supposed to be their jobs and look into it. They're not. That's right, because they're all part of this because of the cult. It's the Epstein class. It's a billionaire class. It's the same people where you take the evidence that one guy gives you the tape, this horrible thing as a child, and you say, oh, and you give it to someone else and you say, hey, what? And they go, no, give it back to that other guy. Everything's good. They're all in on it. What a realization to have at this point, and why he chose to put this out now. I hope other people can start appreciating this experience as what it actually is. It's a tragedy story of complete abuse and torture, and the most horrible thing you could imagine that they can do to these kids, these young girls, young boys that you just saw. And that Rick Schroeder's still alive today. His eyes are dead. And it's like, so those out there, and I've seen, I know, we know who you are. Those that were mocking these people before because, oh, Rick Schroeder can't get a job anymore. Oh, look at him. I have to be very clear here. If you were one of those people, and I'm talking to you, Anna Kasparian, because I'm not going to forget what you did to this guy. I remember it very clearly. During COVID, you did a whole segment on TYT mocking Rick Schroeder for not wanting to wear a freaking mask when he walked into a Costco. You did a whole segment on it. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go look it up. Anna Kasparian just mocking and belittling this former child actor who was raped and he was abused by the system that spat him out at the end. He was tortured and abused by having to be isolated with this experience, this completely disgusting experience, and no outlet from that. And all he wanted was some sort of resistance movement. Of course, to not wear a mask and walk into a Costco. There's nothing effing wrong with that. I hope people can have a look inside at how they got to a place where they thought that using their platform during COVID, that was the time to punch down on people because Rick Schroeder was out of work. What a loser. That's what they did on TY. I just want to be clear. This guy that says, where's the justice for this disgusting Epstein cult that abused me as a kid, and they're walking away free? Where is the justice? So let's get on the right side of that now. Let's reach out and apologize to the people we need to apologize to and say, We didn't know. We fell for it. We were mocking and yelling at each other, and we didn't know they were playing us the whole time. We need to all get together and relook at this, especially in this Hollywood shit, man. These kids are the most innocent of all, and when they grow up, they're still innocent because they never got to recover from it. They never got acknowledgement. They never got to rehab from it. They never got to heal. So they're still the victims in their adult age, if they're still alive, unlike the girl from The Ring who's now dead. And no one at E is going to say anything more about it. So a darker segment than I was hoping to have on HOLLYWOKE, but we got to cover this sometime. So that's it for this week in HOLLYWOKE. Okay. We are going to move ahead with our next guest here in just a second. I just want to make sure we're all set up here. Really excited about this. Guys, we're keeping the show moving strong today. I think we've had just only a couple hiccups. I think we had the one with the StreamYard threw me off for a second and I got right back in. So that was like a little 1-minute hiccup. And I saw we had the Rumble rants coming in. Oh, the Rumble raid from Due Dissidents. You guys stayed put. I like that because you guys all came in and then the tech problem happened and you guys stuck with it. We reset. We're all good. So that was pretty awesome. Other than that, I have to say we had, yes, because of a couple of the timings on people, we had to move some stuff around. So I think we will be cutting one or two things. No, we'll be cutting one of the segments, but I'm going to come circle back and we're going to get you guys some top censored news. We're going to get you guys some loudest voice of the week. And we might even be able to squeeze in, oh, we know what it's not. So all that's coming up later. But we're going to do our next guest right now. This is exciting. And then we'll talk to you guys with Talking Back with Nurse Leslie. So there's a lot more show coming up here. So here we go, guys. Let's move on here to our next guest. Let's give him a proper introduction. Returning to the show here. He is a health coach and a journalist, an AI content creator, which challenges the U.S.-Israel war on humanity machine. I like that. War on humanity machine. I kind of like that one. Please welcome back to the show, JAKEGTV.
What is going on, Matt? How's it going, man?
Great, man. How are you doing? And it's been crazy times even since we last had you on here. How you holding up?
I'm doing great. I mean, since the last time we talked, I've been banned on Instagram and YouTube. They seem to have, flagged me. The FBI said we are shutting it down, proving me completely right once again.
Wow. I saw that come up on my feed. I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me, man. Yeah. And it really strikes us really deep here because we've had these type of incidents happen. We've lost, as and our viewers know, we lost our original YouTube channel. The Homeless Left doesn't exist on YouTube anymore. It was so when I saw you have this and you posted this is triggering for me, but I want people to see this. So this is what happened. And you put this out on your Twitter and you tag the right things. This is what you got to do. You got to tag Team YouTube, the YouTube creators. This is what you do when this happens. My channel was terminated overnight with no strikes, no warning, and no indication of which specific video violated policy. And that's how they do it. That's what they did, Dusty. There's no explanation.
Yeah.
The channel covered current events using a mix of real commentary and AI-generated satirical content, which is awesome. Man, I absolutely love your stuff, man. And with this, you covered your bases. You said I enabled YouTube's AI-generated content disclosure when publishing these videos, so you check every box when you do your uploads. If I violated a policy, please tell me which video and what specifically violated it. Give me the opportunity to understand and correct it instead of permanently deleting years of work overnight. Please review. And then this was the actual notice. And this one this just sends a chill down my spine. Your channel won't be put back up on YouTube at this time. Wow. We've taken a careful look. What have they taken a careful look at? This is absolutely insane. You've been violating hate speech. So, and again, they're not telling you anything, but what do you think it was that was the last straw or the thing that made this happen? Do you have any idea what it is, or just the entire
I've got an idea. Okay. I've got an idea. And I appreciate you having me on this 200th episode. It's an absolute honor, Matt. You've done a great job here with the show. I'm psyched to be here. But so basically last month I went out to New Jersey and did a little podcast out there in New York. But I spent some time in New Jersey in Paterson, where they have this Free Palestine Day, and all these people come out. It's a huge population of Palestinians, but there's also a huge population of Jews in Chabad Lubavitch. And you could see as you're driving through the area, tons of these houses basically where this Jewish tribe, they're the ones who basically push for Zionism in our Christian schools. You could see that Trump, he goes out to Israel and meets with a lot of the Chabad Lubavitch, and he pays homage to their Rabbi Schneerson, who died in 1994. Well, I say all that to say that there were some Free Palestine rabbis out there who I came out with good faith, legitimately. I think that what they're doing, what they're saying that Zionism is terrorism, it's Satanism, and they actually admitted that, which is crazy. Yep. So I came at them with good faith, thinking that they could answer the questions that, as much as we want to talk about Zionism being an issue, what's up with the other 109 countries that you guys have been kicked out of? And why do you think that's what's going on with the Talmud? So I brought up this, and I had like a 36-minute interview with the Free Palestine rabbis. And when I asked him, why have you guys been kicked out of so many countries? I really wanted an actual answer. I wasn't trying to like poke at him or make him feel, offended. And he just basically came at me and said, you know what, my grandparents were in the Holocaust, and that you can't say what you're saying, and that what you're saying is going to increase anti-Semitism. Oh, no. And I meant it with good faith. I just wanted to know, 1,030 civilizations, I'm super psyched that you guys are talking about Zionism being an issue, but why have, is it usury? Is it interest rates? Like, what is it? And, he couldn't give me a straight answer. So I brought up the Talmud, and I was saying, okay, what does this mean that we're goyim, and that we're like subhuman beasts, and that there's verses in there that talk about like how you can, grape a 3-year-old as long as they're younger than that, because then they will, their part will grow back. And the only person who committed a sin is the actual Gentile who caused the Jew to sin. And then there's laws. I think it's Baba Kama 113a that talks about how, Jews may lie to circumvent a goyim. And if you read into the actual context of it, and he asked me, he's like, oh, where does it actually say that? And I mentioned it, Baba Kama 113a, and I did my due diligence to read the actual context of what it says. And it basically says that if you commit an act against the law, a crime, that you tell the Gentiles that that's a Gentile law. And it's basically what you see in our judicial system, where these random groups of people are just protected from trafficking, pedophilia, all these different things. And you see that people who commit crimes can just flee to Israel, and they're fine. All the time. So it just shows that what is in this Talmud is actually practiced in our law. I brought all these things up to him, and afterwards they surrounded me. They were asking everybody that I was with in my group, saying like, oh, who is this guy? How many followers does he have? What's his name? They wrote all my information down. And then afterwards they well, one guy on the side, he was filming me the entire time, and he kept looking at the rabbi that I was interviewing, and he kept shaking his head like, don't say anything, don't say anything. This guy's asking the right questions, and we're here to basically make it so it's like, it's not all Jews, and it's Zionism is an issue, which I totally agree. But like, let's talk about the other 1,030 civilizations that they've been kicked out of and then let back in over a course of 109 countries. I just really wanted an answer legitimately. I'm like, oh, thank God I can ask an actual Jew who might have a good answer. But he just did this whole run around. Everything that I asked, he could not give a specific on, and telling me that I took everything out of context. Well, 2 days after that, I hadn't uploaded anything on my YouTube for about 7 days. My YouTube I get a notification saying we took down your YouTube channel. I appealed it, and about an hour later, they came back saying your appeal is denied. So, I mean, is it a coincidence? A coincidence? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say it is. It was probably them. So that's why they were pretty much asking you, getting all the information they could. Yep. This is how they're going to respond to you going too far Right. And what I mean by that, they were like informants. Like they had paperwork written down. They were writing down all our information.
Yeah.
Afterwards, they asked to take a picture with me. Who are they sending this to? They don't have social media accounts. Why do they need to know my social media account? And they asked me for my phone number and all this. And when they asked to take a picture, I was with Eric Warsaw, and they took a picture of him and wrote down his information too. He had a weird like Telegram hack the next day where they were trying to get his information, but who knows if it's related. But just the fact that they can terminate my channel without a strike, without a warning, without telling me like, oh, you uploaded this was the part that wasn't right. They didn't allow me to fix it. And so this is IDF Mossad tactics.
Yeah.
And this is what they do. So that's what I think happened. Long story short.
So I'm hearing your story, and I it's very relatable to me, and I want to try to help connect this with some of the viewers, because I understand that, you know, it's easy for us to get a little nervous. We're talking about, wait a minute, you have rabbis speaking out against genocide. That's a good thing. Let's not stir the let's be glad for that, right? Let's be hopeful. And I think this sounds honest to me. Like, how great would have been if he answered honestly. That would be awesome. What a place you could have gone with that discussion. So obviously that would be a good thing. So clearly you wanted that. He didn't do that, and then you acted accordingly by doing follow-up questions. That's what journalism is. You're supposed to ask follow-up questions when you're not getting the answer. You're like, wait a minute, what about? And you came prepared. So that's what you do. So bravo for that. Yeah. Here's the connector, because I know we're in new territory. We're in territory where people aren't used to this. If I do something wrong, I'm going to be called this horrible thing. The worst thing you can be called. It's worse than, some say it's worse than conspiracy theorist. It's worse than anti-vaxxer. It's worse than all the things we've been called. This is the worst thing. So you don't want to be called it. So here's the connector. We have it on the left, where we come from, what used to be part of the Democratic Party for 20 years. There's a moment where you realize it's okay to stand up to Bernie Sanders. It's okay to say, you're faking it, dude. There was a time when it wasn't. When we said, they said, no, Bernie's the only guy speaking for us. Well, he's one of them. Well, no, he's not. He's got an I next to his name. He's not really in the Democrat. He's saying all the right stuff. Great. Then we'll go up to him and we'll talk to him. And the people that did that, that were in his campaign the second time, went up to Bernie and said, you're not doing the thing that you said. Why? And he got so upset. He said, get out. And he kicked out like 16 people out of his group that in that 2021. And there are people that wanted answers. Why are you saying you're doing something, but you're not answering the effing questions? Right. So I want our audience to understand that this is a relatable situation where at the end, when we look back, we say JAKEGTV did the right thing. You're the guy who did the follow-up question. You weren't just comfortable with, well, at least he's on our side. We can just keep it friendly and we don't have to actually go there. No, we want to go there because we want to make sure that there isn't any of this control. It's called controlled opposition. I think that is something that you spotted, and bravo to that. And it takes courage to follow through with that, especially right now. This is such a delicate time, and we have to be, anybody who wants to be part of the movement, let's not ask them about the Talmud. It's like, no, we've seen we know this thing is disgusting. It's crazy. I want
Jews can marry, but can violate, but not marry a non-Jew. Like, what is up with that? Like, we can violate. Like, explain that
age range that's like you can do from this age and then this. What? Who the F put that on a page? And so, why are you not denouncing it? Why are you not just saying, yeah, that's bullshit? Why just
say
just say that's effing bullshit?
Yes.
I'm embarrassed to be associated with that. Just say that.
Right. And I'll throw him a bone. Like he was very, anti-Zionist, anti-Netanyahu, anti-Israel. They're not allowed to go there. They're committing a genocide. I'm like, yes, man, great stuff. Yeah. Now, what's up with these other things? Because people are going to continue to have questions. They're not just going to go away, you know? And like, I want to know, my audience wants to know. You could give us these answers, but like, we also have questions that we want a good answer to. And if there's not a good answer to it, then like, we're going to continue to press on it. Like, we press on things that we have an issue with. And, there's more to it than just this last civilization, 1034 other ones. And they made an example out of Germany, and basically said like, acted like that was the only time it ever happened, and stopped noticing. And I'm just not very good at letting things just be. We have to logically understand these things, because you could say all the right things, but I'm gonna still press you on the things that are wrong. Like, if you follow the Talmud, it's pretty satanic. Like, you're telling us that Jesus is burning in excrement and feces for all of eternity, and Mother Mary is a whore. Like, that sounds like our greatest enemy. No matter what you say about Zionism, that's it's antithetical to Christianity or anything that's good, you know? So Judeo-Christianity, it's like, okay, we're not saying Zio-Christianity, it's Judeo. So let's understand what this whole Judeo thing is. And he couldn't give me a good answer. He just told me I'm taking out of context. So
yeah. But you're going for understanding. I think that's why we have to ask these questions, because we weren't. And you mentioned Germany. It's like we were taught a certain story in school, and it's like that's not doing any sort of critical thinking. When we say, well, why? Oh, all of a sudden for just these 10 years, Germany was just a functioning country like every other European country, and then all of a sudden it got evil out of nowhere, no reason, and then it went, and then 10 years later it went right back to not evil. But not only was it evil, just make sure you understand it was the greatest evil ever to have ever happened and ever to ever happen ever again. And it's like, where's our follow-up questions? Why weren't we able to? So this is exactly what needs to be asked.
Right. And I do have follow-up questions about that as well. Like, I'm not just going to blindly be like, okay, now full, Heil him. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, there's still questions that I have as well. Like, why did we end up absorbing all of the Nazis afterward? And why does the word Holocaust in itself mean burnt offering? It almost sounds like it was part of this whole ritual to create this narrative that they're the victims and they always will be the victims. And who knows where he ended up? Maybe he is in another country or Argentina, or he fled somewhere. I don't know. But what I do know is that a lot of the things that he was saying were pretty spot on. Like, dude, I've got a book right here. I don't know if you could show this.
Yeah. Here, I'll put this up on the bigger screen here. Let me see if I can go it like this. Here we go. Yeah.
But yeah, here's some of his essential speeches, and we just have to understand like why their economy did so great when he rose to power. And like, he was giving these loans to his country. Basically, like, if you had one kid, you pay off 25% of your mortgage. If you have 2 kids, 50%, 3 kids, 75, and 4 kids, your entire home is paid off. So like, they're incentivizing their own country into having kids and working and being productive members of society. And a lot of things that he talks about in this book is, if you're going to work in this country, then you need to work for the country. You can't just extract from people. And that was his biggest qualm. And I still have that same qualm with the people in this country. Like, why are you the ones saying that let the Goyim do the real work while we bet on shipping futures, like it said in the Epstein files? So, there's like, why? Like, and why do they own all of the hedge funds and the Federal Reserve, and why do they just print the money and they can just artificially inflate all of the numbers, and they want everybody in a Rothschild central banking system? And you look up the countries that aren't in a Rothschild central banking system, and those all happen to be our enemies with terrorists in it. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And that's the other thing that we're like looking at all of our greatest enemies. Like you said, I mean, we killed them one at a time. You get Saddam, you take Saddam out. We got to take out bin Laden. You got to take out Gaddafi. And it's like, look at what Gaddafi was saying. He was saying, we're against, we are fighting against the Epstein class. He didn't use the word, but he said it's this, the worshiping of Baal. It's this whole thing that we were completely shut out from. We didn't know that there was an actual movement against the people running us and controlling us. And of course, they're going to be our greatest villains. They told us they were our greatest villains, but they're the only ones not on the Epstein list, right? It's like, it's not funny that it's Iran, North Korea, China, Russia, Venezuela. Isn't it so odd? They're the only ones not incriminated.
Right. Right. Maduro was out there talking about how, we're fighting against a pedophilic class, and that we don't have an issue with the American people. We have an issue with the American government and the policies that they're pushing, because we're basically Israel's power bottom. Everything that funds who they are, they're just like sucking off of us because we're one of the largest countries. We have one of the largest economies. So they've been able to push things from the left to the right. And you see with Charlie Kirk, he was talking about how, that the Jews are the ones who push for our open borders, and also are the ones who push for our wars. and he was calling, you know, Lindsey Graham a neocon, and basically saying that we should not bomb the nuclear facilities of Iran. We don't know what we're getting ourselves into. And then, you know, this whole Tyler Robinson narrative, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. The Tyler Robinson case seems to be falling apart. But again, like when we're not exactly like holding our breath, because we know that they have ways to manipulate, even when it's so obvious. Like on live TV, that you got these officers, they didn't even do their team huddle. They have no idea the problems in the narrative. They didn't know. There's so many things they weren't even aware of. And then that tape that was shown was supposed to be some gotcha that the prosecution had whipped up. And the judge says, what does the judge say? You can't submit this because you guys edited the shit out of it. It looks fake.
You're talking about when he's running on the roof?
Yes.
Yes.
The roof shot.
Okay. Yeah. They tried to give us the Erica Kirk, like, you know, the emotional narrative afterwards. Yeah. But it's like, all right, the FBI just gave us a clip of this guy running off a roof. So if you have the clip, like from the start, it was a crumbling, terrible narrative. If that really had that camera footage, they would have shown him shooting on the roof. They wouldn't have cut that part out. Very basic, simple stuff here. If they had that footage of him on the roof taking the shot, case closed. But no, they're going to throw out emotional narratives, all these different things. They wanted us to believe that it's the left. The left is coming after the right. The left is going to kill the right, and that it's the trans furries that were mad at his anti-trans narrative. And it just completely crumbled apart because their narrative was just so terrible. And then you'd have to ignore the idea that he was basically saying that we shouldn't bomb Iran. That's why I'm saying that. And, you know, he was saying that October 7th, like, why was there no stand down order? You know, he was mentioning all of these things and what did it ultimately lead us to doing? More noticing. We're noticing more. So, you know, I hear sometimes the narrative of like, okay, Charlie Kirk, he was probably planning all of this and everything is staged and everything's fake. But it's like, what was the outcome? They wanted the outcome to be like, all right, the left is crazy and they're going to kill the right, and the right is in a good position. But it ended up just making us realize that, like, okay, well, actually Charlie was pushing back on a lot of the MAGA narratives that we should be pushing for war, and they needed to get rid of him. And who is it all for? It's for the Talmudists.
Yeah. Now, another part of this you brought up, I saw you went on Stu Peters recently, and you talking about the financials. I got a little clip here because I liked it. You kind of did a little investigation here on the financing behind you know, all the shady stuff that was going on behind TPUSA. So here's a clip from that interview.
Basically, donors give money to TPUSA. TPUSA loans $350K of that into a company Charlie owned. That company uses it to buy a premium on a jumbo life insurance policy on Charlie's life. Once he dies, TPUSA, they recoup its loan. The leftover millions go to whoever Charlie named as private beneficiaries.
And the payout was what upon his death?
Somewhere around $20 to $50 million payout. The nonprofit pays the premiums now. The family gets paid later. The nonprofit merely recoups its loan. And often the insured doesn't pay a dime, so the donor money does. The payout only triggers when the insured passes away. So in short, charity money basically becomes a death benefit jackpot for private beneficiaries. And so who controls the structure? I mean, that's the biggest question. The policy isn't owned by TPUSA. It's owned by a shell company called GGLF 2023 LLC, owned by Charlie Kirk. So the main thing is they didn't run this through TPUSA's books. They tucked it away in a Wyoming shell where nobody can easily see who benefits.
So I'm assuming the Utah court has all this information and is going through it like very efficiently right now. I'm just joking, right? They're not looking at any of this, the work you did on this, finding the shell company, right? I mean, this says a lot here.
And this is what a lot of rich investors do, is they'll basically take out a loan for life insurance, and then it doesn't pay until it gets triggered. So basically none of the money is paid up front, and the earlier they die, the more they benefit from it. And the fact that this was taken out so recent, it just makes me think that it was like forged in his name. They were planning to get rid of him so that they could take out this huge life insurance fund. And nobody wants to get mad at a grieving widow, but this is how she's going to benefit from this in this GGLF life insurance fund. it's crazy, and this is what they did, and it's a huge incentive for them to get rid of him. Is the quicker they do it, the larger the payout.
Was Tyler Robinson supposed to die that day? Did that plan go wrong, or did they account for this? Because I remember there was these 2 text message chains, and I think the court does have those, and they contradict each other. One is that he's going out in a hail of bullets. I think that's plan A, and then plan B is the one they went with, which is no, I'll turn myself in. And then both can't be true, but he's obviously alive right now. Was he supposed to die? Was that the first plan? What do you think?
Well, I'm not sure. It would have made their case a lot easier if
Yeah.
he had just taken himself out. You know, that would have been a lot easier. Now we wouldn't be, you know, questioning all of this stuff. But it is interesting that they had to use Celebrite, which is an Israeli software company, in order to extract his text messages. So just kind of weird that they use in Israeli technology just to, you know, extract his text messages and all of his information, which Israelis are pretty much doing everything they can to digitally surveil us. And but whether or not they should have killed him, I think it would have been a better job for them. You know, it would have been a lot easier, because now they're going to have to take this to court and present legitimate evidence that they just do not have.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of it's a joke. It's showing the joke of the system. I'm surprised it's being aired. To be honest, I was like, are they really showing this live? Because at every turn they look like complete fools. Like this Kash Patel character, I keep picturing him with the sweat going down his face every time he's trying to tell us that the FBI is doing their job. They're not. His job, Kash Patel's job, has always been to protect the elite, protect the Epstein class, and it's more apparent every single time you see the guy open his mouth, or any of these other people that are colluding in this theater. But I think more people are seeing it. I also think this. I think that the reason they don't seem to be getting away with it, the thing you said, that they wanted to put the right against the left. That was the whole point, right? You get the left being the bad guys, and the left wouldn't be able to fight back because they already didn't like Charlie, and they could always. So that whole thing was a beautiful scenario that would have worked if there weren't those very loud voices on the right calling out the real thing. And I think that was the difference. They did not expect others like Charlie to be so loud, like Candace, and so many others too. It wasn't just they like to put a lot of attention on Candace, but it's like there were a lot of people saying this isn't what we voted for. We voted for America first. This is Israel first. And I think it took a lot of courage to do that. We don't see that on the left. We don't see that in the middle of Biden's term, people going F this. They like, no, he's not losing his mind. He's perfectly fine. And it's like, no, there's actually people willing to do that on the right. And I think that's helped all of us. So we should all be grateful that there was enough of those people.
Right.
You know, so that's from my vantage point.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, they scrambled and they had to come up with a narrative, and they came up with the best narrative they could, which is this trans liberal with a MAGA Republican dad who he didn't like his MAGA Republican dad, and you know he's having gay furry love. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, how, like, wow, did they just put this in ChatGPT and say, how can we create as much division as possible?
I'm getting into my vehicle, my love. I'm parking my vehicle.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone what I'm about to tell you everything.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, it's a joke. You know, and the fact that they said that he had to disassemble his rifle on the roof. And do we know if they even ever found the screwdriver? Is that something that they added into the evidence? Did they actually find it, or did they just say that they found it?
They say they found it. Whether they have it or not, there's no accounting for the fact that if you're saying that the screwdriver's on the roof, how do you get do you have a second screwdriver when you have to reassemble it? That one? Is that the one? And the one on the roof has the DNA, right? So the DNA is on that one. The next one doesn't have it. So it's like, what? It's all all over the place.
And of course, it took 33 hours for him to confess. 33 hours. Let's not forget that it took 33 hours.
Yeah.
That's during the pandemic. I'm sure you noticed that every single state came out and say there's 33 cases of COVID-19. There's 33 cases. It's like they're obsessed with this numerology stuff, and there's definitely some Freemasonry and some secret society stuff behind all of this. And then you look into the Jesuits and the Freemasons, and how like the first pope who came to the Roman Catholic Church was actually just like a Jew. It's, you know, and you can fact check me on that. There, you know, I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that say that's a conspiracy theory, but the the deeper that you look into the rabbit hole, the quieter the tea becomes.
Jake, what's your next move on battle? Are you, battling YouTube here, or what's your next maneuver here? How do you,
good question. What I've done basically is I created a membership website. So on JAKEGTV.com, you can buy a member's account, and I set up my entire series there. I'm putting out all of my bonus content, and all of my new episodes are popping there. But I had 2 YouTube accounts. So basically my AI news channel was the one that they terminated. Then I have another YouTube channel where I did my documentaries, I do my podcasts. Well, I just decided to turn that into season 2. So if you follow me on JAKEGTV, you'll find me. It's just not the news channel. You're going to see me there a lot, but I'm going to be starting to post all of my season 2 there. And if you want any of my season 1, just go to JAKEGTV.com and grab yourself a membership.
Excellent. Love that. Great. And then I want to throw this one up. I know you were hanging out with Stu Peters there. Is this is this from your shirts or your collection, or that you said somebody else was ripping them off, or how does
no, these are my t-shirts. But apparently the post gained a lot of traction, and there was a lot of people asking where to get the shirts, and there was just like bots basically saying the same exact thing with all different websites saying, oh, you can get it right here, and they were just copying my shirts. But no, these are legitimately mine, and the only original ones that you can get are on JAKEGTV.com. Anything else that you buy, it's going to be to some random spam bot. Who knows if you're even going to get your shirt, let alone fit like that. So,
well, awesome, man. I appreciate all the hard work you're doing, setting the high bar and going at it with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. And we love that here on the Homeless Left. Thanks so much, Jake. GTV, and we will have you back. I'd love to have you back again. Maybe we could do even like a round table or something. We'll have some fun next time. But I hope you keep fighting strong for the rest of us. Appreciate it, man.
It's an honor. Thanks for having me, Matt. Appreciate you having me on. Great show. Awesome. Great stuff.
Cool. Thanks. Okay. See you next time.
All right, man. Take care.
All right. Jake GTV, everyone. We'll run one of his we got a clip. We got a bunch of clips of his stuff we played on the show. It's really, if you guys haven't seen any of the AI parody material, it's pretty creative. It's pretty awesome, because you're not just taking on the war class, the Israel, Greater Israel Project, U.S. imperialism, the COVID bullshit. You're not just doing that. You're also taking on the AI part of it. So if you can use the technology to fight back against the people that are trying to use the same technology against us, the surveillance state, all this stuff. If you can use it and be creative, be ahead of it, then that's another way to fight them. It's organizing, it's doing all this stuff. We do all that, and the communicating, right? The investigating, all the stuff we do. But if you can use your creative brain too, and take this technology that they're shoving down our throats anyways, and turn it on them, that's what Jake's channel has been about. We'll play a clip from him later when we're closer to the end of the show. But for now, we do have to move on, because it's time to bring in our next guest. We actually might have a duo coming in here. But why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead? We'll start with. Let me get them. We're gonna get them both in here. Let's do this, because while we're on the subject, everyone. While we're on the subject of surveillance state and Israeli spyware, which is all part of, that's the whole point, the Palantir, all this stuff. We cover this all the time. We're gonna turn to our next guest, and then I'll have her introduce our other guests as well. And we're gonna have a discussion about this right now, about Israeli interference, not just in our military, but also in our electoral system. Interesting discussion. Okay, we'll get right to it. We'll introduce her right now. She is an election security activist, cybersecurity specialist, founder of NoPeasants.org, standing up to a rigged two-party duopoly and the Epstein class. Please welcome back to the show, Kelly Lane. Hey, Kelly.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Definitely. And thanks for being here on our 200th episode, too. That's
wow. I didn't realize it was 200.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we made it. Well, and I'm happy this worked out. We're able to get this conversation in, because it's an important one to have. before we get started, I know you invite. Can you introduce our other guests that we're going to bring in to have this discussion with us?
Yes, and he is backstage, right?
Yes, I got him right here. Yes.
Okay. So this is John Papa. He is my go-to IT security expert. He's very humble. He'll say he's not, but he worked in IT security for over 20 years. And so he's a regular in our meetings, and we're going to talk about something that we discovered in the middle of a meeting about a month ago. We were checking the headlines. So
let's go bring him in. Here he is.
Okay.
Welcome to the show, John. Good to have you with us on the Homeless Left.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Okay, well, let's start with this because, Kelly, I know when this story broke as far as PBS covering this, and what we're talking about is election problems, right? And PBS, as we know, they're going to look into it and say, what is the thing that the voter has to worry about? And of course, you want to have a story like this during this time as we're leading up to November. We're leading up to this very important election cycle. So if you are a PBS, viewer or reader, you would definitely want to take an article like this seriously. I have this. So this is a headline from it. Let me grab this real quick. So this is what PBS is telling us on PBS NewsHour. They're telling us that there's a new report showing that misinformation is a threat to election security. Well, what misinformation? What do they mean? What are they talking about? Well, the U.S. Postal Service has proposed new rules that would require states to hand over data on voters who receive mail-in ballots for federal elections. So this is something that Trump's been pushing in the EU as he always references the 2020 election. So he's talking about tightening up mail-in voting rules with the stated goal, making elections more secure. Okay, so far so good. But a report out today says the most likely, A report out today says the most likely threats to election security this November comes from other sources. Well, what would those be? Well, a new report for sure with CBS News or PBS News by the cybersecurity company Checkpoint Software Technologies outlines what should and should not be a concern for voters going into the midterms. It also analyzes threats from foreign actors, artificial intelligence, vulnerabilities for voting machines, and more. Well, that sounds great. I'm sure we can trust these guys at Checkpoint Software Technologies. Kelly, if you're like me, I mean, I know you saw the red flag right away because we're listening to this company. Tell us what you found out about Checkpoint Software and why is PBS embracing these guys to tell them what is true and what's not?
Well, I just want to say, first of all, we were just doing the usual kind of perusing the headlines, seeing, what was going on in the election security news. And so, I just start reading through this, and I thought it was odd because whenever you start seeing the media saying there's nothing to worry about with the election infrastructure, and they'll flip back and forth depending, nothing's changed. It's still a black box. We should be concerned about it, right? So that was the first kind of, I thought, why are they saying this? And then it went right into what you need to be worried about is misinformation. And I immediately kind of laughed because I just thought about the 2016 election and how we were all told that Facebook ads made us all vote a certain way, right? Now, that's not to downplay the use of AI and all of this, like we saw in Thomas Massey's race, right? They were creating all those fake videos of him with AOC and all that. So it is a concern, but I thought, well, I just wanted to see the report itself because I dig deeper. I don't just read what the media says. Sure. So we, in the middle of the meeting, we pull up this report and it just looked really weird. And we start going through it and it's warning about AI and misinformation. And I'm sure you'll pull that up in a minute, but the brochure itself was like AI and fear mongering. But then I'm like, who are these people? I want to know what this technology company is. And I was just like, my jaw just about hit the desk because I just see the whole entire leadership of this company is all Israeli. And I mean like IDF, former IDF and Unit 8200, which is all, they're like their version of the NSA, right?
Yeah.
So I was very alarmed about this, and I've even emailed PBS. I haven't gotten a response at all. But we combed through the report, and I'll let John, if you remember, John, anything that was alarming, I think the only thing they really technical that they touched on was that a couple of counties had had malware attacks, but it never touched anything to do with the elections.
Was this is the one, right? Or is it
Yeah,
the other?
no, that's
Okay.
it.
That's it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, John, if you want to let us know what stood out for you as one of the biggest red flags of this. Oh, got to hit
Well,
yeah, there you
sorry.
go.
Yeah, so I mean, it wasn't even addressing any of the issues straight on. It was basically saying that the infrastructure is secure, and it was going on about the outside threat. And in Kelly's meetings and participations, I'm dealing with the security aspect of elections and our election infrastructure. So it was for me, and I told her right away, I said, this is a big nothing burger. It's not addressing anything of substance.
Yep.
So, okay. So it's a big nothing burger, nothing of substance. But I know like PBS is their whole point of highlighting this company as they're the know-all, they're the end-all know-all, are going to tell the viewers what they need to be afraid of and then what not to be concerned about. So they're part of this. So I don't think, Kelly, you're going to get a response from PBS.
Oh no, I don't expect to, but
because they know what they're doing. They're elevating this company to put this surveillance state in place and gain this trust. We've seen this before, right? We've seen news organizations. PBS is no different. They're there to do CIA talking points and bring on so-called experts that are going to tell you what to listen to, what not to. We saw this all throughout COVID. We've seen this through. I mean, there's so many examples of you get these ex people, and like you, in this particular case, you're saying these people are ex Mossad. They're actually affiliated right now.
Did you, if you can, the link. So if you go back to that report, I would like to show. If you go to page, I think it's 19, page 19, 20, and 21. If you just scroll down, this is what really stood out. I was just shocked. It's so blatant, but here we go. So they're warning, they're telling you, the audience, there's nothing wrong with our elections. They're really pretty secure, but you better be worried about Russia. And if you go to the next page, I think then it's China.
Let me try to bring it up more so we can see it more. Okay. So this is the Russia, the old Russia gate, Russia scare.
We're still on that.
Oh, and then you got China. Of course you got China.
But look at these images. I mean, it's just, like John said, it was like a brochure, and then the Iran, of course. So you've got this.
Oh my God. I mean, what's next? Is it North Korea and then Venezuela? What do we got next? What's the next? Okay, but those are the big three. Those are the three that Palantir tells us, right? This is what Alex Karp tells us. We're staging a three-front war, and these are the exact three. So they're directly in line with this brochure, telling us these are the targets. We're going to be doing Iran. We're going to be doing China and Russia all at the same time. The three-pronged war, right? That's what this seems like to me.
Now, if you can pull up the second link I sent you, that's a direct link to the leadership of this company.
Okay.
And you can see for yourself.
I'm grabbing it. Okay. The leadership. Now we're going to figure out who's behind this thing. Okay. Well, there's your CEO. Are you seeing this? I was looking at. Yeah. Okay.
So Cyber Command served as commander of the elite unit commander of Unit 8200.
Yeah. Oh, it literally says this. He's the command. Wow.
But it's not just him, it's all of them. They're like 10.
So we got the CFO.
There's maybe one that isn't okay, maybe he's in Israel, but he wasn't. But almost all of them, I would say 95% of them had something to do with either IDF. See, there you see.
Here we go.
8200.
There you go. 8200 for this guy.
And there. So, but of course, the person that they interviewed was someone named, for PBS, was someone named Aaron Rose. And I didn't send you the link that I found for him, but I think he's American. So, of course, they send the American out. So
yes.
It doesn't.
It's a good look. It's a good look because he's America first. That's right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, all these guys.
So I was trying to find something, but just Twitter, typical Twitter now. Even you do an advanced search, it can't find, things that you just posted. I was looking for the post that Joe Kent posted like maybe 2 weeks before this PBS report came out, and he just says in a Twitter post, it's in the clip I made, that Israel has been given unprecedented access to facets of our government and electoral systems. And again, I was shocked to read that, and I thought, well, what does he mean? And he just puts this thing out, and electoral systems. What does that mean? And I haven't been able to get an answer. I have asked some people that have maybe more direct contact with him if he could clarify what he meant. But we know with Unit 8200, am I echoing or something?
I think one of you guys, I think there might be an extra screen open, an extra window open. Maybe. I don't know.
Not hang on. I don't think it's me.
Okay.
But it sounds like I'm the one that's echoing.
Okay.
So that's all.
You're not now. You're good.
Okay.
Oh, he did that.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was John.
He's fixing it.
Okay.
That's okay.
So Josie Gilbo, I think is how you pronounce it. I think you all know who she is. She's ex-Army IT security analyst. And she's talked about this, how when she was at NSA, that Unit 8200, that they're all over the place there. And I mean, we know that they're infiltrating, with about just about everything. So why not the election system? But it just really alarmed me, and I'd like to know what he meant by that. And, I don't want to spread any conspiracy theories. We take election security very seriously in our group, and we're very non-partisan, and we stick to the facts. But this did really raise my concerns of what's really going on there.
So maybe what either you can shine a light on this one, because my I guess feedback on the Joe Kent post is that I don't know, was he necessarily talking just about our elections, or maybe it was a global?
No,
discussion?
he said no. I'm going to see if I can find it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know. It was just
he might not. Okay, so he was talking about our elections. So how do we figure out what he meant by that? We can look at Israel infiltrating other countries. We see this in real time. It's happening right now. Like the President Petro in Colombia has already said, I got the paper trail. I literally have the timestamped spyware from Israel that rigged our election and got this handpicked dude, this handpicked millionaire no one ever heard of, just got elected. He's an Israel first guy. First thing he's doing is giving his allegiance to Israel. That's just happened. He's saying it's an Israeli spiral, where I don't know if Joe Kent is on that part of it, but I'd say whatever that spyware element is that President Petro is calling out, we might want to look at that and say, is that what's being used here too?
Well, I can tell you that, and that probably I'd have to do another segment on this story, but if you go to my YouTube, you can see I did a series of interviews with a guy named Cherno Ba. He's the editor-in-chief of Africanist Press, and he is now at Brown University. But I called him the Assange of Sierra Leone. But I was doing these interviews with him right after October 7th. And so it seemed like, I couldn't get any attention on his story because everyone's focused on Israel. And then lo and behold, I find out that Cognite, which is Israeli spyware, was involved in targeting both Cherno and all the activists that were sort of, rising up against the corruption in the Sierra Leone government. And it was actually a guy named Jerry Torres, who's run for office, and he's a former Trump associate, that was in Sierra Leone and had paid some $5 million for Cognite spyware. So lo and behold, I didn't think it was going to have anything to do with Israel and in Sierra Leone, and it did. Wow. And he had all the receipts from where they paid Cognite. So, and Cognite's been known to, violate human rights. I think it was in India. So it is, you don't want to always be pointing the finger at Israel, but they definitely are the top in security, and it's a concern. So I just like some transparency on that, But meanwhile, we continue to just focus on the election structure itself and how we can try to bring, that transparency and security. And so John actually has created a methodology. It's you could maybe just put up the link if anybody wants to look at it. We've been sort of honing a presentation about it for a while. And
where do you have the link at?
it's in the
I got it.
Put it in the chat. You could just maybe put it up. But if anyone that knows elections or is a computer scientist, whatever, and has interest, John always invites people to come and challenge it, help us improve it. We've done that for a while now. We invite people to come, and if they want to pick it apart, his system, John, you say this part. It's not hackable. So you want to explain just a little bit?
Right. It's real time, unhackable. It deals with hand-marked paper ballots, hand-counted election results, uses cryptography to secure ballot images. It embeds into the ballot images the voter's verified scorecard of their ballot. So it does an interpretation at the time the voter casts their ballot, the CASTO record, and says you voted like this. When the voter verifies that, and embeds that scorecard into the image itself of the ballot. So you have a 3+1 redundancy, and you have mirrored the interpretation, the validated interpretation. And it carries forward.
Sorry.
It carries forward through to the hand count election results. So now that you have this scorecard verified by the voter, embedded into the image, now I can compare the voting officials' tabulation to what the voter said. So it closes a number of security gaps, this being the trust gap, where in our elections today, we're forced to hand over our ballot and trust everything downstream from the time I cast my vote is done accordingly. So I close that gap by embedding, like I said, the verification into the image and then utilizing it through the hand count. I'd be glad to present to you personally, and I entertain all questions. It's bulletproof. It's real time. Wow. It does preliminary results immediately when the polling period closes. So it closes that time gap vulnerability.
I found the post. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
But it's hard. It's hard. I don't want to interrupt you, John, but it is really hard to talk about this topic because it is dry and technical, and that's why John's got a really great. Sorry, John, but no, you have a really great presentation with the images and everything that help people understand. But I think we see that this topic is really made more complicated on purpose. Wouldn't you say, John, to confuse people?
Very much so. So, yeah, we came at it with, I was told to make it simple, so I used stick figures in the presentation. But I have different levels of the presentation. The presentation that we sent you is kind of a mid-range presentation. I have a technical specification and then an example of an implementation of it. It's very simple, and it doesn't require radically changing the method that we vote now, right? So you're basically doing the same steps, but behind the scene, I'm securing the election and I'm providing that. And it's completely auditable. And part of the specification is that I'm going to distribute a suite of tools so that anybody online, any organization, whatever, can audit the election. And it has an API. So basically you can create customized auditing. You could look at precincts, the polling place, whole states, and you could basically recount the entire election in the same amount of time as the polling period. And you could do this any number of times.
And I think we've had this discussion in the last couple of weeks. A lot of people say, we need to just get rid of all the computers, which, when I first started this, that's what I thought, back in 2018 is, and any computer scientist will probably tell you, yeah, like how's the best way to have a secure election? Well, get rid of the computers. There's a problem with that. We've got all of these vendors that have $1 million contracts that are entrenched in the system. And so basically what John's doing, it is asking the vendors to build systems to his specs. And if we can get like, you know, through like all their candidates I interview and stuff, that's one way that we can reach people. But I found the post, if you want to put
Yeah,
that
I got
up
it
there.
right here. So
I think
this
it's
was
important to see it because he did see exactly what he said.
So he's replying to this when the Pentagon announced this, and we covered this on the show. The Pentagon has raised the threat of Israeli spying on U.S. to the highest level. This was like the, you know, we're talking about the terror threat. This is a terror threat. It's an Israel spy threat that the Pentagon announced, and NBC was, you know, forced to have to, you know, announce that happened. So then we had Joe Kent responding to this report by NBC, and it looks like he's saying, we give Israel unprecedented access to facets of our government and electoral systems, enabling their overt influence over our foreign policy. Like any competent intel service, they take advantage of that access to further Israel's agenda at the expense of Americans. Our entire relationship with Israel must be redefined immediately. We need to be clear-eyed going forward and should treat them like a foreign country with different objectives than ours, because they are. Yeah, that's 100% accurate. He said this, but I think this story itself kind of slipped through the cracks, and people moved on to the next day, the next story, and they're not thinking about this. They're not thinking about that they're having these Zionist summits in Israel right now, the JNS summit, figuring out ways they can capture all of our tech and going into Google, going into these social media companies, saying that we don't have to pay influencers anymore. We just have to give our information from the top down. So this is what they're doing right now. And it's not just on our information networks and platforms and media platforms. It's not just it's the weapons, it's the military contracts too. So they're saying let's fuse the two governments together and be one military, one Pentagon. So the Pentagon will no longer be able to have a raised threat level when you're talking about a country that we are now existing as one military, which will be happening if nobody stops it. And it looks like Thomas Massey's the only one trying to stop it. All this seems to be related. But why aren't people talking about the election part of it? Because that seems like pretty damn important when we're saying, what can we do about this? We can vote people out. How the hell do we do that if they've captured the election system too?
Well, do you remember the interview we did with Bill Binney? And I asked him about the Albert sensors. So, John, I hadn't even had a chance to tell you, but I did finally hear back from DHS. So I am trying to dig up some information about these Albert sensors. And they're another device on the network. And as Bill Binney said, it's I forget his exact words, it was something like, you know, this looks like the perfect way to do whatever you want to the elections. And so
it's inside the firewall, and it's proprietary. You can't even look at the code. Crazy.
And they're deployed across the country. But because it's with a private company, so the government does this where they have these NGOs, right? And typically you only hear people on the right talking about the NGOs. So people on the left will just sort of tune it out. But you've got, so DHS and CISA gave grant money to this company called CIS, which I think is like purposefully misleading. So people will think CISA, CIS. And so you can't FOIA CIS because it's a private company. So I'm trying to go through DHS to get some more information about it. Okay. But it's been like pulling teeth, so.
Wow. Well, I guess my next question is, if they're successful with their integrating their election, tech versus John's, which sounds much better to me if we can integrate that type. But if we go with their type, why would they need to have APAC as much? Why would they need to have any of these elements, other elements of election fraud, when you can just do it this way and just be done with it? You know, then you can have all your candidates say, I denounce APAC. I'm independent of it now. And yet the elections will still go a certain way if they wanted to. That's what that's what I
yeah. Now, I should be clear. Yeah. I don't want to confuse anybody. The CIS company is not with Checkpoint. I have not found any connection to any Israeli company there. But of course it's proprietary. I mean, I don't know how I would find that out. So, but anyway, that is all, as from what I can tell, American CIS, and you can look it up yourself. Google Albert Censors and CIS.
Albert Censors, yeah.
But we'll have more information on it hopefully soon.
So Checkpoint's going to be around. They're sticking around. They got this relationship now with PBS. They're probably going to be doing the rounds on the other networks if they haven't already. But they're checking out with every demographic, right? Whether you're a PBS watcher or a Fox News or anybody else, you're saying, "Oh yeah, this we can try. This sounds right. This sounds good." I'll get my
Reuters picked it up too, so it went to other places. Now, I didn't answer your question. Why isn't other independent media picking this up? I don't know. I've been like beating my head against the wall over this for weeks. The only people that did, okay, Thomas Drake, who's ex-NSA, he reposted what I posted about it. And I talked to George Galloway. I called in. They were interested. So and then Ashton Ratanzi. So people outside of the U.S. except for Thomas Drake. And he's not independent media, but I like blasted it everywhere. And I thought surely because it's about Israeli, Unit 8200, and tied it to what does Joe Kent's, tweet mean? I don't know if people just don't want to touch it because it's related to elections, but then it's not really related to that part isn't related to anything technical. It's just about the influence information or campaign. And I'm wondering, why is PBS pushing this Israeli company's influence campaign? That's the question we should be asking.
So I'm gonna go with the optimistic assessment here, and I'm gonna go like this. People don't care until they see it in their face every day. Then they'll care. So an example of this is Palantir. We were screaming about Palantir when the ICE raids first started, and nobody knew what it was. They were like, they thought it was some they don't want to hear about it. And I'm not talking about the journalists. I'm talking about just people that were like that patted themselves on the back because I'm somebody that looks into things. I'm not talking about the party, people.
Right.
I'm talking about people that were like, I want to know what's going on. And you talk about Palantir, nobody cared until it was in your face. Now everybody cares about Palantir. So I guess the silver lining would be I think Kelly, my theory is you will get your engagement when we go on our feeds one morning and we see Checkpoint everywhere. Then you'll get your engagement, but maybe it'll be too late then. So maybe that's the problem. That's the conundrum here. Maybe Checkpoint isn't getting getting the clicks just yet.
Well, maybe. Thank you for showing it on your show. I hope people will share this and just we want to know why PBS is doing this.
Yeah.
And it's the message they're delivering, right? They're glossing over the problem. They're saying, "Oh, your election infrastructure has no issues. It's misinformation and this over here." They're distracting you from the real problem.
Yeah. Which is the point. They got to keep it simple, keep it simplified. Russiagate this, or stupid voter that, or whatever it is, whatever the thing is, or China, Russia that, or Iran, whatever it is. They're good at that. So we just need more people to not fall for that anymore. Thank you guys both for your good work on this topic and being consistent. And like you said, Kelly, I like to say double what you said and champion the fact that we always try to keep critical thinking in play equally, no matter what the topic is, no matter what whoever's benefiting from the reporting. It never is a question to us that we would not report on something because it might cause an outcome that we don't care about the outcome. We care about truth and justice and consistency. And I appreciate that from you guys here on this show and going forward, because that's what we like to preach to. So yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for focusing on this. And if anybody has any interest in this topic, message me, I guess, at Kelly's Words on Twitter. You can message me there. We do hold these meetings on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern.
And they should also go to nopeasants.org.
Oh, yes.
Check out your amazing work in the third-party arena, because I know this is a growing area of people that are tired of the two-party duopoly. So I appreciate all your work with No Peasants as well.
And Levi and Jay did a great job. I watched your segment before. We the People Party's doing really good work.
Yeah, no, it's great. It takes a village to do it. So everybody's doing what they can. So yeah, great stuff. Okay, guys. Thanks again.
Matt.
Really appreciate it. Thanks, John. Thanks, Kelly. We'll see you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Take care. All right, guys. We've had some great discussions today. Yeah, I would say what you check out No Peasants. Give a message over to Kelly if you want to hear more about this work. And you know, if you're on Twitter a lot, if you're there and you spend a lot of time on there, these type of stories, you could be in the front line reporting on this stuff if nobody in your feed's doing it. Don't always wait. And I'm giving myself this advice too. Don't always wait for everyone to be concerned about something before you choose to post it. If you're concerned about it, be the first to post it. It's okay. Others will pick it up because it'll be the right thing to be concerned about from whatever given morning we wake up. What's the thing? You can be the person that says, "Hey, checkpoint, that don't sound right. That don't sound right. That's not real. Screw PBS for pretending that that's real." So you can be the one to do that, to be the one to present it. Okay. So with that, I think it's time. What we're going to do now, I think we're ready to get to you guys now. I think it's time. It's our 200th episode. We have jam-packed this thing. I'm gonna make an executive decision right now. We're gonna do some talking back. We're gonna bring in Nurse Leslie here in just a second, but stick around because we're gonna be. You guys know we like to end with loudest voice. We're gonna do loudest voice. We're also gonna do a we know what it's not before that. And for top censored news, I made an executive decision. We will do a special live presentation of top censored news tomorrow at noon. I just made the decision because we ran out of showtime, guys, and that's a pillar of our weekly schedule to have a top censored news of the week. So we will do that tomorrow, noon Pacific. It'll be live right here, and then we won't have to edit it. It'll just be on the channel. You guys can just go click on it. If you miss it at noon, you can just click on it after that. Top censored news of the week tomorrow, Friday at noon Pacific, 3 Eastern. More show coming up right here. I think we're going to jump right in. Let's go ahead and play in the lead here, the lead music for Talking Back, and we're excited that it's going to be Nurse Leslie today. Here we go, guys. Get your comments. You guys we see a lot of them. There's a lot of them, but the super chats, they somehow stick out. I don't know why. Maybe it's the color. They put a little color thing on it, so it kind of flashes out at us, so it's easier to see the super chats, the rumble rants. But whatever you got to do, let us know you're there and engaging, and we're ready to engage with you. Here we go, guys. All right, we're talking back today with Nurse Leslie. Thanks for being here during our 200th episode. 200th episode. Yay.
It's amazing. So much hard work. A lot of things have paid off. I mean, you worked so hard, Matt. 200 episodes. It is amazing. It is remarkable. So happy and proud of you.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And it's so good to be here. There's, I think, 2,100 people watching. I don't know where everyone's watching from, but hello to all the platforms that you're on right now. I think it's quite a few, but really nice to be on here. We have, I think, several hundreds, if not 1,000 comments. It was very hard to read through all of them, but I picked just a few. Hi, guys. A lot of shout outs. Thank you, Anna Ringwald. Thank you. There's many more of these congratulating you. Really nice to see you guys too. Very cool. So let me start, I guess.
I think they tuned in for you because I put Nurse Leslie in the description at one point on this. So they're like, oh, good. No. Oh, good. Nurse Leslie's coming. And it's a 200th episode, so we'll show up for that one. Yeah. No, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. I like this comment from Gonzo. I like Healer Leslie even better, but Nurse Leslie's great too. Healer Leslie. Oh. I wish everyone saw me like that. I like that. That's really sweet.
Yeah.
Healer Leslie. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. All right. Let's see what we starred. I think you probably read some of these YouTube ones from Chris. Thank you, Chris. Matt, nice new tie. Looking sharp.
The news tie. Yeah. Thanks for that. And oh, I did not see this one. This is the oh no, this is the one. A citizen is saying that we took you to Spielberg.
To see Spielberg's Hasbara.
Yeah. Don't watch Grogu. I guess that's the Star Wars reference. But yeah. And I said,
is there a new Star Wars movie coming out?
There's a stupid I don't know. They're all whatever. Who cares? But the Spielberg one, I told Citizen, I told you guys, we go there. It's for work purposes only. Because we have to see the film so we can report back to you guys and tell them what the predictive programming mechanisms in place. So we're going to work. It's not a date. We'll pick another fun movie that's a date movie, not Spielberg. That one's
I don't even know what's out there right now. I didn't even know a new Star Wars movie was coming out. But it's kind of like watching the World Cup games, right, Matt? It's entertaining, but we kind of know what's going to happen or what might happen right now because a certain team is winning, but I know the other team is supposed to win. It's entertaining, but we just got to watch it. I don't know.
You know, we were talking about like the question is, can we still have our outlets for entertainment and just getting away from all the craziness, and also knowing that the thing that we're experiencing could also be a rigged event. It could be fake. It could be staged. It could be a more nefarious purpose behind the thing that we're eating popcorn to. And I think that we can do it if we're aware that that's a possibility. We can still have an outlet. I think it's okay. I think it's just understanding we're becoming kind of WWE fans, and WWE fans know that they are experiencing theater, but they like it anyway, right? The wrestlers getting all mad at each other and faking it, and every once in a while you get blood drawn, but a lot of times they're just faking it, and that's that. So whatever, as long as you know what you signed up for, that's all. Yeah.
What does Gonzo say? France beat Morocco 2-0. Yep, I know that. Sorry, I'm European, and we are supposed to know these things.
Well, I stand corrected. I thought they were going to get France out because France is the one team that can beat Argentina. So I thought they were going to take them out. But that's good. That's good that Morocco won. We appreciate, we appreciate that.
You mean France?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got mixed up here. So we thought if the thing that happened was going to happen, yeah, this is not what I predicted. I did not predict France would get through, and they had 5 Argentine refs on this one, which is all the refs were all, which is weird that you would assign 5 refs. That's crazy. That's never happened in this World Cup. So.
This one just came in from Buried in the Sand. No tense moments with Greg Pasta today. Would have been fun on the 200th. Any comment from you?
Well, I think we just we saw the 2-0-0 in the corner, and I think there was something about just, hey, let's just enjoy the moment. Nothing to get all. Also, the other thing is that we did the topic we did was the communism scare topic, and I think that we both really agree on that one. So that's probably why there was no, but whatever. It's fine.
It's fine. All right. Where were we? Okay. From a long time ago, because this show has been running for hours and hours. From Kill Your Gregors, Palestine Forever. Love it. I don't love your little picture, but I love your message. That was scary. From JBGT, no, Egypt beat Argentina, but got robbed. And I just started this. Yeah, I just started this because I feel the same way. I think a lot of people feel the same way, unless you're Argentinian or a Zionist or Israeli, then you disagree with us. But I think we all know this.
Yeah.
They did so well. Good job, Argentina.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Good job, Egypt.
Good job, Egypt.
Yeah.
Those Argentinians, the crowd was really, really effed up, man. They were doing some horrible stuff to the Egypt fans. We've seen a lot of video of that. It's just really bad, really disgusting.
Well, not a lot of mainstream media is reporting that. Oh.
Also, they were waving Israeli flag. Why are you waving Israeli flags when your team wins and you're Argentinian?
I guess they're Israeli people that live in Argentina now.
There'll be more and more.
Sellers.
There'll be more and more. That's the plan.
From Flower S2H2D. That probably means something. FIFA thinks the whole world is stupid. Yeah. They think we're stupid. I mean, I guess maybe not us, because we kind of know that it's all rigged, it's all staged. Entertaining, but still. Thank you, Flower. I don't think I've seen you on here before, so welcome. Or if you have been here before, thank you for tuning in. I like this one. A dingo ate me, baby. I love cranking it out with pasta and Matt. Are those your dogs? A dingo ate me? So cute. Thanks for tuning in. This guy or girl said, Mundo Cat said, F all sports ball. They are all rigged. Stop supporting the billionaire owners. I think I started this comment, Matt, because I bought us jerseys. I got a Mexico jersey for myself. Instead of the Adidas logo, I should have worn it. I should have worn my jersey. Instead of the Adidas logo, it says Palestine, and it's a small company, a small business. I think it's Palestinian owned, and they're making they make these jerseys that support people in Gaza with the money that they make. So I bought one from them, and in the back it says "Free Palestine" in Spanish. So no, I do not want to give my money to these billionaires. I know tuning in to watch the soccer matches probably support them, and I wish it wasn't, but I don't want to make any of these people richer or support Adidas or Nike or what other brands make these $80 jerseys. No way. I want to support small businesses for sure. Thank you, Mundo Cat.
For sure.
The one I bought from you and the other one that I have that I bought from my mother, they're also from a small business. Who cares about the Adidas logo, guys? Buy from street vendors to support the little people. Okay?
Yeah.
Chatter X. So many words here. I think I know what half of these mean or less. Plutocracy. Oh, well, yeah. Plutocracy, nepotism, oligarchy, synarchy. I can't say that other one with the K. Kakistocracy, tribalism, kleptocracy, jingoism, fascism, democracy. Chatter X, thank you for tuning, and really cool to have you on. Yeah,
that's funny. That's like, you know what? We can sell them with this last one. We'll just call it that. That'll get them. They're gonna look into it. Yeah, that's great. Love it.
Let's see, JBGT3. It was the Russians who got slaughtered. Oh, switching topic. Right away in 1917, and the same rats invaded Palestine. And then we still wonder.
I would be careful with the name calling. They're allowed to call names to us. We're not allowed to call names to them. Come on, let's be clear here.
Then we're being racist.
Yes. Be really careful. Just, call them folks. The same folks. No, don't do that.
Same folks. The same people.
Yeah. Like Obama. The same. I'm going to do the Obama. Okay. It was the Russians who got slaughtered right away in 1917. And those same folks, they invaded Palestine with our money. Yep. That's right.
Pretty good impression.
Those folks.
Oh my goodness. Those folks. We only kill some folks. All right, go start.
We tortured some folks.
We tortured some.
Yeah.
We have to. Go start. Thanks for tuning in. I also don't know what that little picture is. A tiger with bat wings. Happy 200th, Matt, or THL. Very cool. Mouse SF. Is your head okay? Happy 20th episode of THL. Woot woot.
200.
200.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you, guys. Let's see this one from Eno Mooneye People. I love having them on. He or she, Eno Mooneye People. Who are you? Where are you in the world? When people I know throw hate at socialism, I always ask them why they hate the self-employed. And when they don't know what I'm talking about, I say the definition of socialism is workers' control. I knew you would like this comment, Matt.
I love it. I love it. And a lot of people that would hate this comment, and it's sad. It sucks to be them.
They don't know why they would. Yeah. I mean, when you ask people why they hate communism or socialism, what do they say? I was told to hate it. It's bad. China, Russia.
There's a lot of, so we've heard this, and Trump tried this one earlier. We played this with me and Pasta, where he said, "Oh, it sounds all good." So they're mocking the idea that it actually sounds good, and they go, I'd be the greatest communist ever, because I just will tell you, you're going to get all this free stuff, and it sounds amazing, doesn't it? And then you find out what do you find out? Is it worse than what we have now, which you don't like? You're like, everybody wants a free house. It's like, there's people that don't have a house at all right now in this system. In this system, they don't have a house. So you're like, oh, I know it sounds all nice that you're going to get free shit. It's like, anything better than what they have now would be a step up. So it's but that's their whole thing. It's, you just want, It just sounds good. So that's why you like it. Okay. You know, I don't like being part of a country that likes to murder people all over the world and call that a good system. A functioning system of capitalism involves imperialism and only exists because of imperialism. I don't like that. That don't sound good, but that's what we're in.
Absolutely. Is the USA still alive? No. Yes.
No.
No.
In the
I
tournament.
mean, in FIFA.
So
In the World
I
Cup.
didn't.
I don't remember.
We did not cover this part, but today. But Trump was went out of his way to make sure that USA got to break a rule because Argentina gets to break all these rules. Why can't USA break a rule? So we got to break a rule and bring a player back that wasn't supposed to be playing in the last game, and then we didn't win. And I think the team, if you go back to that game,
right,
that game was weird because USA it's almost like they were like tail between their legs, like they showed up almost embarrassed, like the guy wasn't supposed to play. Like Trump overrode it and said you can play, and he's like, well, I don't know if I was supposed to play, and you could tell they didn't show up and they lost. So that it might have been a guilty conscience. I don't know. That's what it might have been. Who knows?
Gonzo doesn't care about soccer either. All right. Where'd I leave off, Matt? So let me post. Where did I leave off? This one. Jace Hart, thank you for that comment. Never trust a duopoly. Thank you.
That's right.
Agree with you. From Hugo, the U.S. are actually the terrorists and sponsors these terrorists. Yeah, I say the same thing, but when I say it out loud, people look at me funny. I'm a conspiracy theorist, Matt.
Yes.
Or anti-patriotic. So many names thrown at me nowadays.
Yeah.
I know Kelly was on already, but Kelly, I'm a little concerned Tucker Carlson might be the newest effort to contain an independent uprising, just as we saw RFK Jr. do.
No, I know people are concerned. We didn't talk too much about Tucker. Well, I think she put this comment before she came on. This is in regard to we were having the discussion with Levi regarding and Jay regarding the We the People, and Tucker, says I'm done with the Republican Party, and I think a real third party movement should happen. A lot of people didn't see that he would do. They didn't think he would do that. They didn't think he was good. They thought he was going to gear up and support JD Vance, like that was going to be his move. And so this definitely seems to me like a step in the right direction, that he's out of the two-party duopoly. That's great. Now, what is he going to do to thwart our efforts? Is there some controlled opposition that's going to be happening later down the line by him? Perhaps. So let's keep our eyes open. But as long as he's doing and saying the right thing, let's champion that. And we should do that with everyone. We should, if they do something right, say something right. Yeah. Let's give them that credit. And then the second they stop and they say, like, we know because Bernie did this to us. He said all the right things. So great. Thank you for doing everything right. Until you stop doing it, until you told us to vote for Hillary, and then you told us to vote for Biden. That's where we say you are a piece of shit. That's not what we signed up for. And so let's just apply the same thing to anybody else. If Tucker changes his tune and he says vote for JD Vance, we say F off, dude. That's it. So that's all. Yeah.
Moon Knight people, Tucker's second generation CIA. It's gaslighting. Ooh.
Second generation. Yeah. He talks about his dad. Guests on his show will bring his dad up on his show live, and you get to watch his reaction. And he looks uncomfortable every time it comes up. And all he can say is, it sucked. The things I've learned, so he can play dumb about it. I don't know. He looks very uncomfortable when he has to answer for it. And that's that. So,
From Stumpdoll, yep. War criminals, pedos rule us. I hate how true this is. Thank you, Stumpdoll.
Thank you.
And I agree with this statement as well. And when I say this out loud, some people look at me funny. And by the way, guys, I love having all of you on. New people, the OGs, a lot of people that have been following THL and Matt for the last couple of years. And there was a few people with kind of mean commentary and name calling, and two
Oh.
people specifically who I really like. I like both of them. Very smart people. I
Mm.
appreciate when they're on all the time, but it got a little heated, so I had to just kind
Oh.
of mute one of them. It was a mute for 5 minutes. I would love to have you back on again. I just would not like to see the name calling, and it got kind of rough. I almost muted the two people, but I just needed to take one away, kind of like the separate for a few minutes and
Mm.
come back on. I don't know if they came back on. I don't know if you're still listening, but I really do love when you're on and your commentary. But let's just be nice and kind to each other. We can have friendly debates. We actually encourage debates. I want to hear two sides of every story, 3, 4 sides of every story, but we can't be mean to each other. Can't be name calling, cursing at each other, stuff like that. Let's see. This is a funny name. I was offered 2 months. I'm not sure if you've been on before, but I farted in yoga. Those who hold the power will not give it up without violence. Without violence. Thank you.
Mm.
Tired of feeding billionaires? I am too. The whole world is. Thank you
Yep.
for tuning in. Utopians, let's have a native. Ooh, I like this comment. And why hasn't this happened before? Let's have a Native American tribe president candidate. I mean, I'm sure there have been candidates before, I guess, but not in the top runner-ups. I don't think.
I don't think we've ever seen that on a presidential level.
Maybe like the very first. I don't know what it's called. Yeah,
but that's not as fun to package, Leslie. We'd rather package a gay candidate. That's more fun. Yay!
or
winning.
a woman. Yeah,
Or a woman. Yay!
or someone of my skin color or darker.
But
Yeah.
once we start talking about Native American, now we're having a different conversation, and I don't know
what that would look like.
Yeah, that's not gonna be harder to package.
Totally. Anna, thank you. The oligarchs don't want an educated populace. Agree with you on that. Chatter X, identity politics is the oldest and most perfect tool for division, distraction of people, and discrediting, smearing the true, that's the keyword, right? The true left. Thank you, Chatter
The
X.
true left, whatever that. Well, the true left is the ones that didn't sell out to the corporatists. I guess that would be us. But who cares? I don't even care about the word left or right anymore. It's all.
I know.
It doesn't even matter.
I mean, lately when people ask me what party I'm in, I don't know what to say. Like I'm
not. I'm not in a party.
I'm not in a party.
Was that? Did I miss? Was there a?
I have to be tribal to. No.
Is there like a law that I'm supposed to be in a party? I'm not.
The ruling class elites are very well aware of their common class interests, unlike the divided working class. Oh, I hate that. The divided working class.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Chatterax. I'll read one more from you. And therefore, they can always agree on how to exploit us people, which is so busy fighting each other for a higher place in the victim hierarchy over skin color, gender, religion, all that stuff. Absolutely. Thank you, Chatterax. Let's see. Anna, the DNC and RNC are corporations. Are they corporations, Matt?
Of course they are. And that's why they get to make their own rules during their own primaries. That's why the DNC can legally say, we have a clause in our byline because we are a corporation. We have bylines. We can do whatever the F we want. And what we decide is that no matter what the people vote for, we have super delegates that can overturn what the delegates had done. So it makes the entire primary process a big scam. And they tell us that. But don't worry, the general election, that one is legit. But the primary, they're telling us it's fake. They tell us the DNC will tell us our primary, it doesn't actually exist. We're a business. We're a business. We do business stuff. That's what we do.
Business.
Hillary bought the nomination in 2016. She bought it with like a check because the DNC was broke. And the Clinton Foundation wrote a check to get them out of debt as an exchange to be the nominee. That's it. That's a business. That's not shady. By the way, I'm just being clear. That's not a shady thing that they're going to deny. That's out in the open because they're a business. They can do that legally. It's not actually a crime to do that within the own confines of your own business, which is what the Democratic primary is, a business. It's not a general election. You can do whatever you want. Both of them can.
Thank you, Matt. Every time I hear the word business, I think of Creed from The Office. Gonzo Johnny, it's also not like volunteerism, it's anti-leadership, just never authoritarian. You can lead in healing. Oh, I can lead in healing. Matt can lead in journalism. I love that. I can lead in educating. I love that. And we can all come together.
Love it.
Thank
Hell
you,
yeah.
Gonzo.
Takes a
This
village.
was from Eno. I wear my anti-face recognition glasses everywhere. I'm not sure if this is a joke, but where can I get some of those?
Well, we played a funny video about, and it's not a joke, but
Did I
the guy
miss
was,
that?
yeah, it was about how we fight back against the flock cameras.
Oh,
And he
well,
said,
yeah, that's when you were talking about yeah.
yeah, is whatever you do, if you're, I recommend don't go out there and destroy these things. But if you were to, don't get the anti-face recognition glasses. That would be really bad because then they couldn't identify you, and then you could actually get away with it. So don't do that. And then they show us, yeah, they show us the thing to not do, which is it, which is yeah. So that's great. Yeah.
From Lewis Sharp, our greatest ally runs Hollywood. Nothing to see here. Move along, folks. Thank you.
I covered that ring. We covered the ring girl today. That was pretty sad.
I saw it. Really creepy, really weird. Which should go, hey friend, Kunis was 14 when she first kissed 20-year-old Kutcher, Ashton Kutcher.
And
That's
don't forget,
weirdest.
they were on set together of the 70s show, which so the two
So I
of them
wonder
were,
what happened, in that show and it's weird to know
that
this.
show needs its own investigation because you got Ashton in there who was going to then be handpicked by Diddy to be his basically his like wingman, and then you're recruiting these kids together at all these award shows and all these celebrity events. On top of that, isn't another cast member from that same show that Danny, what's his name, that was on the, like, he's in jail right now for like multiple like life sentence for multiple counts of assault and rape and stuff.
That curly hair dude. Yep.
Yeah. Danny. I did a film with that guy.
Oh gosh.
I did a film with that guy. I wasn't on set with him, but I looked at the cast and I was like, oh shit, he's in the film. It was a different pieces moving around, so you never had everyone together. But like, oh shit, that guy's in what? I found out years later he was in the film. I didn't know. I was like, oh damn.
Completely different person.
Oopsies. I didn't mean to be in a film with him.
You're like, I want no association with that guy. From Anna, Hollywood is as gate-kept as mainstream media. Yep. Also, good to call out Anna Kasparian on this, Matt. I do appreciate that about you, but it's having principle. Is when you can call someone out, someone that you currently agree with, but you can also call them out. It's called having principle.
And can I say this? The COVID stuff, we're not going to stop talking about COVID. We're not going to. And like Anna Kasparian can be dead right about Israel, but you know, she gets shit wrong too. We call her out when she still condemns Hamas. It's like, what are you doing? They have a legitimate right to defend themselves, just like Israel does. Like, so what are you talking about? So, anyways, Anna Kasparian, like Brianna Joy Gray doesn't want to talk about COVID when she goes on with Jimmy Dore. They want to talk about force the vote. You talk about Israel and genocide. So there's everybody. Why is it that everybody has the things you can't talk? You can talk about these, and I'm not going to mention any names, but we have people on the show too that like, well, you get the idea that you can only bring up certain things with certain people, and not to say that that's if you don't want to talk about something, you don't have to talk about something. What I'm saying here, what Gonzo Johnny's saying is, I'm calling out Anna because it's not that she didn't want to talk about COVID. Like Brianna Joy Gray didn't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, but you told people to get the job. Well, I don't want to talk about it. But you told people to get the job. And you have a lot of people that listen to you. Yeah, but I don't want to. Anna Kasparian bullied and shamed a guy who now we're finding out, Ricky Schroeder, was an abused kid in Hollywood. And he walked into a Costco without a mask, and you mocked him. Why would you do that? And it's okay, but why? You have to apologize, mother effer. You have to apologize if you want to be on Team Humanity. Apologize to people that you hurt. Like do that. Seriously, man. All right.
What's Gonzo say? And the Young Turks are literally named after a Zionist Turkish group who did the Armenian Genocide. Oof. Thank you, Gonzo. Oh, I'll read this one from Gonzo as well. I am half Turkish myself. I will always call out my fellow man when he does wrong.
And we should give credit to people when they get something right. And I think we can be equal about that. Yeah. Yeah.
I have this great question all the time too, Gonzo. Why does anti-Semitism get this special treatment, this special name? Is it not already unlawful to discriminate?
There's no
Great
answer
questions.
to that. There's no answer to that.
I'm stumped. Yeah.
Well, the answer to the question is that's a mechanism that was needed to be in place. So I would say, let's find out who made that happen, because that was an intentional maneuver that needed to happen in order to do the thing that's been done. You have to distinguish it, just like the Holocaust has been distinguished. It's the only Holocaust that is the Holocaust. That's intentional. So whoever did the special thing, the special assigned name, it intentionally was able to make that happen, and it serves a purpose, and it's very effective. It's very effective.
Okay. Ooh, you should read this one.
It's pedophilia, Matt. The reason, well, we know those folks have been kicked out of 109 countries. Is that they?
But it's the country's fault.
I will entertain this as a theory, citizen. It's definitely one to consider as a reason. There could be other reasons. There could be reasons that maybe I would say this. I would say that if you were in Palestine in 1948 and you lived through the Nakba and you were asked if you could go back and not be so hospitable, if you can go back and say, you know what? Thanks, but no thanks. We like our houses the way they are. We like our families the way they are. We like our lives the way they are. We're not. So that could be a reason. You just don't want your shit taken. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of reasons. There could be a lot of. The point is, we're not allowed to have to ask the question. JAKEGTV was not allowed to ask that question. Why the 109 countries? We want to know. We want to understand. We want to understand.
Thank you, Matt. All right. I'm going to move on. Oh, this one was cute or sweet or nice, everything. That's when JAKEGTV was on. Hello, cool. Two handsome, intelligent, free-thinking men. Oh, Evie Burke. Thank you. Burke. That came right after. That was cute.
What is that?
It's a little... I guess a response to that comment.
That's funny.
This one's a good comment from Wu Jen. The Jewish Bolsheviks at the time killed around 40 million Christians, often with fire. Now that was the real Holocaust. And that's another question I have every single day of my life. Why is the Holocaust that Holocaust that we know about from school? There's been plenty, guys.
The numbers they feed to us, the 6 million, and we don't hear about 40 million Christians. We don't hear about we don't hear about all the millions of Russians, and not to mention millions of other Europeans that we just don't hear about. I mean, just look at any of these countries alone, like by far. I mean, you look at millions killed in Yugoslavia before it became Serbia, and just millions, and like we don't get to hear about any of that. Not to mention all the other Holocausts that have happened. But even in World War II, we just don't care that Russia lost the most people of all, like by far. So who knows, man? There's a method to our education system, and there's always been. And it's not a radical liberal, professors took over our school system. Oh no, the whole thing's been captured from the beginning. There's nothing radical about teaching us about U.S. imperialism and protecting Israel at all costs. That's not a radical liberal idea, and that's been our education system the whole way. So I don't even know who's saying that that's the problem with our colleges is radical ideas from the left. What? These are these are establishment protecting establishment, protecting the ruling class narratives that are coming through, that are going through our education system. It's always been that way. Get us to not think, get us to not ask questions. That's what it's about.
They want to keep us as sheep, Matt.
Yeah.
It's better that way. Gonzo, truly excellent show so far. Very worthy of a 200th episode.
Oh,
thank you. I wish the emojis would show. I think this is all text.
Yeah.
But
it's the tie.
We get the point.
It's the tie, right? It's not the show. The show's it's the same show. We do this. We do the same show, guys. You just see in the tie and you just think, oh, it's a better show. Ah, it's the same. Well, it's good when you're on Nurse Leslie. It's good.
Lewis says, it's great to be here. Lewis says, Argentina is the new Zion. Argentina must win. God, hope not.
Well,
Anna, thank you. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's what they're saying. They must win. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Somebody must take them out. Come on. All right. Thank you, Anna. From Citizen, thank you for the super chat. Am I an ex-powerhouse or what, Matt? Couldn't without Stu. Thank you, Citizen, as always.
Thank you.
Mexican
and I have to say, I do think that when I was thrown off StreamYard and came back, I think that YouTube did erase some of the super chats from you, Citizen. But I
think so too. Yeah.
But I did use the screen grab and did read those other ones earlier. So that was good that we had anticipated that. So that was cool. Thanks for that, Citizen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will answer your question, or Matt can. Matt is like 2.1 meters. Matt, you're about 201 centimeters. So yes, wait, that's 2.01 meters.
2.01, yeah.
I don't know, but he's really tall.
I'm 2.01, so it's basically 2 meters.
201 centimeters, yeah. A little tiny bit over 2 meters, yeah. Yes, as I was saying, has the USA played, or I don't know what I asked 10 minutes ago. I remembered, oh yeah, they were beat really badly. 4-1, right? Was it Belgium? Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Thank you, Buried in the Sand. Keep him in line. That's when I was talking about being nice and courteous to each other. And even if we disagree with each other, we can have a respectful debate. I love those, of course.
Yeah.
Why can't we elect a native person? Well, they don't eat babies. Ha! I agree with you on that.
Oh, I love it. Well, that's why they would be ineligible. That would be on, like, hey, you're missing something on your resume here. We don't see any skull and bones. We don't see any Freemasonry. We don't see any. You haven't kissed the wall. You haven't done. There's a lot of things you got to do.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, it's my turn to go.
Yes.
I don't know if you told your viewers about next week, when you'll be on, when you will not be on. I will not be on at all. I will be going to Mexico, to Guadalajara, to deposit my father's remains in a church, in a crypt. So a lot of stuff going on in my personal life, and you guys have been so kind, so supportive of me and Matt. So thank you all. It's great to be back, but I'll be gone for a little bit again, not too long. So that's where I'll be. I'll be in Guadalajara next on Saturday, actually.
Yeah, you're leaving soon, and I will be joining you next week. So we will not be doing a show on Thursday. So what we will be doing Tuesday. So we'll be doing it. We'll be doing our normal Tuesday show, and then I'll join you down there. It's important. It's an important occasion, and I think that it's something that I'm certainly looking forward to joining you and the rest of the family and following this through, because your father deserved that and everything he went through, and I know our viewers know the story and the journey, suffering from all the medical issues that seem to have been brought on by brought on by the thing that we've been fighting against this whole time. And so it's great that his story is being told and will continue to be told. But this is an important weekend. So I'm looking forward to joining you, and thank you for everything you've brought to the table here today, Nurse Leslie. I know the viewers appreciate it. That's why the numbers went up today, because they saw you. I had written it in on the thing, and they go, "Oh, Nurse Leslie's gonna be on."
No, we got lucky.
Yeah.
It's a blessing to be here.
Okay.
Everyone's being so sweet and kind with all these comments. Thank you, guys. It really brought tears to my eyes. I still can't believe what we're living through and basically just surviving. So
Yeah.
continue loving one another, taking photos, videos, take that trip, take that vacation, you guys. Do something fun while you're alive, okay? Love you guys. Matt,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Take care. We'll see you. Bye.
Have a
Bye.
good one. Take care.
All right. All right, guys. Great one. This has been a great show. Now, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. This is our 200th episode. And if you're just joining us late, don't worry. We're not signing off yet. I know we hit the 5-hour mark. I realize this. I can see it. I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, huh. And so I've already made a decision. You guys heard this earlier. Top Censored News will be done live tomorrow at noon Pacific. Live broadcast. We won't have to re-upload it or edit it. It's going to be just the way it is. You can watch it at noon tomorrow, or you can watch it later. We'll keep it up on both our networks. So it'll be, YouTube, Rumble, the whole thing. I'll make sure looks like my visual's not perfect here. Let's see what's going on. Man, I've already been kicked off one time today. We've been kicked off of StreamYard already and came back. So I think we're looking good. Okay, we're good. So let's go ahead and do this. Quick. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick 2.5. We'll be right back. We got 2 more segments for you guys. We're going to be doing We Know What It's Not. And finally, a loudest voice of the week to wrap it all up. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys here in a couple minutes. And enjoy this little stand-up routine about Tyler Robinson. We'll have more. I'm going to give away a little secret. We're going to have a little more Tyler Robinson coverage on Top Censored News. We were going to do it today. It's going to be tomorrow. Still part of the journey here on the Homeless Loft, but get a little comedy about it in the meantime. So here it is. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Shadow, then boom, no shadow as he crosses the rest of the roof. It's like the CGI guy quit halfway through. He's like, ethically, I cannot complete this job. Allegedly, Tyler uses his great-grandfather's rifle. The story is that his great-grandfather used this rifle in World War I. His grandfather used it in World War II, and then Tyler used it to start World War III, apparently. I think that was... And then you see him running and then jumping off, just like where did the rifle go? It just did it bend with his leg? Some people say, well, actually, he didn't have it in his pants at that point. He has it under a piece of cloth. He disassembled it. Right after he shoots Charlie Kirk, allegedly, he disassembles the rifle for everybody's first move. And actually, there's a screwdriver left on the roof, right at the scene of the crime. And guess what? The screwdriver has his DNA on it. How perfect is that? Tyler, 4.0 student, planned this shooting for like 6 months, interned for the CIA for a little while, and then accidentally leaves his DNA-ridden screwdriver at the scene while he's wearing gloves. How did he get the... Was he just like... By that, a few minutes later, he drops the rifle in a wooded area, fully reassembled. Oh yeah, with what screwdriver? Did this kid have 2 screwdrivers? It was like, this is my DNA one, this is my non-DNA one. He really tried to trick us, didn't he? Does Tyler like puzzles? Maybe his mom was taking Tyler along.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. Once again, they're looking into it. They have no idea what is going on. But they've assured us that as soon as they figure it out, why all these people are dropping dead, having these rapid cancers, myocarditis, cardiovascular issues of all sorts, neurological problems, hitting young athletes, hitting young kids. It could hit you at any time. It's unbelievable the amount of disasters happening amongst our human beings, not just in this country, all over the world. But as soon as they know, they're going to come back and tell us the answer. But until then, they can rest assured that we know what it's not. So here we are dealing with something that needs to be discussed because when it's hard to argue numbers. It's hard to, when we look at rates, increased rates of cancer, at some point, the mainstream has to tell us that these numbers are happening. So we expect this type of news to break. So let's see what they're telling us over on the Washington Post. Oh, here we go. It's official. Cancer cases worldwide are expected to soar in the coming decades, a report finds. And here's why. They figured it out, guys. They figured it out. The WHO, their tempered optimism about improvements in cancer treatment, and said global healthcare inequalities. That's the problem. Global healthcare inequalities are driving more cases and death. So before the rise in cancer, I guess there was less inequalities and everybody had access to healthcare. When was that? When was that? But okay, let's go with this theory. So it looks like annual cases of cancer are projected to rise considerably worldwide by 2050, according to the WHO report on cancer published Wednesday. With its assessment, the UN body tempered optimism about improvements in cancer surveillance. So what are they doing to push back at this inevitability? Cancer surveillance and treatment, and warned that global healthcare inequities are driving further cases and deaths. Around 20.6 million people were diagnosed with cancer in 2024. That number could reach 35 million. Could reach. The new cases will disproportionately appear in lower income countries with poor access to cancer surveillance and treatment. So pushing surveillance, that's something that only wealthier people would have access to, because surveillance is good. That's what they're telling us. Poor people don't have access. That's why these numbers are going up. Now, notice that in the article, they're not jumping to tell us the cases from 2020 before 2021. They're not telling us that. That's interesting, right? That we're not seeing that part of the story. And we're not going to. But in any case, I would like to hear from somebody who's been honest about this from the beginning. I only recently discovered him. This is Professor Angus Dalglish. He's a world-renowned oncologist, and he's talking about the cancer rates that started climbing after the shot and after the next shot and after the shot after that. So he's looking before 2024, because we should be looking before 2024. Let's see what he came up with. Here we go. Oh, wait, I got to get the right one. Got to get the right clip. We will fix this one in post. Here we go.
people who'd been stable with cancer, melanoma, for years started relapsing at the beginning of 22. And I asked for any reason why this might have occurred. And I noted they'd all been given boosters by their GPs, which if they'd asked me, I wouldn't have done that. And so we had to look around. What's the reason? Why would a booster allow a cancer to come back? Well, it turned out it's very simple, that boosters suppress the T cell response. The first two will increase it a bit, but a booster suppresses it. And that's exactly what we found. But then a group from Madrid published a wonderful paper saying T cell exhaustion after third COVID vaccine in cancer patients, with an incredible data. It showed it very, very clearly. And so therefore, any cancer suppressed and controlled by the immune system, you suspect might pop up after the booster. Surgeons noted their colorectal patients were very difficult to treat. They were presenting late and they were presenting young, and they found that these patients had all had the booster too, and they called a red flag. And I called a red flag that just the suspicion that the vaccine might be involved in the cancer.
Are there any studies that have linked the mRNA to cancer? Is there any sort of medical process that you can?
Look, we haven't really watched too much off this GBN network, but I can assure you that if you're working at one of these, and it's a British, network, that 6 years ago, 5 years ago, you certainly would have to be mandated to even have a job here, and to, unless you're at high up, or you're somebody like Tucker Carlson who managed to not have to get jabbed over at Fox. I'm assuming that all these people have been jabbed. That's the point. So I think that it's interesting that it took this long to have this type of interview on one of their networks. They're actually interested. This news team seems actually interested in what this medical professional has to say, even though he's getting attacked, he's getting bullied. Even 6 years later, of course he is, but he's at least allowed to go on and make the case and be asked a legitimate question. They want to know, like, people want to know, what's the connection here? Tell us, because you are freaking an expert that we didn't get to hear from you 5 years ago. So tell us what you've discovered.
Allure to that back that up?
The strongest are the epidemiological studies, and the strongest was from Japan, a paper by Gibbo and his colleagues, which just had the raw data, and they noticed that the number of new cancer cases went up with each booster vaccine.
And the reason that happened, and we saw that Japan study, the reason that happened is because what the mRNA is doing, it's an immune killer. So our immune systems are supposed to be protecting from all sorts of cancerous cells at all times. That's what our bodies do. They fight off bad energy, bad, anything virusy, anything that's going to contaminate us, any poison. It's working. That's what our immune system is supposed to do. The more you got the jab, the more you are hurting that immune system. Therefore, you're going to have stuff come back. And you're gonna have a lot of rapid cancers. You're gonna have a lot of stuff happen. So that's what he's explaining here.
That people who'd been stable with cancer, melanoma, for years started relapsing at the beginning of 22. And I asked for any reason why this might have occurred. And I noted they'd all been given boosters by their GPs, which if they'd asked me, I wouldn't have done that. And so we had to look around. What's the reason? Why would a booster allow a cancer to come back? Well,
okay, so this is, okay. So what we're talking about here is asking the follow-up question. How many shots did they have when they got their rapid cancer? How many things? When we're finally able to ask that question, we can finally make a reasonable decision and an assessment about what we're dealing with. If we're not allowed to ask that question because it's too personal, and why would you bring up somebody's COVID vaccine history? We're trying to figure out why they had a heart attack. We're trying to figure out why their cancer they were in remission for all these years now is back. Why are you wasting time with that question? That's how they've made us feel throughout this whole process. And he's asking the right question. That's why he's able to get this information. That's what it's about. So where we are, though, we're still not there. I mean, we have one guy, we have Senator Ron Johnson. He occasionally gets to go on Fox and just briefly mention about the poisons in this thing. And then that's about it. It's very delicate. We don't get to really talk about this. And not to mention not have medical professors, professionals. We get the one senator gets to go on and but you're talking to people that have all been mandated to get the thing. So this is a scary discussion. It's a scary conversation. It has to be. So what are we talking about? Well, that Washington Post article told us the thing they're working on to fight back against the cancer rates was what? What was the thing they're looking for? More access to what? What is it that they want people to have more access to? Surveillance and treatments. Well, we already know their treatments suck if it involves mRNA. We already know it does because we already have seen the Oracle guy. We got Larry Ellison, proud owner of TikTok, Paramount, CNN, CBS, WB, also Oracle, Israeli spyware, and this new project he has that's an mRNA $500 billion project that he was anointed from Trump on day one. And what is that for? It's for preventative mechanisms of surveillance, mRNA gene therapy, cancer detection, AI technology. This is what's being implemented. So that's why we're hearing these words surveillance as association with if you have access, then you get surveillance. You get the privilege of being surveillanced inside your body by AI technology that's going to tell you you have cancer before you do. And then we're going to give you more of this poison. And we're going to make a lot of money doing it. That's what's happening. And if you're not convinced yet that this surveillance technique is part of our healthcare, it's part of the mechanism to keep us safe, just like the Flock AI tech. It's surveillance for reals that's disguised as safety, but it's actually surveillance. It's the same in the medical arena. And if you don't take my word for it, RFK Jr. will tell you it's about these things. He's pushing wearable technology right now. Wearable technology gives you constant surveillance, constant access to the things we're going to push into your body to keep you safe. But never mind the surveillance part. RFK is going to tell you that.
Wearable technologies contributing to earlier detection and prevention strategies.
It's a key part of our response. And I'll give you an example. Glucose meters can tell you while you are eating, while you are chewing on the food, what it's doing to your insulin levels, it's causing your glucose to spike. People who wear those glucose meters for even 3 or 4 weeks change their diet. It has a dramatic impact because now they know they can eat certain things. They may be buying a yogurt thinking it's healthy, and they'll see that their glucose spikes. It gives them insight into the healthcare, and it can also mesh with their personal health records. So it can help them now. There are apps that can look at their personal health records, look at the feedback from their wearable, and tell them how to shop. Tell them that item is good for you, this item is not, and then here's some alternatives. We can revolutionize chronic disease prevention in this country.
I agree, sir.
Revolutionize chronic disease prevention, because we're going to tell you, we're going to be watching you at all times, and we're going to tell you what's wrong with you before you know it, tell you what to buy, what to eat, what not to buy, what not to eat. We're going to tell you. You're not going to make that decision. We are. And then again, if it's about health, cancer treatment or cancer prevention, or any of the other slew of problems you could have from putting in a gene therapy experimental jab into your body, which again, we're only on year 5, guys. We're only on year 5. It takes 15 years to get through this whole process of it's an experiment. We're all guinea pigs. We don't know the full outcome of this thing. We're only 1/3 of the way there. I know the original saying was it's 5 years. At 5 years minimum to start recording data. We're through that first stage. We still got to do this 2 more times to get the full sense of the long-term effects. We're not actually going to get until the 15-year mark. So those are the intervals. It's 5, 10, 15. So we've hit the first mark of the immediate problems. That's the first marker. The immediate short-term problems we have seen. We've lived through it. Now we're going to the second stage and then the third stage. We still have 10 years to go, guys. And RFK is going to tell us that the wearable technology is going to give us that surveillance, that safety net, and we'll be able to detect that cancer because, like the Washington Post told us, those rates are going to skyrocket, baby. So do you want to find out now or later that you're going to get cancer later? You want to find out now? Well, we'll just let us in. Let us in like the vampire knocking on the door politely. You have to invite them in before they can kill you, right? You got to invite in the vampire before he's allowed to kill you. It's just part of it's the rules of the cult. It's a thing. They gotta follow these little fun little rule. You have to be invited in first. Just say no, guy. Don't invite that vampire in. Okay, we're wrapping that segment up, but you guys know we know what it's not, so we have to give you some unrelated information to close it off. It's really important, even though it has nothing to do with what we were just talking about. These are just some incidences that we thought you should know, just because we're reporting the news here, guys. That's all this is, just reporting the news. Former WWE star Joe Doring dies after a long fight with what? Brain cancer at 44. I wonder how long that fight lasted. Don't you hate the fight thing? Fight. He fought. Was brain cancer on one side of the ring? He's on the other. And it was like they exchanged some punches. I don't know about. I'm kind of getting sick of that analogy, but yeah, that's too bad, man. 44. Wow. Look at this one. Former MLB executive David Sampson announces death of his daughter, 28. She was diagnosed with brain cancer. Oh shit. And it was rapid because it lasted for 9 months and 11 days. Wow. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. 28, rapid brain cancer, 9-month battle, and got knocked out by the thing. Oof. Oh gosh, this one. Britain's Got Talent star Alan Finnegan has died. Oof. After receiving a cancer diagnosis. What does that say behind the thing? Oh, 5 years. So he lasted 5 years. I wonder what happened 5 years ago that caused him to get the cancer. I have no idea. Doctors are baffled, but he got it. And of course, this is, a guy people recognize on the talent show, I guess, in 2020, right before they this is probably right before they rolled out the jabs in 2020. Oh man, those were the good old days before you signed up for the thing. I don't know if he did. I'm just saying there was the good old days, right? Before we put ourselves in that line of fire to something we had no idea what was actually occurring in our bodies. All right, next one, we have a 35-year-old dad of quadruplets. Oh man, dad leaving 7 kids behind. I'll never be the same, says the wife. 35 quadruplets in North Carolina. He died suddenly. Well, that's weird. Not really. We see that all the time. 35-year-olds dying suddenly. It's kind of a thing. And now the wife and 7 freaking children are left behind. So that's sad, man. That one's a sad one. That one's a sad one. Because you can't, this isn't like celebrities with a bunch of money. This is, wow, this is just working people. Do what you got to do. Do the thing you thought you had to do. Who knows? Who knows what he did? Who knows what he participated in 5 years ago? We will never know, but it is unfortunate. It died suddenly. Okay, next one. Sixpence None the Richer. A band member dies at 50 after suffering a stroke. Oh, Justin Carey, longtime bassist. We know a lot of the bands were pro pharma back in 2020, 2021. A lot of these bands, I don't really know this band, but I know that like some of the big ones, they would demand that if you were going to go to their concert, you have to show your Vax card to get into the concert. So that's something that most bands participated in. That was a norm. If you didn't do that, you were a freak, right? If you were Van Morrison, Eric Clapton, man, there wasn't many. There wasn't many. Ice Cube, there wasn't many. Oh boy. And Eric Clapton got the thing, and then he got injured, and then he got called an anti-vaxxer. Wow, that's amazing. Oh no, former NHL star Kyle Cadler is dead at 47. Well, what happened? Was it a car accident? What happened? Was it a gunshot victim situation? I'm just guessing. I don't know. Oh, Kyle died after suffering a brief illness, which happens to retired professional athletes when they're 47. They tend to be very unhealthy and, whatever that illness was. I'm sure it was just a guy that he seems like he was a guy that probably didn't take good care of himself. That's got to be it, right? As you would expect from a professional freaking athlete at 47. Yeah. Okay. All right. That sucks. That really sucks. Okay. Oh, now this one hits home. Just to be clear, this Moshe Kasher, now he's alive. This one's alive. 46. He reveals he has a cancer diagnosis in a graphic message. He's kind of a lesser known comic actor, and he was on a set. He was actually on a set with Judd Apatow, and he revealed that he had cancer on set, and then he kept shooting the film, and then he had to get the surgery. So he had a bump in his throat, turned out to be HPV, tonsil cancer. So these are these random cancers that people are getting, and so he ends up at a Jewish surgery robot. Huh? He had a Jewish what? I don't understand this. A Jewish surgery robot. Does that mean the robot was Jewish, or the surgery of the robot can only do surgeries on Jews? I'm so confused by this, but he said it. This is his quote from his post, from Moshe Kasher's post 2 days ago. A Jewish surgery robot at Cedars-Sinai, that's right here in LA, yanked my jaw open for 5 hours, cut it out, slit my throat. So that's what's happening. We're getting this AI cancer treatment. Like, that's what's happening. This is the result of Larry Ellison's $500 million deal. This is happening. This is this is an actual AI, for some reason, a Jewish robot. I can't, it's hard to, I want to laugh at that. It's so ridiculous. A Jewish robot did this surgery on him. Wow. Now he has a hardcore neck scar, making people reluctant to street fight him. So he's doing his comedy. He's a comedian. So he also thanked the staff at Cedars-Sinai, where he was treated, calling them kind and pros. Well, I'll tell you that I got a few things to add to this one. So hear me out. We're going to end on this one. I got a few things to call out on this one. Okay. First of all, Cedars-Sinai, I know it very well. Leslie and I have spent time there. Her father stayed there at one of his many COVID vaccine injury, I would say ICU stays, because of all of his vaccine. He had so many vaccine injuries he had to deal with. Unbelievable. One of the stays was at Cedars-Sinai. I got to say, versus the other hospitals he's been at, all over the place, down in San Diego, different Kaisers, but Cedars-Sinai was the worst one. Just to be absolutely clear, I'm just saying this because I've been there. They don't treat family well. There's security up the ass, one person in at a time. They're constantly shaking you down for credentials to be in a particular wing. There's visiting hours. It's awful. It's awful. And you're trying to look after your father-in-law, like it's awful. So I'm picturing Moshe there in Cedar Sinai, dealing with having a Jewish robot perform this sophisticated cancer treatment on him because he got rapid cancer at 46. I personally know Moshe. I just want you to know that. I should have said that earlier, but Moshe, I went to school with this guy. I know he's a hardcore practicing what he called himself, what he called the robot. Hardcore. I don't know his opinion on Israel right now. I don't know his opinion on Gaza. I haven't talked to him, but I know him well. We went to school together. We did. I remember having an incident. I remember what this was years ago, but it's interesting to see this happen. So if we're not talking, but if we were, I don't know how to have a conversation. I'll end this segment by saying to you guys, I don't know if there's a good way to talk to people that are close to us, that we don't see eye to eye on things, but yet they're suffering. And he's probably going to be okay. He's got the best treatment over there at Cedar for there's a certain kind of demographic that gets treated very well there. Let's just say a very you get treated VIP style, baby, VIP style. So he's got his Jewish robot. That's what he said. I'm not saying it. He literally had a Jewish robot treat his throat cancer from who knows where he got it from. Who knows? But if you're having a hard time having conversations with people about this sensitive stuff and you're conflicted on how do I show up for someone who's going through surgeries, going through ICU visit? How do you show up? And do you hold your tongue? Yeah, you know what? You can hold your tongue. That's fine. You can still be vocal. You don't necessarily have to do it with them, and it's fine. Just find another place. That's my advice to everyone out there. Find another place for an outlet for you to be vocal. Have your voice. Speak your frustrations. Talk about the things we talk about right here on this segment, specifically on We Know What It's Not. The insanity that we're not allowed to ask these questions. How many jabs did you have, Moshe? I'd love to ask him that. Hey, Moshe Kasher, how many jabs did you have before you had your Jewish robot work on you in Cedar Sinai? How many? I'm not going to call him and ask him that. It's just not going to happen. But I can vent about it here. So I recommend you guys can vent about it in other places you can discover and you can find. And that's fine. And I think that gives us enough so then we can go back into the lion's den and we can show up. And I'm not showing up for, I haven't talked to him in years, so I'm not showing up for him. But if I'm just saying, in a situation where you have to show up for someone, you have to be there. That's when you can hold your tongue and say, I can't believe this happened to you. This is crazy. You'll get through it. You'll win the fight. You're going to win that fight with cancer. You're going to win that fight. Fuck cancer. You got this, right? Do what you got to do. Say what you got to say. Hold your tongue when you need to hold your tongue, but vent when it's time to vent. That's the best I can say, because until we get the actual answers from these freaking doctors who can't seem to figure out what's going on, they're completely baffled. But rest assured, they can tell you 100% certainty, without hesitation. We know what it's not. Okay, guys. Damn it, I got to do one more segment. We are heading on okay, my God. We are heading on 6 hours. That's not happening. There's no way we're going to get to 6 hours. Okay, now we got to be fast. I got to do a loudest voice. This is important. Let's do it. Let's do loudest voice, and we'll wrap the show up. Okay, we're going to just grab this and go. Here we go. It's worth it, guys. I'm not going to cut it off. We're going to do loudest voice. Okay. And then I want to remind you guys to come back here tomorrow. We're going to do a special top censored news of the week tomorrow, right here at the 12 Pacific time frame. We do this specially on certain weeks. We haven't done it in a while, a Friday live, but we're going to do it tomorrow. A special Friday live. Okay, guys, I think we are ready for the final segment. The final segment of our 200th episode. Holy crap. That's wild. 200 of these things. That's very, very, very wild. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Here we go, guys. Final segment, loudest voice of the week, and we'll get a couple more of your comments up before we head out. So don't worry, we're not done with you guys yet either. Okay, here we go, guys. Last one. It's the loudest voice of the week. We're looking at a protest that occurred, a very courageous moment that happened. And what we're talking about is people versus power. The topic of discussion is challenging the surveillance state at the same time that we're challenging what? The warmongering state as well. So it's all combined at this point. It's all combined. People are noticing that the companies that we were told to trust, whether it be Google or Amazon or any of these other ones that we were told to trust because we need them, they need us, blah, 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 information this, communication that, they are actively participating in genocide. They're actively participating in surveillance, and they're actively using it against what they call our enemy, which is everybody not here, right? This includes Palestinians. Those are, other people, not us. Iranians, other people, not us. Lebanese, other people, not us. But as we know, it always gets turned on us. So we looked at this week, we're looking at particularly the target of Loudest Voice is the vice president and chief technology officer at Amazon, who is going to be called out at this UN AI summit. It's called AI for Good. AI for Good. Are you kidding me? AI for Good summit? Yeah, AI for Good summit. The accusation is that Amazon and Google and other tech firms are enabling Israelis' military through AI and cloud services. We know the accusation, but if you're able to get right to their faces and tell it to them on a stage, that's the best thing. Before I play the clip of the confrontation, I want you to know what the thing is that's been in the works since October 7th through Google and Amazon. It's called Project Nimbus. This is a post from 2024. And so it's only gotten worse since then. But I'm going to show you this. Google's Project Nimbus is a $1.2 billion deal to Israel using artificial intelligence to target homes. Where do they target homes? Like I said, they do it over there before they do it here. The technology was used to target a home that just killed 2 adults and 18 children. That's right. They do this all the time, every day. But this is the tech they're using. It's called Project Nimbus. Google employees at the time, right? They found out that that's what they were participating in. They were aware of the cloud technologies used by Israel in its genocide on Gaza. They held protests trying to end the deal, and then they were fired. You got to get rid of all the excess baggage and make sure your teams are tight and ready to go. All the Zionists on board, ready to maim and kill and present that they're doing something for the world, which they're not. Here's a shot of Project Nimbus in action, so you get a sense of the destruction, death and destruction that this causes, that Google and Amazon have actively been doing since the entire way of this genocide. That's that. That's the follow-through of a technology that Amazon and Google have used to murder people in Palestine. That's what that is. Okay, so fast forward to today. What do we have? We have this opportunity. This is where we come in. The people come in. An opportunity, a pro-Palestinian activist disrupting this Amazon vice president and chief technology officer during their speech at the UN's AI for Good summit. And that's the exact accusation they deserve, is that they are guilty of partaking in this genocide, and the people will not have it. Here we go, guys. Loudest voice of the week. Watch and learn from this courageous activist. Here we go.
Project Nimbus! Drop Project Nimbus! Stop! You are making Project Nimbus a project of billions of dollars that Amazon is investing so that Israel has free access to your servers. You are investing billions in that. Your technology, Project Nimbus, develops Lavender, develops the software Where's Daddy that actively tracks, using AI, people in Palestine, and when they come back, they kill them together with their families. And you know this. You know this, Verda Focus, and you're making millions out of this. You're sitting here as if you're trying to do good, as if you're trying to be for the good of AI. What do you have to say for yourself? How do you sleep at night? Maybe that's why you're looking so panicked. Maybe that's why you cannot even stand on this stage anymore and look at these people, because you know exactly what your technology is being used for. They know exactly where their profits are coming from, and they continue anyways.
You know, I'm going to pause here. This guy came to play. He brought his material. We do notice sometimes that you're not fully prepared, that the security isn't going to tackle you right away. You have to be ready for that. The security will be tackling you. There's no way out of this without being tackled by security. That's going to happen. But they wait a long time. So he's not just repeating the same thing. We've seen some activists just unfortunately have to go back to just say the same thing over and over as they're getting pulled out. He brought the material. I love this. The guy doesn't stop. And it's so bizarre that they're all standing like deers in headlights. But, you know, don't hold your breath. Security's coming, and they're going to take him down kicking and screaming. But he was prepared for all of it. So enjoy the rest of this. Here it is.
You should be stopping them. You should be stopping those criminals right here. Why you facilitate genocide? Why you're continuing to be complicit in the deaths of innocent people 3 years on?
Drop Project Nimbus! Drop Project Nimbus!
When Amazon employees say something against Project Nimbus, you fire them! That's what you do! You fire the employees! Stop! Why are you putting me in a chokehold? Is this the future you want to see? Is this the future you want to see? Where AI executives can pretend like they have the answers, like they are doing good, and you're giving them a stage? Shame on you, Amazon! Drop Project Nimbus!
That's how to do it, guys. That's how to do it. That should be inspiring anybody that ever had an impulse to speak up and do something. Like when you have this opportunity, you have these people, look at the look on their faces. They don't even know what to say. And he called that shit. He said, you fire your employees that have a problem. What are you going to do? You're going to take me out of the room? Good, go for it. But he got a lot in. People recorded it. They send this out. People should know. If you don't know what Project Nimbus is, you know now. Obviously not to trust these people, but if you don't do something to stop it, you're part of the problem at this point. We all have to do better at resistance, being part of the resistance. This is something that we're going to have to understand. We're moving towards this Terminator 2. John Connor, what side are you on? What side are you part of here? The John Connor resistance, or are you going to protect the tech, right? You're going to protect the T100, the T1000s. What are you going to do? We're going to be on the side of the resistance at every level possible. So when there's an opportunity like this, this activist nailed it. It got put around town. People got to see it, share it, and it is inspiring. And that's why he's getting the loudest voice of the week. And that should do it for today's 200th episode. I cannot believe we're pushing 6 hours here. This might be the longest show we've ever done, minus we have done an election. We did the election day special. That was a joint effort. A lot of participants, and we did 12 hours that day. But other than that, this might be the longest actual show of the 200 shows we've done. So I want to say thank you to everyone who participated today. And, I'm talking about, all you guys, the mods and the viewers and all the super chats and Do Dissidents, Rumble raids and everything. Nurse Leslie, thank you so much for coming on. And we love our co-hosts. Pasta, I know we disagree sometimes. We have little fun debates. And Jay, you're always great. And then today's guests, we don't want to forget Kelly and John, who came on. Great conversation there. Of course, Levi from We the People's Party. Great conversation there as well. And JAKEGTV, shout out to him, dealing with the censorship problem with YouTube. We hope you can keep fighting back, and we fight too here. And we are inspired by each other's fight. It's ongoing, guys. It doesn't stop. This fight doesn't stop. So we have to keep going. And as we said before, 200 episodes does feel like if we were to add up the hours, I don't know if I'm going to sit down and add them up, but if I were to guess, I'd say, yeah, we would be pushing 1,000 hours here, because averaging 5 hours maybe a little less than that. But this is an interesting place to be, that we would potentially do 1,000 hours of content for you. And this content, guys, it's conversation. It's asking questions. It's having back and forth. It's looking into things. It's looking at what other people have done, commenting on that. It's talking with you. You're part of those 1,000 hours. If you guys aren't understanding that, when we say happy 200th episode, happy 1,000 hours, you're part of that. So I want you guys to feel that when you go out into the world and it's time to have these engagements and time to be ready for battle, or whatever that battle is, whatever your personal battle is, whatever you have to be called to a funeral that you weren't expecting, or you have to be called a friend in need, or it's time to reconnect. Somebody's extending an olive branch. It's time to have a hard conversation. Whatever you're sharing out on your socials, we do it with intention. Every share, every response, every interaction, we do it with intention, and we try to do the right thing with everything we can, with the information we have at the time, and we try to behave in a way that we feel is respectful, that we can stand behind, and put and be proud about, and be proud that we can stand behind it with a set of values and principles. And so that's why we always leave with the same messaging. We want to get ingrained in us that we always act out of principle, right? But we like to do it in this order. We say always, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. This is the Homeless Left. It's 200 episodes. Thank you guys so much. We're going to leave you with I promise you guys, a little JAKEGTV. We're going to give you some of it on the outro. It'll be a fun one. I'll throw up some more comments on the end, and that should do it. And then I'll just say what's coming up again. Top Censored News of the Week, live tomorrow, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern. And we'll be back next Tuesday for a regular show. We'll be doing a back-to-back with Garland Nixon. It'll be an ongoing back-to-back show. Homeless Left followed by Garland Nixon show. That should be fun. That's next Tuesday. And then later in the month, let me just put this up one more time, because I kind of dug it, and I don't know if you got to see it. This is a Spaces we're doing. Love this. This is gonna be a great conversation. Already getting some hate on this one, which I love. So it should be interesting. You guys want to you're welcome to come into this. And I'll share more about where this is. Go to Matt Weinglass right now, and you'll get a notification from it. It should be on my feed, where you can get the indication of when. Well, obviously you can see the date is July 29th, but the guys putting this on, these guys are awesome. We just started conversing and aligning, and I love expanding our reach and expanding our ability to have these discussions. So appreciate all that, and all of you guys as well. Okay, that should do it. We're signing off now. Let's not hit that 6-hour mark. Let's go out with this one from JAKEGTV. I'll say it one more time. When you go out there, go out with courage and conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass, the Homeless Left. Power to the people, and free Palestine. We're out.
Down, Stu Peters. Trumpenstein says that anti-Israel jerk voted for trans stuff. Even if it's not true, he said it. Roll the clip.
Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He voted against men playing in women's sports.
False.
He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children.
That's false, too.
Honestly, I don't even know where they come up with this stuff. But anyways, let's hear from Ken O'Keefe about Satan's true origins.
First off, they're fake Jews. His name is not Netanyahu. His name is Milikowski. He's born in Poland. He has not 1 ounce of Semitic blood. So how is it possible that fake Jews were able to use the anti-Semitism charge, which ignores that the Palestinians are actually Semites and speak a Semitic language? You got to be real powerful to be able to be 0.02% of the human population, and yet you're exerting all of this control. You know, and I know that if you speak critically and truthfully about the Jewish state of Israel, your career is over.
Facts, Ken. That's why they canceled us on YouTube.
Yep. Jake said if you want the removed episodes and members-only content, head over to JakeGTV.com.
Probably a good idea.